Look at look, oh. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. I guess we about to go back in this courtroom, right? But before the end, we gotta take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film free therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Rachel with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Y'all might be on the screen. There we go. Y'all good. Look at camera circle. We going right to the party. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas really strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Okay, I gotta start at the top. Leah said, happy birthday, Sweet Pea. Thank you so much, Leah. Good morning, Christine. Good morning, good morning. Thank you, Film. Film says happy birthday and to many more, right? I was like, let me get me some balloons. Let me get something. Y'all know purple my favorite color. So I was like, okay, well, this is right. Right. This is right what I need. Good morning, Derek. Thank you, Derek. Derek sent me a cash app this morning, too. Thank you, Film. I'm going in here now because I see it. Thank you, Film. Film sent me a cash app, and Derek, thank you so much. Happy birthday to me. I tell you, I was like, I'm gonna wear my club attire because I'm gonna go light up the night. I think maybe after stream. Look, y'all. This is my disco ball with my drink. Buy you a drink. This is my disco ball. So if y'all ever see this is definitely not a sippy cup, boo. I was like, when I see that last time, I was like, oh, perfect. My type of party. Oh, wow. So, good morning, SD. Let me finish going down the line because I didn't stop and started talking about some more other stuff. Good morning, Katie. How are you? Oh, thank you, Marilda. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dandy. Yeah.
The little bird told you. I bet you it was that Susie. Thank you, Susie. I know she's not here yet, but I seen her in the Discord chat earlier. She had a little card in there for me. It was so sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you, Layla. Thank you, Lynn. I see you. That's my ding. I didn't figure out how to get my notification bill on for my Cash Apps. That was a Cash App. So whenever those come through, we're going to have to take it. Oh, man. Thank you, SD. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see here. So we got a couple things that we need to take care of. Let me see. Did I say good morning to you, Lala? Layla, I want to call it Lala, Layla. I'll be calling all different types of names. Don't pay me no attention. That's what you should not do. Thank you so much and good morning. Good morning, Eleanor. You said, please play this. What is this I'm playing? Let's see. Thank you, Susie. Susie said she got 10 on it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Susie. I seen your card. Thank you. I was like, she ain't sent a gift. She sent the actual card. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you my P.O. box. I want my card. I got a P.O. box, and I want you to send me my card. I want you to put a stamp on that card and put it and send it to me. Okay? That's what I want. You bought purple hair color last week? Girl, I love me some purple. That's my favorite color. I don't even know what to do with the purple. Okay. The film wants me to play something. Let me get that up so I can play that. Oh, wait a minute. I think I can play it. Let's see here. Let me share. I'm assuming this to be something for all of us, guys. I know. I think about it. Look, I got this. I had this. Let me show y'all. Before I play this, oh, it's pretty too. The background is so pretty. It's so pretty. That's pretty film. Look, y'all. So I got this. I got this tiara, but I was like, I don't know if I can muster this all day. Like, I just don't know if I could do this all day. But I'll try for a minute. I'll try for a minute. Hey, Serena, how are you, honey? Thank you so much, SD. Thank you. Look. So I'm like, I may be able to do this. I don't know. It probably won't last long, but I guess I'll start it off with it today. We'll see. Okay, let's see. Let me go into let me pull me down. Well, let me pull. Wait a minute. How do I get this back up? I'm gonna put me on the side of it. Okay, let's see. Okay. Let's see what it says.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
You know, it's so funny. Wait a minute. So, Serena, is your birthday too? Are you a Pisces? My fellow fish. My fellow fish. Thank you so much. Oh, and Susie said she turned some people agree. Happy birthday. Thank you so much, Susie. Welcome to all the new members. If you received a gifted membership, make sure you tell Susie thank you. That is so awesome, Susie. Thank you so very much. Oh, she hit Serena on her birthday. Did she hit you, Serena? Yes, she did. Oh, look at that. Oh, Susie got good aim. Look at Susie with that aim. Wow. 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 Gosh. That is good aim on your birthday. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Let's see here. Okay. Wow. So we got so much stuff to do and we don't have enough time. I tell you, that's what I can't figure out. Yeah, I'll see how long this, I don't know how long this is probably gonna last. It probably not gonna last long. Like I'm sweating all the way up here. That ain't gonna work. Thank goodness my allergies look like they gonna keep it together. Well, Serena, if you ever want to share the stage with me, you know, you can always come up here. I will drop the link, birthday girl. Like, go shorty. It's your birthday. Don't party like it's your birthday. Hey. Go shorty. It's your birthday. We're gonna party like this is my birthday party right here. And it's fine with me. Like, yeah, like I'm not doing anything. This is it, baby. I may do something with the kids later, sing some happy birthdays and stuff, and yeah, that'll probably be about it. May go out to dinner later. Dinner. It's like it'd be like a difficult. It's like it's not a difficult time, but it's kind of a funny time because certain fact that is. Unless like I'm really like going somewhere, like other than that, we kind of like here. I don't know. I don't know if I can play that, dear. I don't know if they'll strike me. Thank you, Pretty Brown. Pretty Brown. She gonna turn some people green this morning. Thank you. Now you know if you receive those memberships for Pretty Brown, you know what you gotta say. You gotta say thank you, Pretty Brown girl. Pretty brown eyes. I know she coming in with a bang. She coming in with a bang. Yeah, I don't know because certain stuff they'll let me play, and then her stuff they won't let me play. So it just be I know it'd be nice if you just play all the music that you want to play on this sucker.
5.
Let me see. I think what I will do, because I think I can cut it out after I play it. Like I don't want to own rights or nothing to it. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it for. I'm trying to get out of this. Oh, I got to do it like this. I never knew that song was that long. Wait a minute. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll play it at the end of the stream, and then that way I can kind of like cut it. I can kind of like cut it out. Good morning, OnlyFan. Thank you so much. Only say you gonna turn some people green this morning. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What she say, Serena? I gotta get something to go out with my friend, picking me up after work because it's my birthday too. We turn the same age. That's awesome. So you and your friend, your birthday is the same day, Serena. So your friend's birthday is today, also. That is awesome. Boy, I tell you, it's definitely Pisces season. Let's see. And we got our girl that's gonna be back on the stand today. She gonna try to make my day. She said, if don't nobody else make your birthday today, Sweet Pea, I got you covered because I am on the stand. And I talked to my friends last night and they said this is different things that we need to do. This is how we need to work it. This is how we need to work it. That's what my girl said. She said, I know the judge told me do not go home, do not talk to anybody, do not do anything. But, you know, I had to go talk to somebody. If not, I might have went and relapsed. And y'all don't want me to relapse, not over no Kouri. Nah, y'all don't want to do that over Kouri. Not at all. I don't know. And I don't know how much longer the defense gonna have her up here, but good grief. Yeah, she gonna keep hammering her and hammering her and hammering her. I don't know what she calling herself doing. That's what she's saying. Oh wow, that is awesome, Serena. Now that's a party. That is definitely a party. Happy birthday. Birthday. Okay, guys. Well, we are going to go ahead and let's get started. We probably gained us some kind of TiVo time today. Probably not a lot. You know, they started court at 8:30. I think I'll do like the other songs. I'll do them at the end, and that way I can cut them out the video. So they won't be beating me up, if that makes sense, because they'll be trying to beat me up for nothing. Like, oh gosh, why are you trying to beat me up? But they will. Yeah, I've been trying to make chapters for us up in our videos, so just in case anybody wants to go back there and look at them, and I haven't cut them up, I've been trying to make this make chapters for us. So I've been like really been doing good with doing that for everybody. Yes, welcome to all the new members, all the new people that's coming. I would imagine there are people on the jury that don't appreciate the defense treating her that way. They were treating her yesterday, so they're just making themselves look bad. Yeah, I can see that also. I can see it kind of going both ways. Oh, thank you for coming in. Oh my gosh, I like that. Thank you, Donna Drama Docket, for the gifted membership. You're welcome, Lynn. And I can see them being that way regarding it. I don't know if it's going to be enough of the defense to kind of let up, because certain fact that they kind of have to pressure this witness, because this witness is really going to be determining how these rugs got into Kouri's hands. And that's very important, because if we can't place these rugs in our hand, that really creates a lot of reasonable doubt. But they also know who's going to be called. I'm not sure exactly who's going to be called. And I think the defense should have a good idea who's going to be called and how they got to combat each witness, Maybe they know something that we don't know. Because I'm thinking if the prosecution has additional people that were involved with Carmen, with obtaining these rugs, it doesn't matter how much they try to beat up on Carmen in regards to her history, what she remembers, what she does not remember, because there are going to be other people that come in and actually be able to corroborate that. So, yeah, there's that. So yeah, hopefully we'll see if she piped down today. But she was getting frustrated with the judge. Judge said, wait a minute, please stay focused. I need you to stay focused. If you don't do nothing else, I need you to stay focused up in here because this is what we need to do. Look, I need you to stay focused. So we're gonna stay focused. We're gonna stay focused with our eye on the prize. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get in here and see what we have for us today's testimony, and we will go from there. Ooh.
We're on the record in 231-500-139. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for defendant Ms. Richins are present along with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite Ms. Lauber back in to take the stand?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis? Of course. Oh, do you need a Band-Aid?
No, no. It's a lipstick issue.
Oh, okay. Take a moment. That's fine. May we invite Ms. Lauber onto the stand while you're getting organized? Okay, very good. Let's do that. All right. Ms. Lauber, good morning. If you'd take the stand again, we'll get you a glass of water.
Thank you.
And you can feel free to put it wherever is safe.
Clumsy, so I'll probably spill.
You and me both. That's all right. Okay. Ms. Lauber, we're on the record. We're going to invite the jury in a moment. When they come in, I'll just remind you that you're under oath, okay? All right. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll continue with additional questioning of Ms. Lauber. Ms. Lauber, please remember you are still under oath. Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
Morning.
I want to move on to the next interview, which took place on May 4th, 2023. So I don't know, in case we need the binder, do you want me to put you in the right spot or can you find it? Yeah, I think that's it. And it's dated May 4th.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So you've stated that you worked for Kouri Richins for a long time prior to these events.
I worked for her aunt.
You worked for her aunt, but working through her aunt, she was one of your clients. You cleaned for Ms. Richins and
Yes,
worked
she was
for-
one of her aunt's clients. Yes.
Okay. And you had a lot of communications with Kouri over the years about cleaning.
Yeah.
And you were friendly with each other.
Mhm.
Fair. So I want to ask you, sorry, strike that. You mostly communicated by way of text, right?
When I was cleaning for Kouri, yes. Phone calls or texts, yes.
Hold the mic just a minute.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
All right. And you texted a lot, you sent a lot of emojis back and forth, fair?
Yes.
All right. Now, you did some other cleaning projects for her, though, in addition to cleaning just her home, right?
Yes.
For example, one thing you did was you cleaned what we know as the Midway Mansion after she purchased it after Eric died, correct?
Yes, she had me go over there and get it set, clean it out for open house, I believe.
Well, yeah, I don't know, maybe it was for an open house, but the cleaning itself was you and 3 other people went in? Nick Bonsavage and yourself and
2 other.
2 others.
Yeah.
Okay. And you went in and it was the purpose of it was to clean graffiti that was inside the house, right?
We were going through and just sweeping up and cleaning up all the garbage. People were squatting there.
Okay. That's fine. And she paid you for that, correct?
She paid Nick through Venmo.
She paid you for that though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to just turn to a minute to the check that you said you picked up on March 9th from Ms. Richins. Can you pull that up? I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit number. Do you know it, Katie? You testified while she's getting that up that you stopped at the house on March 9th and you went inside and Kouri wrote a check for you, correct?
Correct.
And this has already been admitted, so can we publish this? Now, do you notice on that check, the check is dated March 6th?
Yes.
So she didn't write it then. She already had it prepared, correct?
No, she wrote it that morning
On March 9th.
when I went to her house. Yes.
So you think she backdated it for some reason?
I have no clue why she wrote the date, but the date I picked it up was the 9th that I deposited in my checking account.
Oh, okay, I understand you picked it up on March 9th, but the check is dated March 6th, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
All right. And you were paid how much a piece for cleaning the Midway Mansion?
Nick and I got paid $25 an hour and the other was $20.
And it came to approximately between $300 and $400 a piece, correct?
I'm not 100% sure on that. No.
All right. And isn't it true that you cashed the check and paid the other workers? You paid them. She paid you and you paid them.
Not at this. No, she sent Nick Venmo.
What about the other 2?
Nick, she sent the money to Nick and then it got paid out through.
You remember that?
We
Yeah.
can pause there for just a moment. My apologies. We need to hand out some glasses?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Forgive me. One of you needs a pair of reading glasses, right? Take a moment. Yeah, grab them. I'd be useless without mine. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right, so when Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard came on March 4th to interview you, I don't know if it's the first thing, but right at the beginning of that interview, they asked you if you've been speaking to anyone about what's going on in terms of your cooperation. Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
Turn to page 8 of the May 4th interview. And it's towards the bottom of 8 and to the top of 9. Do you recall that they asked you if you'd talked to anybody about what had been going on with them?
I don't see this on that page unless I'm on the wrong page.
Let me see if I can help you out. See if we're in the right spot.
Yeah.
You're not on the right spot. Here we go. School.
Oh,
Here.
you told me.
May 4th. We're on May 4th now. All right. Let's see. Let's take a look.
You and Van Gogh just asked the question.
I was okay. I was just trying to point out that we should stay down here and then over to here. Okay. All right. So they asked you if you'd been talking to anybody about what's going on, and then isn't it true you said no? You haven't told anyone. You've just told people you're in custody on a drug court violation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but that wasn't true, was it, Ms. Lover? Ms. Lover?
Yes.
That wasn't a true statement to them, that you had only told people you were on a drug court violation, correct?
Correct.
Because you had been telling people in detail that you were cooperating with law enforcement.
No, I didn't tell anybody. I don't recall.
You told Nick Bond Savage, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, you said yesterday that you had talked to Nick Bond Savage. You don't recall what you said yesterday?
I had talked to Nick a little bit here and there, but not that I was cooperating, I don't believe.
All right. So you don't recall, all right, yesterday you told us you had talked to Nick about cooperating. Do you recall this? Do you recall a conversation with Nick on the phone, recorded conversation on the phone with Nick, telling him all about how you were going to go meet with federal, with the feds?
Your Honor, objection foundation. When is this call? What call?
While you were in
I need you to provide a little more detail.
Okay. So while you were in jail, you would talk with family and friends on the phone, right?
Correct.
And one of the people that you talked to regularly was Nick Von Savage.
Yes.
And you had a meeting set up to go and speak with a couple of people and agents from the U.S. Attorney's Office. You recall that?
I think so. Yes.
Okay. And that, and you called Nick Von Savage and you told him all about that you were going to go meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yes. Here and there. Yes.
And that you were really nervous about meeting with the feds, right?
Correct.
So you had told Nick all about what was going on. You talked in detail about what you were talking to Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll about.
I don't recall how much detail talking to Nick with.
All right. But when you told them, I've only said that I'm in jail on a drug court violation, that was not, you were not telling them the truth, because you had told people you were there cooperating and that you were there on new charges, specifically Nick Von Savage.
Correct.
All right.
Not objection. I think that misstates both the evidence and the
I
reality.
need foundation in order to rule on the objection for who them is in your question.
I'm not sure what the objection is.
The foundation, yeah.
As to,
When you say you told them, who is them in your question? Could you be specific about that?
you told Detectives O'Driscoll and Detectives Maynard that you had not talked to anyone about this case other than to tell them you are in drug court violation. And that was not a true statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that? Okay, thank you. You also they give you a tablet when you're at the jail where you can text people, right? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were also texting your friend Nick Von Savage, right?
Correct.
And do you recall texting him about how you absolutely can't lose your drug court?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what you said to him?
No, not exactly.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I'm not introducing it. Yeah. It's really just this right here. Just ask her about that. Okay. Can if you want. Okay, that's fine. We can admit it. All right, I'm going to show you. This is marked as. Well, we might want to remark this.
May I see it?
It's marked as an impeachment document, but I guess we can admit it.
Well, you can,
Is that okay?
it's
I
marked
just-
how it's marked. You can
That's
still
okay.
admit it. Yeah.
All right. All right. I'm going to show you this. It's marked as it's IMP CL1 on the bottom. Just take a look up here. Oh, you can look it on the screen. That's fine. Did you pull it up? Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. That's what I was
Oh, that's
looking
fine.
at.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. So this is a text from you to Nick at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you tell him in that text, well, that
Ms. Lewis, do you want to admit it?
yes, we did.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
Oh, yeah.
All right. We'll publish this to the jury. They can read along with you if they want. Please proceed.
All right. And you tell him midway through, I have my ups and downs. I fucking can't lose my drug court. I fucking worked so hard to finally get clear-minded. and get on a good path and live a straight life. And I have a supportive man, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you tell him that you absolutely cannot lose your drug court.
Correct.
Okay.
I've said that multiple times.
So, and then you talk to him about that you're going to meet with federal agents, and not in this text. We're going back. You recall that you talked to him about, I have to meet with federal agents, and you were nervous about that.
I don't recall.
Well, I think you just said that was
Well,
correct.
I mean,
a few
I remember
minutes
telling him
ago.
I met with a couple people, but
All right. But you remember that you were very very nervous about meeting with the federal agents.
yes.
All right. So on May 10th, which that's the thin notebook, which we're going to be referring to now, the one that you've got sitting on the. So May 10th of 2023, there are 3 people that come to the jail in Wasatch County to meet with you, to interview you, correct?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, correct.
Okay, so there were 2 assistant United States attorneys and an agent with the federal government.
Correct.
All right. And the one who primarily questioned you, I don't know if you remember, her name was Serena Whistler. Remember Ms. Whistler?
Yes, correct.
All right. All right. At this point, you have immunity from federal prosecution, correct?
I'm not 100% sure when the immunity came in.
You pull up the federal immunity. Well, she's pulling it up. At this point, though, your federal immunity is not completely nailed down when they come to meet with you. Do you remember?
Correct.
Okay. You want to take a look at Defense Exhibit 1006.
Are
Do you-
we using this to refresh?
No, I'm planning to admit it.
Okay.
Do you recall that letter, the immunity letter?
I don't recall seeing these letters. They might have went to my attorney.
All right, you've never seen the letters giving you immunity in these cases?
No, I have not.
All right, we can just take that down then. She doesn't recognize it. But you know you have immunity.
Yes.
All right. So in this interview, it's you, Ms. Whistler, Mr. Holden, another assistant United States attorney, and Officer Tyler Parker.
I don't recall their names, but yes, I know they were
Okay,
the Fed
2 men
agents.
and
Yes.
a woman. Okay. And Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard aren't there to help you anymore, correct?
Correct.
And you have to give your statement by yourself.
Correct.
Nobody's there to lay it out for you, correct?
Correct.
All right. She asked you right up front if you talked to anyone about your cooperation also. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall that she asked you if you talked to anyone about
I don't
cooperating?
recall what was said between her and I.
All right. Well, I don't have the page number on that one, so we'll have to come back to that. All right. You tell them though about your drug use, right?
Correct.
And you tell them that the last time you used was in July of 2022. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of the date.
Do you want to turn to page 24 of the interview? July. She has it. This is in the May 10th interview. Okay.
Oh, correct. It's right here.
Okay, so you told them July of 2022 is the last time you used.
Correct.
Okay, and was that a true statement?
It's been so long, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so you don't recall the last time you used?
Back then, I'm not 100% sure. You have the dates.
All right. Can you tell us sitting here today when the last time you used was?
4 years ago. I'm clean for a little over 4 years.
So that would put us at, we're in, I can't even think what day it is, February of 26.
Mhm.
And so the last time you used, you're saying is February of 22?
So hold on, I gotta count back too.
I mean, that's not correct.
I'm not sure of the dates.
Well, you told them it was July of 22.
Like I said, it was a long time ago. I'm not sure on the dates
Okay.
or what was said.
All right. So let me ask you, I know, what phase of drug court was it that you were using other people's urine to have drug testing done?
I never used anybody else's urine.
You never used anyone else's urine.
No, I've never used anybody else's urine.
You realize you're under oath.
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, let's assume for a moment that the July of 22 date was accurate, since that was 3 years ago when you said that. So maybe you had a better memory then than you have today, correct?
Correct.
All right. But again, that means the whole time of what we're talking about here, the time period of January, February, March of 2022, as we talked about yesterday, you were using consistently during that time period.
Not consistently, no. Off and on.
Well, we went over drug tests yesterday where you were having positive drug tests once or twice a week.
In the beginning of drug court, yes.
And all the way through March of 22.
No, I was due to graduate probably 3 months when I got arrested, so it was not.
That's not true. There was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes,
I'll have a question coming.
Yeah, I need you to ask
That's
the
what
questions.
yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing. All right.
Any other objection, Mr.
That's the one.
I just
all right.
need you to ask questions.
Yes. Because you had an order to show cause about how you were that you had figured out a way to game the system, and you'd figured out an algorithm so you would know when you were being drug tested, so you would test clean, correct?
no, that is not correct.
It's not correct that that was part of your order to show cause.
No,
So if the prosecutor in your case testifies otherwise, he's wrong?
nobody figured out anything on how to do the UA system.
You and Nick Von Savage didn't figure out how to game that system.
No. There was a couple of us that would text each other, hey, don't forget to go do your UA today as a group. Nobody figured out anything.
All right.
It was a random phone call every day that you made.
I understand that. All right. So during that time period, you were selling drugs to support your drug habit also, correct? In 2022?
No.
So when you were picking up pills from Robert Crozier, you were pulling some of them out to keep for yourself to either sell or use, correct?
No, not correct.
So is it true that you had a phone call with Nick Von Savage, again from the jail? This was right before, and I backed up a little bit from your May 10th interview, where you talked about with Nick, this was the last time we were able to get these pills, remember?
I don't recall that phone call, no.
Your Honor, I need to play a call for impeachment purposes. I don't know if you want, is there headphones so just Ms. Lauber can listen to it to help her refresh her recollection of the phone call, or how do you want to handle that?
Are you refreshing her recollection or impeaching her with an exhibit that you seek to admit?
I am, Well, probably both. I'm starting by impeaching her recollection and then
Refreshing her recollection.
thank you so much. Refreshing her recollection, and then yes, I may want to introduce it as impeachment.
That's fine. You just need to make sure that Mr. Bloodworth listens to it before we delay it for the witness.
Okay, I think we're going to need a moment then.
Okay. Folks, this may just take some arranging of devices. If you'd give us a moment, please rise for the jury.
Calls with Nick, and I don't know, do I need to play both of them for Brad, or is it just the one?
Have a seat. Thank you.
Where
Ms.
she-
Lover, do you need a restroom break?
Where she talks about that's the
Yes.
last time we were able
All
to
right,
get
so-
those we tried to get.
Please do not talk to anybody during the
We won't
restroom
have
break.
to.
All right, just affirmatively avoid people.
know.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, you can take a restroom break. That's fine.
It's just, yeah. I just want to make sure they're on the same topic.
Why don't we go off the record for a moment?
Off the record for a moment. No, stay on the record, sir. Let's see here. Oh boy. Okay, the jury coming back in.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. We're on the record. Ms. Lewis, I understand you'd like to refresh Ms. Lauber's recollection with a couple of audio recordings, correct?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Lauber, if you put the headphones on, Katie's going to play 2 audio recordings for you. Just listen. And when they're done, Ms. Lewis is going to ask you another question. Thank you.
Go ahead. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If you would hand those headphones back to Katie. Katie, if you'd take your seat again.
Ms. Lauber, were you able to hear those 2 phone calls between you and Mr. Von Savage?
Yes.
All right. So you were having a conversation where Mr. Von Savage was saying to you, hey, remember, Carmen, we couldn't get any more of those pills after we've got those in March of 2022, right?
Correct.
And he said, remember, we tried to get more. We asked Kouri if she could get more. And she said she didn't want any more, so we couldn't get any more, remember?
Correct.
Why was it that you wanted more pills?
I don't think I was the one asking for them. Nick did. Nick wanted to know because Nick benefited from it when he got made the $300.
Nick said that was the last time we could get them, correct?
Correct.
Meaning you and Nick.
Nick was the one that drove me down the last one. Yes, correct.
And that Nick and you wanted to get more pills, correct?
I don't recall me on that video. It wasn't me asking for them.
Your Honor, can we, I'd like to admit the recording.
Mr. Bloodworth, you've heard it. Any objection?
No.
Okay. Pause for one moment. Katie, let me make sure you're connected. Let me know when you have them queued up. This should work. Are you connected? Here, we'll start again. My apologies.
And this is Defense Exhibit 307 for the record.
Okay.
3007. Oh, I'm sorry. So
Katie, would you do me a favor?
3008.
Plug back in. Let me know when you've plugged back in. You're not showing anything on your desktop. But forgive me, I'm not sure the audio player is connected. Can you drag it into?
Well, because remember I kept asking like, hey, text Kouri, do we need any more? And that, so me and you was the last time we were able to get any because she didn't want any anymore. Because remember her guy was out of town or whatever?
I don't know.
Can we play the next part?
I mean, I know that, like, I kept asking, like, hey, does her guy want more? Does her guy want more? So, and you were like, and she'd always say no. So, like, I know you and me was the last time, unless you cheated on me and went with somebody else, which I don't think you would have. Yeah.
All right. So Nick said he's the one that texted, but then he said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills, correct?
That was the last time Nick and I had gone to the Maverick.
All right, we listened to the call. He said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills. That's what the call says.
That's the last time him and I went to the Maverick. Correct.
All right. I'm going to try and ask the question again.
Your Honor, objection. Asked and answered. It's in evidence. It says what it says.
Sustained. Please ask your next question.
Sure. All right, let's go back to the May 10th interview with Ms. Whistler and the others. Maybe turn to page 26, and I'll ask you if you can remember this, and if you can't, you can look down at the page.
Just wait one moment. Just going to ask you a question as well.
Oh,
Okay, so Ms. Whistler asks you how often that when you were using drugs, how often you were using. And you told her hardly ever, like maybe once a month. Recall that?
correct.
Okay, but that wasn't true, correct?
Correct.
Because you were using a lot more than once a month during February and March of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't honest with Ms. Whistler, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then she wants to talk to you about the first drug purchase, the one with Susan Kohler. And turn to page 34, just so you have it ready. But first I'll ask if you remember, and then if you don't remember, you can look at the interview, okay? All right. Now, you told Ms. Whistler that you couldn't remember when you sold pills to, or I'm not, excuse me, when you bought pills from Susan Kohler, but it was wintertime, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell Ms. Whistler, the other guys, referring to Detective O'Driscoll and Maynard, they made it much easier because they drew it all out for me. Do you remember that?
No. No.
Okay, take a look at page 34.
Correct.
Okay, so you said they made it a lot easier, but Ms. Whistler's making you tell the story yourself, correct?
Yes.
All right. So again, you say you went to Susan Kohler and bought oxycodone, correct?
Correct.
That those were prescription pills that Susan got for a friend, correct?
Yes.
And I take it you don't know how many milligrams of oxycodone those pills were. Do you know that?
No, I didn't look at them. I didn't count. I didn't ask.
Okay, fair. And you told her that you fronted the money to Susan.
Yes.
You told Ms. Whistler that. And then you told Ms. Whistler and the U.S. Attorney's Office that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet in the Midway house, the small Midway house, and the money would be in the closet. But instead, you decided to leave them in the fire pit, correct?
I don't recall. No.
Okay, let's go to page 46. And if you take a look at that and look at where it talks about you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet.
And what was your question?
Is that in fact what you said, that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet and the money would be in the closet, correct?
It doesn't say anything about the pills or what one it was.
Can you take a look? Are you on page 46 of the May 10th interview?
Yes, I'm on page 46.
And that's not refreshing your recollection?
It just says in the next day, I want to say it was brighter, and she said the money go inside the house and the money was in the closet.
Okay, that's what I'm
Doesn't say
referring
which
to.
day,
That's what I'm
Which-
referring to.
which purchase.
That you were going to leave the pills in the closet and the money was going to be in the closet. That's what you told Ms. Whistler.
Your Honor, just objection foundation, which purchase here are we discussing?
I already said that. It was the first purchase with Susan Kohler. We talked about that.
I think that clarification, we need to be much more careful about whether you are impeaching or refreshing.
Okay,
And
I understand.
I'm confused. I think the witness's responses will be tough to determine on a written record
All right.
what she's doing.
Okay. So the question is, when talking about the first purchase with Ms. Kohler, that you told Ms. Whistler, originally you were supposed to leave those oxycodone pills in the closet and that the money was going to be in the closet, correct?
I don't recall on that one.
But you just read it, correct?
It doesn't say Susan Kohler or anything in there. It just says that the money doesn't refer to what purchase you're talking about in here. It does not say Susan Kohler's purchase, or it does not say Robbie's purchase.
Okay.
It just says,
Your Honor, could we approach for just a moment? Thank you.
mhm.
Okay, let's try this again. I'm sorry that this has been really confusing, but
Ms. Lewis, if you don't leave it in front of her, she won't be able to read along with you. And so if we can do a combination of you having that and putting it on the screen, or however you want to do it. But
Alright.
if you're going to read, she needs to be able to see what you're reading.
Okay, let me just figure out where I'm at and then we'll do that.
No problem.
All right, let me ask you this. The first thing you talk about with U.S. Attorney's Office is the first purchase with Susan Kohler.
I'm not 100% sure.
All right, give me one moment. Katie, can you pull up page 34 of the May 10th transcript? All right, if you could look at line 18. And this is early in the interview. Ms. Whistler asked you, okay, so when would that have been? Referring to the first time Kouri reached out for pills. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And
Yes.
that's when you said the other guys made it so much easier because they drew it out for me.
I need you to read it exactly.
The other guys had it so much easier drawn out for me. That's your response, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then Ms. Whistler continues to talk to you about, just go ahead and turn the page for a minute, that first purchase.
Mr. Bloodworth,
Objection under 106.
forgive me for a moment. Okay. Give me a series of line numbers or page and line numbers that you're concerned about.
Your Honor, on page 34, the response spanned lines 20 through 23. I think that entire section needs to be read.
Would you please read the
That's
rest of
fine.
the response?
Okay, yes, that's fine. So the question for Ms. Whistler is, when would this have been, the first purchase? And you answer, the other guys had it so much easier drawn out for me. I want to say January or February. I don't know. You'd have to look at the phone records.
Correct.
Correct. And Ms. Whistler says of last year. Correct?
You got to read or answer the question.
Well, I was asking her to acknowledge that was the question from Ms. Whistler, that Ms. Whistler asked you of last year, correct?
Correct.
And you said, I think so. Yeah. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now you go on and you're talking about the purchase from Ms. Kohler, correct?
Correct.
All right. And while you're still talking about that purchase, that was the purchase that was $600, correct?
Correct.
So let's pull up page 43 of the transcript. And Ms. Whistler says that on line 10, so at your best recollection, it was $600, correct?
Correct.
So we're still talking about the first purchase.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And then as we move forward, as we're still talking about it, on page 46, you're talking about that the next, after you got the pills and you testified yesterday, you didn't give them to Kouri that night. It was the next day, correct?
Correct.
And then you said, and then the next day, I want to say it was brighter. And she said, the money, go inside the house. The money is in the closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then Ms. Whistler asks you, 2 lines down, 3 lines down, you took the pills you had gotten from Susan to that address, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so as you're talking about that,
You have to read the question is not evidence of anything.
well, now I forgot what the question was.
So you're at line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
19.
You took the pills you gotten from Susan to that address and you said yes, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she asked if you'd been to the house before and you said no, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then as we move to page 47, line 14, Ms. Whistler says, okay, when you got there, did you go inside, correct?
Correct.
And she's talking about the small Midway house, correct?
Correct.
And you said, no, it was late at night and I put them in the fire pit, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Whistler says, outside, and you say, yeah, correct?
Correct.
Turn the page. Ms. Whistler asks on line 7, okay, so you dropped this envelope full of pills in a fire pit in a vacant house in Midway. Did you think this was odd? Correct?
Correct.
And you said yes, but I didn't think nothing of it because if you're keeping a certain somebody out of the picture, you're not, I mean, if you know anything about the drug world and then you don't complete that thought. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So you told,
Objection,
Please
Your Honor.
pause. Go ahead, Mr. Butler.
Completeness, she does complete the thought. You just have to read down.
Yeah, we've got to read through.
all right, I don't know that it's relevant, but that's fine. Ms. Whistler then says, well, I've been doing this for 20 years, so I think I do. I guess referring to know something about the drug process, correct?
Correct.
And you say, no, I'm just saying some addicts, or, and she says, uh-huh. And you say, some people don't really ask questions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So,
Objection, completeness.
Your Honor,
It keeps going.
I think though if I mean, that's the part that's relevant to my questioning. I think if Mr. Bloodworth wants to bring in the rest later, he's welcome to do so. We're actually changing the topic here back to the investor now.
Why don't you just read through the sentence, the period on line 23? I understand your position, but I think her thought goes through before changing of a topic, the period on line 23.
All right. So when you say some people don't really ask questions, Ms. Whistler says, okay. And you say, or they don't want to get caught in the middle of anything, period.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to give this back to you for now. So back to my original question is you told Ms. Whistler that the first pills you got from Susan Kohler, you left in the fire pit at the Midway house, correct?
Correct.
But that's not what you're saying today, correct?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, who could potentially charge you with a 20-year minimum mandatory crime, you were doing your best to tell them the truth?
It was a lot to take in, so I probably had confused a little bit.
Were you doing your best to tell them the truth?
Yes.
Is that fair? You
Correct.
were.
Mhm.
And this conversation was approximately a year after these events took place. The conversation with Ms. Whistler took place about a year after these things happened, correct?
I'm not sure on the dates.
Well, they happened in March of 2022, February, March of 2022, and you're talking with Ms. Whistler in May of 2023, so a little more than a year, correct?
I'm not sure on that.
Well, the date is on the transcript. Do you need to look at
I don't think it was a year apart. I can be confused on the date.
If I represent to you that this interview was in 2023, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, so it was about a year after.
Okay.
And fair to say, 1 year after the fact, your memory was probably better than it is here today, 4 years after the fact, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. Now I want to move to the second buy. We're going to talk about the second purchase, which would have been the first purchase with Robert Crozier. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you reached out because Kouri said she needed something stronger, like maybe the Michael Jackson stuff, correct?
Correct.
And you couldn't remember if this was by text or phone. You said you weren't 100% sure, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you pull up page 50? You turn to page 57. I'm going to let you use the book. You put 57 on the screen for me of the May 10th interview. Okay, I want you to look at line. You're on page 53, Carmen?
I'm on 57.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I gave you the
You
wrong
told me
page.
57.
I might have. You're right. 57. I'm sorry.
So do I need to go back or stay
No,
here?
57 is correct. I misspoke.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. So line 7. Oh, actually, no. Let's go up to line 5. Officer Parker says, when you say by phone, are you saying a phone call or a text, correct?
Correct.
Talking about your communications with Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
You said, I'm not 100% sure the officers have it all, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said after that? Well, let me ask you this way. Do you recall telling them they made it easier for me because they draw it out? Like they laid out the whole puzzle and they fit the pieces together. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you recall that you said that?
Correct.
And do you recall what Ms. Whistler said to you?
No.
All right. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1033, the video? Do you recall that she, before you play the, do you recall that she said to you, well, we would rather you just tell what you remember?
Correct.
Okay. Then maybe we don't need to play it.
It's not her protection. That's not what the question says.
But that's her memory. So here we go. There's nothing impeachable happening right now.
Okay.
All right. So, again, Ms. Richins on the second time asked for the Michael Jackson drug, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler that you had to Google it, correct? Because you didn't know what it was.
Correct.
And that you discovered it was propofol, correct?
I don't recall if that's what I remember, but
Well, you said yesterday that you discovered it was propofol.
yes.
All right. And you can't buy propofol in the streets, correct?
I'm not sure.
To your knowledge, can you buy it on the streets?
No, I don't go around asking for it. No.
Okay, that's
not
fair.
that I recall if you can
That's
or
fair.
not.
And I want to go back to the pills, the first set of pills you got from Robert. Can you pull up page 59? Yeah, I'm really not going back. We're still on the first set of pills you bought from Robert. Page 59.
If you would just wait for the question.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get to the page.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be less confusing if we do it.
Okay.
This order.
Ms. Whistler asked you during this interview if you'd ever taken opioids. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Can you look at page, you're on 59, right?
Yes.
Line 4. Ms. Whistler says, and you yourself have never been an opioid user. I misspoke. She said, you yourself have never been an opioid user. Recall that?
Correct.
And you said, well, I was for my neck.
Correct.
Okay. And she says, okay, but I mean, and then you say, I had neck surgery, correct?
Correct.
And she said, I mean illicit opioids. And you said yes and no.
Correct.
So you're saying, yes, I had taken illicit opioids also.
Yes.
Correct? All right. She says, tell me what you mean by yes or no. Correct?
Correct.
And you say, I mean, I would take Roxy's or Oxys for my neck and stuff. Okay.
Okay.
And then Ms. Whistler says, were they, okay, but were they prescribed to you by a doctor? Correct?
Correct.
And you said they were in the beginning, but not after a while. Correct?
Correct.
So then she asked you roughly, when did you have neck surgery? Correct?
Correct.
And you said, I had neck surgery a year ago. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So your neck surgery was pretty close in time to when you were getting these pills from Mr. Crozier. Correct?
No, my neck surgery was completed. I was out of my brace and everything.
So when you were getting the pills from Mr. Crozier, your neck surgery was over, correct?
Yes.
That's fine. I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
know that. Thank you for telling me that. All right. So my question is, when you were getting oxycodone from Mr. Crozier, were you holding back any pills for yourself?
No, I turned them in to my therapist. She kept track of them. When I had my prescription, my surgery, when I was done.
Right, but you said you were getting some that were not prescription. You were getting illicit pills. I take it you didn't give those to your probation
No.
officer. All right. So were you holding back pills from Mr. Crozier to take for yourself?
No, I was not.
All right. So then you talk more about that Kouri had asked for the Michael Jackson drug. And that's when you told her, well, it's not a pharmacy. I don't know what you want. I can't just go get you a stronger dose of pills, correct?
Correct.
All right. But the first pills you gave her were prescription oxycodone, correct?
From Susan Kohler?
Yes.
Correct.
From Susan Kohler. And then you asked Mr. Crozier for Roxy 30s, correct?
I don't recall if that's exactly what I asked for.
Well, we talked about that yesterday.
I said blues. Blues, or I asked for pain pills or an opiate pain pill.
All right. Yesterday you testified you asked for Roxy 30s or blues. Remember that? Yes, from yesterday?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not sure that's accurate.
I'm not either. Foundation.
I can go back and find it, I guess, but that is accurate. All right, let me find it.
I think the difference is whether, to be a little bit specific here, she testified to that yesterday or acknowledged having said it in a prior interview.
That's fair. Yesterday, you acknowledged that you had told Mr. Crozier that you wanted Roxy 30s or blues. We found that page number yesterday, and you acknowledged that, yes, that is what you had said at the time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So my point is, Roxy 30s, 30 milligram oxycodone, are a stronger variety of oxycodone than what you would typically get in a prescription, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you could get her something stronger and still get her oxycodone, correct?
I'm not understanding the question.
All right. There are different milligrams of oxycodone, right?
Correct.
Prescription. Yes, prescription oxycodone, and then which are weaker, and then Roxy 30s are a stronger variety because they're 30 milligrams, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you could, in fact, get the same drug, oxycodone, and get a stronger version of it, right?
If you knew somebody with the prescription.
Okay. All right. And this is when you reach out to Nicole Cummings, and she refers you to Robert Crozier to get the stronger pills.
Correct.
All right. But you never did ask Crozier, and we talked about this yesterday, you never asked him for fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler, Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, correct? She never asked you for fentanyl.
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1035? Do you need to see this? It was provided in discovery.
Can you remind me? I don't.
We'll put it on.
I want to introduce this.
So we'll preview it
Okay.
for council. What's it say?
Can you put the transcript next to it so he can?
Yeah, the transcript's more helpful. Can you scroll through?
And why is it that
No. Not yet.
Just let him read the transcript of what is in the video.
If you take the video down for a moment, Katie, let Mr. Bloodworth review the transcript. Just pause for it.
Can you go to page 71, please?
Right, through line 25.
We only have that one page. So just 71.
Whatever page you had up.
Just pause for a minute. Thank you.
What was the next page? Oh, now I don't know. It was the page you had up right a moment ago. Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
read 70.
Okay.
Does the clip start at page 70?
It is, right? It's just, yeah, it's just a little bit.
Oh,
on
okay.
page
What
7.
what line does what page and line does the clip go through?
Line 70, line 25.
Okay, then please back to 70. Okay, the state objects under completeness. If you look at 71, page 71 of the transcript, it continues.
Well, go ahead. Let me see page 71. All right. I mean, Your Honor, I think
Through
that,
line 11 of 71 at least.
I mean, I think he can introduce that. She's testified to that
If you
on redirect.
gotta pay the whole thought,
Well, how about if I play it and then I read the rest because the clip doesn't include that.
but you just read the complete part and then ask her if you read it correctly.
All right.
You can't play an incomplete clip.
You can pull it back a page to 70. All right. So Ms. Whistler, and we're on page 70, line. Let's see. Let's back up.
Page 70.
7-0, Miss Lover.
Okay. I'm just want to make sure that's right on.
Let's go back then to line 11. Ms. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Whistler asked you, when you met with Robbie, did you specifically ask him for fentanyl? And you answered yes. She says, you used that word, you said, uh-huh. And she said, and if, and why is that you specifically asked for fentanyl? And you said, because that's what was asked for. I mean, that was the Michael Jackson drug, right? Or that was the Michael Jackson thing. So let's stop there for a minute. Is that what it says? Is that fair?
Correct. Yes.
All right. But we already talked about you knew the Michael Jackson drug was not fentanyl, correct?
Correct. Correct.
All right. So then Ms. Whistler says, okay, so that's what Kouri had asked you to get. Is that fair? And your answer is, did she ever come out and ask for fentanyl? No. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Next page. Ms. Whistler says, okay. And you say, she asked me to get Michael Jackson stuff. Yes. Ms. Whistler says, okay. Did you tell her what she was getting was fentanyl? And you said, yes. And that's on the second transaction that took place in my driveway when she came to pick it up. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, but all right, we're going to come back to that because I don't want to confuse you by jumping around in sequence. So we'll talk more about what you said about that in a few minutes, okay? All right. Now, you told the U.S. Attorney's Office when you interviewed with them that you purchased drugs 1 time from Susan Kohler and 2 times from Robert Crozier, correct?
Correct.
You didn't tell them you purchased 3 times. You told them you purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
All right. You told them that the first time from Mr. Crozier, you got light green pills, correct?
Correct.
And the second time you got light blue pills, correct?
Correct.
That you got his number from Nicole Cummings, correct?
Yes.
Told him you needed Roxy 30s or blues, correct?
Correct.
Met him at the Maverick, correct?
Correct.
Picked up the money to pay him, correct?
Correct.
You said it was $1,000?
Yes.
And that means he was charging, my math I don't do, but I think it's approximately $30 to $35 a pill, correct? Maybe more?
Probably yes.
And that's about the running rate for oxycodone. Might even be a little high, but for oxycodone, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Are you aware what fentanyl typically?
You got to pause so we can get a response on the record. I apologize.
That's okay.
Was your last answer was?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
All right. Now, are you aware what fentanyl sells for?
I'm not 100% sure.
Because you've never bought fentanyl?
It goes for, it's a street drug. I'm not 100% sure what it's out.
Do you know that it's really cheap? At least it was in 2022, 2023, 23?
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
I just went off the price he told me.
Okay. And you picked up the money at the closet in the Midway house for the purchase for Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
In a closet, correct?
This one might have been the box. I'm not sure which one.
Wasn't the box in the closet?
Yes.
Okay. So in a closet in the Midway house.
Correct.
And you got approximately $1,000.
Correct.
And that same day you brought the pills, you bought the pills from Mr. Crozier. Correct?
I'm not sure if it was the same day. Like I said, I'd reach out to him and he'd get back to me.
Okay. Do you recall if you picked the money up the same day you bought the pills?
I'm not 100% sure.
So you might have picked the money up first and then taken it a day or 2 later.
Maybe, yes, correct.
Okay. Tell me again, so that time you go in the house, which it's a little unclear, you've said different things, if it was the first time or the second time. What was in the house?
There was nothing. It was being remodeled. It was one that she was flipping.
Wasn't it already remodeled?
I'm not 100% sure. She said it was a house she had done.
Are you aware? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. This is in February we're talking.
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
Yesterday you said the first purchase from Robert Crozier was February 11th, correct?
Correct.
Which you also said was the first purchase from Susan Kohler, correct?
I don't recall if that was the same time.
Okay. You don't recall that that's what you said yesterday?
I knew Susan's was in the beginning, yes.
Okay.
Not sure exact date.
Are you aware that Ms. Richins didn't own the home in February of 2022?
I knew it was a house she was flipping.
Are you aware that she'd already sold it at the end of January of 2022?
No.
All right. So you meet Mr. Crozier at the Maverick, correct?
Correct.
Give him the money and he gets you the pills, correct?
Correct.
Well, he leaves. He has to go somewhere close by to get the pills, right?
Yes.
And then he brings them back to you, correct?
Yes.
And now you're saying, now you didn't say this before, but now you're saying Nancy Peterson was with you on that trip?
Nancy Peterson drove me.
Overall, let's keep moving.
Well, you didn't say that to Ms. Whistler, correct? You didn't say anything about Nancy Peterson being with you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But, okay. You said she drove you? Ms. Peterson drove you?
Yes.
Can we pull up, it's already been admitted, States Exhibit, I think it's 3-7D, 3-7D3? Can we publish that, please? Do you see that?
Yes.
That's a selfie, correct?
Correct.
And if you look at the lettering on Nancy Peterson's hat, the lettering's reversed, right? It's backwards.
Correct.
So that picture's backwards, correct?
I guess so. Correct. I guess.
Okay. So if we pull up just for, well, no, let's pull up CL9 for the witness. Can you make it so it's not split like that? That's how that picture really looks, correct? Because now it's not backwards.
Correct.
So you were driving, correct?
On the way back, I drove back. Yes.
Well, on the way there, the first picture was,
On the way down, Nancy drove. On the way back, I drove because she wanted to get high.
okay, well, you testified yesterday that this photo was of Nancy driving and you in the passenger seat. Recall that?
Correct.
But you're in the driver's seat and she's in the passenger seat, correct?
I guess so. Correct.
Okay, can we publish IMP-CL9 to the jury? We'd move to admit it and publish it.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Yeah, 3,000.
No objection.
Okay, one moment. We're going to keep this number the way it is, right?
Sure, that's fine. So you testified yesterday that,
Hold on a second. Why are we renumbering them? It makes it harder on Brittany.
All the 3,000s are impeachment documents that were not on the witness list, so to make it easier at the end. And we've been bringing the next day ones that have a new sticker on them and giving them to Brittany.
Okay. Defense 3009 offered as IMP_CL9 is admitted.
all right, so yesterday you testified that you had Nancy drive you because you didn't have a driver's license, correct?
Correct.
But in fact, you're driving, correct?
Down the mountain,
Either way,
driving up.
you're driving without a driver's license, correct?
Yes, I always did.
Okay. All right, so this purchase is the light green pills we talked about, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them that the next time you bought from Robert was after the death of Eric Richins, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, at this time you said you did one purchase from Susan and two from Robbie, correct?
Correct.
So 2 purchases in February, 1 from Susan, 1 from Robbie, and a third purchase on March 9th, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but yes, there was.
You testified there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Oh,
Your Honor, Foundation, I'm sorry.
I need you to be more specific about when you say you testified.
Yesterday you testified that you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
yes.
But back when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, I mean, you also said you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
I don't recall, but
All right, so you don't recall at that time when the third purchase took place.
I'm not 100% sure. That was a lot to take in back then.
I understand. But now you're sure.
Yes.
How did you become sure? If you didn't know then, why do you know now for sure?
My bank account. I'm the one that told those guys there was a check to check my bank account and tell them the exact dates of everything.
Okay, well, in all fairness, you talked about that during these interviews. You decided and discovered there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right. So my question is, at that time, you said, though, that was the final purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
But now you're saying there's another purchase, correct?
You've confused me. I'm not understanding.
At that time, you said you only purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
Now you're saying you purchased 3 times.
Correct.
All right. So now you go back and you're going to make your third purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
And in that purchase, you didn't tell him you wanted something stronger, correct?
In the last purchase,
Yes.
You've confused me.
What's kind of confusing because we
You
have a
you
bunch of
bounce
statements
you
that
bounce
they're-
back and forth. It's confusing.
All right. We're going to talk about in May of 23 when you said there were only 2 purchases from Mr. Crozier.
Okay.
Okay. The first purchase you said was light green pills.
Correct.
And then the second purchase, you actually said, just give me the same thing, correct?
I don't think those are my exact words. I think he just
Okay, let's
kept
look at
purchasing
page,
through him.
I'm sorry.
I just kept purchasing through him.
Okay, let's look at page 86. You give it.
Sure. 1 second.
Okay,
Which line number are we at, Ms. Lewis?
I'm checking. Storm makes the most sense. Okay, line 8. Ms. Whistler says, did you contact Robbie a second time? And you say yes. Correct?
Correct.
She says, same phone number that you used to contact, and you say, uh-huh.
Objection, Your Honor. I think we're refreshing at this point, not impeaching.
Fair, sustained. If you would just give her a page number and line range to read and then ask your next question.
All right. Can you just read that page, please?
Start from what number?
Right where we were just talking about, line 8 through the end of the page.
You want to read 8 all the way down?
Yes.
Just read it to yourself.
Okay. I thought you went out loud. I'm like,
No, my
okay.
apologies.
Okay, yeah.
And will you give me the next page up on the screen, please? If you can tell me when you've reached the bottom of that page.
I've reached the bottom.
Can you turn to the next page and read through line 5?
Katie, I need 88. Thank you.
Did you read through line 5 of that next page?
Yes.
All right.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see this?
Yeah, I can, Your Honor. There's going to be a completeness problem if we get to impeach it.
Yeah. Well, can we just? Okay. That's fair. Ask your next question, Ms. Lewis.
I don't have the right page up here. Can you-
That's okay. It
Okay.
just has. I apologize for interrupting. Please ask your next question.
All right. So the second time you went back to Mr. Crozier for pills, you did not ask him for something stronger, correct?
Through Robbie?
Yes.
I'm confused on what purchase we're on.
Okay, we just read it. Let's go back and read it again.
You're confusing.
Page 86.
Okay.
And the top of 87. Through line 5.
Correct.
All right. So do you now recall that you told Ms. Whistler that you just asked him for more of the same the second time.
Correct.
And she asked you, you didn't ask for anything stronger, or do you have any better? Nothing like that. And you said, no, I just asked for the same.
Correct.
All right. So the first time he got you light green pills, and the second time you just said, give me more of the same. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And again, you picked up the money at the Midway House in the cup in the closet, correct? For that
Correct.
second purchase with Mr. Crozier.
Correct.
You went back to the Maverick, correct?
Yes.
With Mr. Bon Savage, correct?
Bon Savage wasn't that one.
That's what you told Ms. Whistler, though, in 2022, correct? I'm sorry, I misspoke, 2023.
Pause for 1 second.
I
Ms.
think
Lauber.
that question's fine. I think the lack of foundation is confusing the witness as to whether she's testifying about what she said yesterday or what she said in the course of this interview.
Or what she recalls happening. I just need you to be a little
Okay.
bit more specific.
All right, we're still talking about the interview on May 10th with Ms. Whistler, where you told her you only purchased twice from Mr. Crozier. First time light green pills, second time you asked for more of the same, correct?
Correct.
And that you picked the money up in the Midway House, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you said there were only 2 purchases with Mr. Crozier, and it was the second purchase that Mr. Bon Savage went with you to pick up the pills, correct?
Bon Savage was the last purchase.
Right, but in
Ms.
20,
Lauber, pause for a moment. Ms. Lewis's question is, do you recall saying that you went with Mr. Bon Savage to, forgive me, what's the name of the woman from the Fed? Ms. Whistler.
yes, Ms. Whistler.
To Ms. Whistler during that interview.
I don't recall saying I was with Bon Savage.
All right. Carmen, you were really clear in the interviews in May. You said more than once that you did a total of 3 purchases for Kouri Richins, correct?
Correct.
1 from Susan Kohler, 2 from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct at the time, yes.
All right. And during those interviews, Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll told you that you purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And you still said there were 3 purchases. So at that time, you were telling them in your interviews, I had a purchase from Susan Kohler in February, correct?
Correct.
A purchase from Mr. Crozier in February, correct? And a purchase from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, that was it. You said in these interviews, that's it. Those were the purchases I did for Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that's what we're talking about right now. I know you've changed your story and you're now saying there was another purchase, but we're talking about what you told them a year after these events. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So you meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office on May 10th of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure the date, but
All right. Well,
you get me confused on the dates, but
let me just show you. Maybe this will help. I'm in hand the witness with Smart as impeachment CL8, but I'm using it to refresh.
Understood.
Can I
All
see
right.
a copy on the screen?
Oh, I'm
Oh.
sorry. These are just they're the dates of all the interviews with, it's just the first page of each transcript. Oh, it doesn't have May 10th. Oh, it does. It's at the end. Oh, it's out of order. May 10th, May 12th, May 13th. I'm gonna put that in the right order.
But it does say who the interview's with.
Transcription with interviews with Carmen. I'm just gonna get the dates straight.
Right, we know Carmen's at all the interviews. We don't know who is interviewing her by
I'll
the face of
even
these transcripts.
doesn't matter right now. I'm just asking her for the dates because she can't remember any of the dates. All right, let's see what she
Counsel,
says.
would you pause for a minute?
Let me just see what she says, and then I'll clarify.
2 notes for the jury. 1, I need a restroom break, so we're going to take one. And 2, I recognize that the temperature is trending toward meat locker at the moment. That is my fault. I asked them to cool it off. I didn't think we were going to overshoot by this much. I'm working on it, I promise. Please rise for the jury.
I wondered why my toes were getting cold.
Okay, so they are going on the restroom break. Her hair is starting to stand up on her head. I don't know what is going on. I do love this judge because even though he be trying to take digs, he try to take funny digs.
Okay, we're going to take a restroom break. Everybody can have a seat for a minute. We'll be in break until 10:20. Ms. Lauber, I have a thought here. Ms. Lauber, same rules. You cannot speak to anybody. If you need to use the restroom, that's fine. Otherwise, you got to keep to yourself. You're allowed to stand next to Mr. Moffitt, but you can't talk to him about your testimony, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you do that?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, maybe we can talk in my office for a moment. Would that be all right?
It would, Your Honor. Can I?
He want to talk to the attorneys in the office, all types of stuff,
Oh,
boy.
no problem. How much time do you need?
Can we come back? How long am I going to
Uh-oh,
We can
she
do
must
that
be about to get a
second if you
whooping.
want to attend to something first.
Can we do that?
Yes, sir. Nobody can start without me, so we'll just take the time it takes. Okay. When you're ready to have a brief conversation, please grab Ms. Lewis and come around.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Yeah, the judge, like, I don't know what you doing, how you doing it, why you doing it, what is going on here. Party, party, party. I don't know what's going on. Everybody confused but you, Ms. Lewis, and at different points in times you are confusing yourself. She confused herself so much her hair is starting to stand up on her head. I'm like, oh my gosh, her hair is starting to stand up. Oh goodness. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I mean, I kind of understand why she's doing this, but then I don't understand. I don't know. I guess maybe with making all this confusion, maybe it makes the jury confused and the judge like, okay, he done made it so cold in here that everybody's so cold that he don't know. He like, sure, if don't nobody else got to use the bathroom, I got to use the bathroom. I got to pee. It's different every time she say it. Welcome in to all the new members, everybody that had a gifted membership. It's a celebration. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to Jason. Thank you so much. He Apple paid me some birthday money. Woo, woo, woo. Ooh, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you to you all for any of the super chats, gifted memberships, whatever we doing in order to keep this party going. I will absolutely tell you guys, this judge, Miss Lewis, this whole morning session has messed up all our little TiVo time, and we have absolutely none. And I do mean none. We don't have any TiVo time. Court is expected to come back at about 10:20 Mountain Standard Time. As you can see, it's 10:25 Mountain Standard Time. So whatever he need to meet with Miss Lewis about is taking a while. Okay, shoot. Kouri over there like, look, I started walking these dogs. Don't forget, puppies, dogs, whatever you want to call them. I don't know what type of dog she was walking, but she started trying to walk these dogs from the moment that the officers arrived in her house. And this doggone puppy / dog did not get the memo. Oh, thank you so very much. You say it was a secret. I'm sorry. Look, I don't be knowing. I apologize. I be just wanting to make sure that everybody know what it's about. Then I know sometimes it don't even matter. But this is like really, really. But what I will say is, no matter how much y'all want to get on Miss Lewis about whatever she doing, this has been the most entertainment in this entire trial that we have seen since this trial began. And that's what I do want to point out. This trial has been sensationalized to be, oh, we can't wait till Kouri goes on trial. We can't wait till Kouri goes on trial. I'm waiting for Kouri and waiting for Kouri and waiting for Kouri. It's like, it was like over dramatic. Like cases like this is like, I think they didn't pump me up to think that we gonna have something so great that is really not that great. Hey, Deborah, welcome in. So it's not like, I mean, it's like over sensationalized. It's like any other trial, and actually is almost like borderline where we get into where it's boring. Oh, that's what it was until Miss Lewis got up here with all her theatrics. You should. The judge, he been cool and smooth. My judge yesterday had to tell her, look, please stay focused. And I'm like, oh, shit. I did not say that. And please stay focused. And that's why she getting called to the principal's office, because she not staying focused. She all over the place. She confusing the jury. She confusing the witness. She confusing everybody. She don't know if she trying to impeach her, refresh her, what she trying to do. She don't know what's going on. All she want to know is she trying to get this stuff in. Hey, and Miss Lewis must be doing her job if y'all can't do y'all housework. Can't nobody do their housework because they trying to see what type of stuff Miss Lewis pulling off with Carmen. Now, yesterday, she was rough and tough with Carmen. Like, she wanted to know about her mental health, her drug history, her child's drug history. She wanted to know all of those things. So yesterday she was kind of rough. Now today she just get mixed up with all the questions. She don't know what to do with these questions. I mean, she don't know what to do. Like, so in turn, Carmen sitting up there like, I don't even know what to do with these questions. Like, what are you asking me? So, yeah. I don't know. But then we got... Like, no matter what we want to say, even though we were all depressed and up, well, not all of us, I wouldn't say all of us, but a lot of us was shocked in our last case that we saw the verdict for, and we watched from beginning to end in the false case. And that case, even though, you know, it wasn't highly publicized like this one, right? It wasn't on everybody's radar. Didn't everybody know about the Edric Falls case until things start getting out in regards to the what's going on. And that case was interesting, like, because we were trying to figure out, like, no, they can't convict them. And that's what I be telling y'all. Like, I love cases where there is a possibility of some reasonable doubt. This one, I don't know. Karen says, do you think Kouri is guilty? I don't know if you asking for the crowd or if you asking for me. What I would say, y'all know me. I play devil's advocate all day long. We may arrive at the same place at some point in time, but they better prove it then. I don't know. I mean, I guess she got to be guilty, because if she's not guilty, then Edric Frost need to get out. I mean, my girl, she said she was walking dogs. Yes, Carrie Berry, I did see his interview. And if you guys want to check out anything, and I'll put Miss Sylvia's link in the chat. Guys, Edric was on FaceTime with her yesterday. He was supposed to get on FaceTime with her yesterday evening, but he didn't get on FaceTime with her because he said he was kind of down. Of course, like, the high from everything is kind of like, you know, settling in his reality. But just so y'all know, like, I think she did another interview with him this morning. I didn't get to go check it out because we're live in court and I'll do the replay. But I'll definitely get Miss Sylvia's link posted in the chat and to our thing. And yeah, he did an interview with her yesterday morning that I saw. And yeah. Yeah, I know Cruz has been doing interviews, but what I'm saying is that she talked to Edric Faust. Miss Sylvia did. She did a FaceTime with him yesterday. It's just so heartbreaking. And I don't know about y'all. Like, I can do some. I think they're about to go back on the record, but just to finish that thought up. And I don't know about y'all, like, and I'll put her link in the chat, Carrie Berry, so you guys can have it. Yeah, I think he went on there again this morning, but he was on there yesterday, and he seemed like he was in good spirits. But I guess it's kind of as it goes with him, and of course, you know, thank goodness, people like Sylvia, Melanie Little, Cat Not Williams, people that do like deep dives into cases and things of that nature. When they're doing things, they are able to, you know, continue that motion of things going on. But yeah, he was on there, and I'll put her link to the chat. But you know, it's just be heartbreaking for me to hear it sometimes. So I can do a little. But then I have to kind of like back up from it because it kind of breaks my heart because like we in positions where we really can't do a lot. Yeah, I'll put it in there. Yeah, because we can't do a lot. And so, I mean, I guess we could, you know, with voicing our opinion, but it be just seeming like our hands are tied behind our back. And it's just, you know, especially like when something like this has happened all the way. But let's do this. I am going to put us back into court. I will get that link and I will put it in the chat. I'm Sweet Pea. Karen, I'm Sweet Pea. Sweet Pea Diamond, Sweet Pea, you know, the sweetest thing ever. It depends on what you want. Yeah. I Sweet Pea. But for those that don't know me, that's who I am. That's who I be. That's who I try to be. Sometimes. Oh, Drunkie's thing is covering me. Oh, I got all types of stuff covering me up. I thought it was Drunkie's thing where you can't see my name. I'm sorry. I got the banner covering my name up. She want my government name. Oh no. Say it on so I tell you, Sweet Pea is much better. No, well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. But I'm the sweetest thing ever until you're not sweet to me. And when you're not sweet to me, then I am not sweet to you. Touche. You find here, Leah just cracking jokes over there. Don't pay her no attention. Oh gosh. You know, and I was finding out with Mr. Foss, and I'll put that in your thing. Like, I heard that it's gonna be like $150K to get this appeal started. I did put some stuff in our Discord, guys. If you're not already signed up for the Discord, please sign up for the Discord. That's where I did put some documents in there in regards to our guy. I am going to probably have an update in regards to our girl Daisy Links. She has a hearing today. We do have another hearing that took place in regards to the other people in Alicia Andrews' case. We got a lot of stuff that we got to cover. Right. I like that way of thinking, Karen. I love that way of thinking. And I am the same way. Like, I can be guilty of sin, but they gonna have to prove it. And with Edric Foss, I just did not feel like they proved it. And I'm gonna be the same way here. if there's reasonable doubt, I'd rather for her to go free and they have to figure it out. They got too many people that's involved in this. We got special detectives that keep calling every day saying, hey, get a search warrant for the right cabinet up here. We found the letter up here. Like, who's doing all of this? Either they not searching well or somebody was playing some evidence. I just don't see both things. I just don't get that part of it. They had to do 10 search warrants on this house, y'all. 10. And mind you, when she left the house May 8th, when she got arrested, they locked the house up May 8th, the brother-in-law. The brother-in-law put cameras. He made sure that if anybody was entering the house, he was there. And each time the brother testified, Clint, he said, whenever we found the piece of evidence, in order to protect the chain of custody, they would contact the detective that was on file and say, hey, y'all need to write a warrant. We saw such and such in the cabinet. We found this letter in the cabinet. Y'all may need it. Or we found this in the jacket. Y'all may need it. Too many people. So was the family, because we know the family don't fuck with her. All right. They ain't fucking with her. So did the family start planting evidence to make sure that all roads led to Kouri? But then, Kouri, she just did too much, walking dogs, and she get on my nerves with that. I can't believe she did that, walking dogs and doing all that ridiculous stuff that she didn't have to be doing. Let me show y'all this. She didn't walk this dog so much. Let me show y'all this real quick. Why I got it up, because I'm going to get rid of it in a minute off my thing. Because I can't believe him either. Let me show y'all this, and then we'll go back in court. Don't worry. Then we'll go back in court. Don't pay me no attention. I'll go pay me some attention. Just watch this real quick, and then I'm going to take us back in court.
Of the proof to disprove everything that they're trying to claim. They're just allegations. They have nothing substantial on her at all. If and when this actually goes to trial, I have complete confidence that we have all of the proof to disprove everything that they're trying to claim.
Scott, what do you have to say about the letter that the state's really going after?
I think they're going after that pretty hard. I don't really have that much to say about it. From what Kouri explained to me, it was just a fictitious letter. I don't have a whole lot to really say about it. I think they're trying to harp on that quite a bit because it obviously makes her look bad, even though there's several explanations for it.
So she wasn't trying to convince you to say that you had this conversation with Eric? No, not at all. I've been outside of my mom and the closest one to their family. And trust me, I know everything that went on there. I don't need to be said or convinced to say anything that's not true.
Why are you so certain that Kouri did not do this?
Because I know my sister. My sister, she can't even squash a spider. She loved Eric. She loved her family more than anything. And I hate to say that, unfortunately, she's being painted in this light for really bad reasons, really selfish reasons. And so, we've got to get through that. Again, I know my sister very, very well. And anyone that actually knows her knows that she's just incapable of doing that.
So if Kouri did not do this to Eric, how do you think Eric died? How did that happen?
My thoughts on it is accidental overdose. That's my opinion. Could have been a number of things, but that seems to be the simplest answer to me, and that's typically what the right one is. The simplest answer is typically the correct answer.
Does that surprise you? Did you know that he allegedly was into that or would want to take fentanyl?
I
Can't answer that. Sorry. What do you see as the biggest challenge moving forward for Kouri's case?
As far as case goes and facts go, I don't see a problem. The biggest problem, again, that I feel that we're going to run into is a tainted jury pool. That is honestly my only worry as far as what they're going to try to bring forth as what they're going to call evidence versus the simplest explanations that we have. It just says how silly everything they're alleging is.
What do you want people to know about Kouri?
First of all, that she's innocent. She absolutely did not and could never do this. She has been a model citizen of Summit County, in Wasatch County as well. She's an amazing mother. She's an amazing wife. Great sister, obviously, to us. And it just breaks our heart that she's going through this, but I think that she's strong enough to get through it because she knows, again, the truth is on her side.
Okay.
So Benny asked about the letter. He said he didn't have much to say about it.
Okay. So there you go. I wanted y'all to hear that in regards to the brother. Like, I don't know. I personally have to say to people, like, as being a person, I mean, we all have family, right? We don't pick and choose who our family is, but gosh, you gotta imagine, like, deep down in his heart, like, he believes that his sister did not do this. For those, Lynn said he didn't lost his mind. For those that were following the Kevin West, our fireman that thought that he was gonna get away with strangling his wife that was convicted, I am looking to see. He is supposed to be sentenced today. I am still looking to see if they're going to show his sentencing live. If they are showing his sentencing live, I will show it to you guys. I'm not sure because it's not like the biggest thing hitting right now if they're going to just do a video recording of it, but I am looking to see about that. So when I said we had a lot of stuff to cover today, we definitely got a lot of stuff to cover today. Okay, guys? All right, I'm going to put us back into the case.
Ms. Lauber, you are still under oath. Okay, let's invite the jury back in, please. Have a seat when you come in. Thank you. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lauber, you're still under oath. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right, we just finished going through the interview you had with the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Correct.
Okay. A little painful, but we got there.
Yes. A little confusing.
All right. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. But let's just summarize that interview and then we'll move on. So in that interview, you told them that you bought pills from Susan Kohler one time, that you bought pills from Robert Crozier 2 times, and that you bought the same pills from Robert Crozier on each occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in that interview, you said that the pills were left at the Midway house, either in the fireplace or in a cup in a closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know who picked up the pills from the Midway house, correct?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if Kouri picked them up, correct?
No, I do not.
Or if Eric Richins picked them up?
No, I do not know. I do not know who picked him up.
Okay. All right, fair. So 2 days after the interview with the U.S. Attorney's Office, so we're now going to May 12th of 2023, you called Detective Maynard and asked him to come see you. Do you recall that?
I don't recall calling him. I think they were just there.
Well, it might have been a text. You either called him or texted him on your tablet. Do you recall that?
I
you
don't
needed
recall.
to see him. All right. That's fine, but let's get the May 12th interview out, which is in the binder number 2.
Okay.
May 12th.
Move this one to the wall.
You know, I'm going to take that out of your way.
Okay.
I think we're done with that one.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Now, May 12th, what page?
No page yet. I just want you to have.
Oh.
That's the interview we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Right now, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You can look at the beginning. I'm not positive if it says at the beginning that you asked Detective Maynard to come see you, but maybe you can check that and see if it does say that. And if not, that's all right.
Yeah, it doesn't say that I
Okay.
asked to see him. They were already there.
All right. So either way, you talked to him on May 12th.
I have a Driscoll and a Maynard in both this.
You think they're both there on May 12th?
It says that they are.
Are you on the
I'm on page 2 or 1.
of the May 12th, 2023?
Ms. Lauber, would you look at that blue tab and tell me what the date is on the blue tab?
Interview 5/3/23.
It's the wrong one. Would you go to the tab that has 5/12?
Way back here. Okay.
Okay.
Now that might make sense now.
Okay. Thank you.
Just wait for Ms. Lewis's question.
Okay.
All right, well, go ahead and look at the beginning again, and like I said, see if it indicates if you asked him to come see you. What page is that, Katie? Page 3. Line 18.
Okay, correct.
All right, so you asked Detective Maynard to come and visit with you that day.
Correct.
All right. And part of the reason you wanted to talk to him is you were very worried about being charged federally. Fair?
Actually, he was shocked that they were there.
What do you mean?
Because I told him I had just met with some feds, and he said, "You did." So he was acting shocked that they were even there.
Okay. You still though were telling him you were worried about it,
I had told him I had a visit with him. Yes.
and that you were worried about what might happen because of that.
I don't recall what
All right.
that conversation was.
So look at page 7 and 8.
Seven and 8.
The bottom of 7.
Okay.
Oh, I can't see the top, Katie. Is this page 7?
This one says 8. I'm on 7.
Ms. Lewis, I need you to ask a question.
I am. I'm trying to find the spot about the question. All right. So on page 8, you're talking with Detective Maynard again about getting it laid out for you. Correct?
On page 7, it says that.
Okay. And that's because up to this point, they'd been explaining to you what had happened, correct?
They were explaining more to me what happened. They've had the data from my cell and everything, correct?
All right. Yeah, that's true. They did have your, not all of it though, because you'd lost some cell phones, correct?
No, I've had that cell phone forever.
Well, you told them you'd had a lot of cell phones, and some of the ones that you were using back in 2022 were broken, but they did have some cell phones.
They did have
right?
to, yes.
Okay. So initially, they were the ones that told you that Kouri asked for fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall. That's what they said to me.
Yesterday when you were testifying, we talked about this.
They told me Eric had passed away from fentanyl.
All
an
right.
overdose.
And we talked about that it was the detectives that possibly put the word fentanyl in your head. Do you recall that?
Correct, yes.
Because they are the ones that told you about the fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in this interview, you're telling them you're worried because of all these possible charges that you might get, correct?
Correct.
And Detective Maynard says that the goal is to convict Kouri for aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't a priority. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Do you want to look at page 12 of that same interview? It's at the top.
Yes, correct.
So Detective Maynard told you the goal here is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not what it says.
Yes, it is on the top of page 12.
The word here is
Are you looking at the right spot?
You added a word.
you added a word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So Ms.
I'll read it
Lauber,
exactly.
The question is, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Maynard stated the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder?
Correct.
You're right.
Is that
I
yes
added
or
it.
no?
Yeah, sorry.
I added the word here. So what was it Detective Maynard said to you? Why don't you go ahead and tell us?
It says the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder.
And then he said the rest of that the next sentence?
Read the rest of what he said.
These parallel drug
Yes.
investigations?
Those aren't a priority.
Okay. So they're telling you they're not worried about what you're doing. Their goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Right?
Correct.
All right. And again, you're telling them it was just so much easier when they put the puzzle pieces together for you, correct? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Want to look at page 16?
16?
Mm-hmm. She at the top?
Yes.
Okay.
Line 3?
Yes. Does that, so now do you remember you talked about them putting the puzzle pieces together?
Correct.
All right. And didn't you also tell them that you were talking to your daughter, Kelsey, and that your daughter asked what was happening and you didn't even know. You didn't know what had happened, is what you told her.
I don't
Correct?
recall.
So I'm not.
On a jail call or?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, let me rephrase that. That you were telling Detective Maynard that you had been talking to your daughter and you were like telling her, I don't even know what happened. Correct?
I don't recall.
All right, let's look at page 16. Do you see that now?
At the very bottom, yes.
Okay. So you said your daughter had asked you what happened and you're like, I don't even know. correct?
Your Honor, foundation, I think at this point, counsel's using this portion of the transcript to refresh a witness's recollection. I think the next question should be, does this refresh your recollection?
She's still reading, so I wasn't quite sure, but are you done reading that?
The objection is sustained, and also we're having pronoun and article trouble here. I'm really not sure what this is about. If you can be just specific and provide context in your question.
So this is while you're still talking about, laying the pieces together and all of that. And
You have to ask her if that's her memory.
do you remember that, well, we just talked about it. You remember that you had spoken with Detective Maynard about, putting the puzzle pieces together. That made it easier when they laid it out. We just talked about that a minute ago, right?
Correct.
And then you told him, look at line 16.
Ms. Lewis, I sincerely don't want to interrupt you. You have to ask her if she recalls. You cannot ask her.
I thought she said yes, she did recall.
Then there's no reason to go.
Oh, well, I haven't asked her if she recalled the second part.
Then that's why you can't just read from it.
So do you, I think I asked this, but let me ask it again. Do you recall telling your daughter, or not telling your daughter, do you recall telling Detective Maynard, yes, I talked to my daughter, she asked me what was going on, and I said, I don't even know, or something to that effect?
I don't recall that.
Okay, so if you look at line 16 through line 23.
Read that to yourself, Ms. Lauber, and then wait for the next question.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Do you remember now that you said that?
Correct, but I'm confused on what she's actually asking me.
What I'm asking you?
What we're talking about in this conversation. It doesn't say exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, so you just don't recall exactly what that was about.
Not
That's
the
fine. If you don't
conversation.
remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't recall what we were talking about. I just said,
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
You just said,
It just says it doesn't specifically say exactly what we're talking about.
okay, that's fine. Well, we'll move on from that then. All right. Why don't you turn to page 20, and then I'm going to ask you a question, and then if you don't remember, you can see what it says there on the page.
Okay.
So Detective Maynard at the end of this interview tells you just something to the effect, don't worry, we're going to get you through this so you can get on with your life. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, there's one more interview that you have with the detectives in this case, and that's the next day, May 13th of 2023. All right? And then, okay, so why don't you just have that in front of you? Do you recall that in that interview, during that interview, that's when they really laid out for you about the March 9th drug purchase? Do you
I
recall
don't
that?
recall, huh?
You don't recall that that's when you guys talked about the March 9th drug purchase?
I don't recall.
All right, well, why don't you take a look at the beginning of that interview?
Which page?
Just at the beginning.
Which date?
Which date? What
May
page?
13th, the next day.
So just make sure you're at the right tab, Carmen, if you haven't already.
Yeah. 513. Okay. Okay, now that.
And forgive me, I interrupted you, Ms. Lewis. The page number that you want to use to refresh your recollection.
I was just asking her to look at the beginning of the interview to see if she recalls that they were now on this day talking about primarily the March 9th purchase.
Is there a
Is there
page
a
range?
page I need to be on?
Can I look at the beginning, Katie? I think it's right at the beginning. Next one. Because you're just chatting at first. Next one. Okay, well, let's start here on page page 5.
Okay.
This is when they tell you that they've met with your friend Nick Bonsavage. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall them.
Do you recall, let me ask it this way. Do you recall conversations with Detectives Maynard and Detectives O'Driscoll where you talked about they had talked to Nick Bonsavage about the last purchase that he went on with you?
I don't recall them saying that they talked to Nick yet.
All right, well then take a look at page 5, line 9, 10, 11. Does that, take a look at that. Have you looked at that?
Correct.
All right. So they're talking to you about how they'd met with Nick Bonsavage.
Yes.
All right. And isn't it after their meeting with Nick Bonsavage, it's through Nick, they decide that last purchase was March 9th. Remember that?
Correct.
Okay. There we go. And at that point, they ask you, is it possible you bought pills a total of 4 times? Once from Susan, 3 times from Crozier. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Let's look at page 13.
Okay, new page.
At line 7, Detective Maynard. He asked you if there's a 4th trip, correct?
Correct.
And you said absolutely not. There were only 3, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you've told them again in that interview, I just know totally there were only 3 total purchases. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
All right. Let's go to page 29. You now recall you said, but I just know totally there were only 3 total.
Yes.
All right. So again, back on March 13th of 2023, I'm sorry, May 13th of 2023, you told the detectives more than once, not 4 purchases. I know total 3 purchases for Kouri.
Correct.
You told them that 2-3 times, correct?
Yes.
You told that to Ms. Whistler with U.S. Attorney's Office 2 days prior, correct? We talked about that.
Yes.
Yes, okay. But today you're saying there were 4 purchases.
Correct.
So even though you were totally sure in 2022 there were 3, your testimony now is that there were 4.
Yes.
Okay. All right. At the end of that interview, I think it's page 30. Let me ask you if you remember before we read that. They tell you that they are going to bring you a timeline of everything that happened. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Do you want to take a look at page 30? It's line 16, well, line 11 through 18, 19.
Okay.
All right. So just like today, the timeline was confusing then too, right?
Correct.
And they said, well, we're going to bring you a timeline to help you figure this all out, something to that effect. They're going to bring you a timeline, correct?
Correct.
Did they ever bring you a timeline?
Pause for one moment, Mr. Lever.
Your Honor, Just foundation. This, we're going to bring you a timeline or something to that effect. We can use the precise words. We have the precise words.
Overruled on this one. Keep
Okay.
going, Ms. Wood.
So they said they're going to bring you a timeline. Did they ever bring you a timeline?
I don't recall.
So you don't know if you ever got a timeline from the detectives?
I don't recall if they ever brought it or not.
So it's after this, I'm not sure if what day, and I don't know if you remember, but sometime after this interview, they release you from custody. Correct?
I had to be on ankle monitor. It had to be approved through Judge Maybe to be on ankle monitor. I could not leave the jail without that being on my
Okay.
ankle.
So they put an ankle monitor on you and they released you from custody. Correct?
Correct.
And did you went back to see Judge Maybe, correct?
No, I was not allowed in drug court at the time
Why weren't you allowed in drug court?
because I was suspended for a minute. It was on pause.
Because you were a cooperating witness?
Because what?
Because you were a cooperating witness for the state? That's why you weren't allowed back in drug court?
Yes.
All right, but you did go see Judge Maybe, not in drug court, but you appeared in front of Judge Maybe to get conditions for your release, right?
She already had approved the conditions before I was released.
Oh, so you didn't have to go to court. It was
I still had to go a couple of times. I mean, I still go every 3 months now.
Okay. But let me just ask you, when you were very first released, you put an ankle monitor on, you're released from the jail. Did you have to go see Judge Maybe, or were you just released and you already knew the conditions?
No, I think I had to go in front of her.
Okay. So when you went back to Judge Maybe, she gave you some conditions of release, correct?
Yes.
And one thing they did is they transferred your probation from Wasatch County to Summit County, correct?
I think so, yes.
And your new probation officer became Detective Maynard, correct?
Yes.
All right. So he's now your probation officer. You testified yesterday that you only talked to him a few times after these interviews in May up until today.
I text him every morning, so I still have to check in with him.
Oh, all right. You didn't tell me that. So you text him every morning to check in with Detective Maynard.
Correct.
To tell him what?
I just have to send him a text saying good morning, and he responds back, Lauber, that's it.
Okay. Does he drug test you?
He was in the beginning.
How long did he continue to drug test you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the last time you were drug tested?
No, I don't recall.
Has it been more than a year?
I'm sure.
Has it been more than 2 years?
I'm not 100% sure.
Could it be more than 2 years?
Yes.
So you haven't had a drug test in over 2 years, correct?
Correct.
Even though you are on probation with Summit County Drug Court, correct?
I'm not on drug court.
I'm sorry, I said Summit County. You're on probation with Wasatch County Drug Court.
No, I'm paused. It's in pause.
It's in pause. Okay.
It's paused.
Go ahead.
It's paused, so therefore I don't have to interact. I don't interact with anything to do with drug court right now.
All right. So you don't actually physically go to drug court because it's on pause until this case is over, right?
Correct. I go in front of Judge maybe every 3 months.
Okay. And every time you go in front of Judge Maybe, well, tell me, what happens when you go in front of Judge Maybe?
They just put it out another 3 months.
Do they ask you when the trial in this case is going to be?
They never have asked me.
All right. But they're putting it off until the trial's over, right?
Correct.
Because what happens is going to depend on if you testify at this trial, correct?
Correct.
And if you testify truthfully at this trial, then you are not going to go to prison, correct?
Correct.
And it's the people here at this table that decide if you've testified truthfully, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, who makes the decision if your testimony was truthful?
I have no clue.
So if you got up here and testified today, I never bought pills from Robbie, I never gave pills to Carmen, would you?
I'm Carmen.
I'm sorry, I never gave pills to Kouri. Would you still be not charged in drug court? Everything would be fine, you'd just be done?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that one.
All right. So one of the conditions of your release is that there were certain people that you were not to have any communication with, right?
Correct.
And one of those people was Nick Von Savage, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, let me show you. It's been marked as IMPCL 7. Right here where it says the defendant is ordered.
Just wait for the next question after you read it as well.
Yeah, read it and then I'll ask you the question.
That is correct.
So one of your conditions was that you were not to have any contact with Nick Von Savage.
Correct.
You weren't to talk to Nick Von Savage.
Correct.
But you did talk to Nick Von Savage. You've been talking to him for the last 3 years, correct?
Correct. It was only until I had the ankle monitor on that I was not to have contact with my kids or Nick Von Savage. It says right there with the ankle monitor on. I had the ankle monitor on for a year.
Okay. That's not what that says.
And maybe I misread it.
I think you misread it. So these
But
were,
Ms. Lewis, we're asking her about her recollection. So if you'd follow up on that.
all right. So your recollection is it was only when you had the ankle monitor on you couldn't have contact?
Correct.
All right.
Because I had to go back and get permission to even talk to my daughters.
Well, did you have permission to talk to your daughters, or it was just you weren't to see your daughters in person?
I couldn't go down the canyon at all.
Right. And later that changed and you were allowed to go see them in person.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. But take a look at this again. Does this, and then tell me, did the ankle monitor have anything to do with not talking to Nick Von Savage?
Is to install GPS ankle monitor on the defendant prior to her release. The defendant is ordered to have no contact with Kouri Richins. Yeah, I'm confused on that, but
So it doesn't say in there that the ankle monitor is connected to not having conversations with Nick Von Savage, fair?
I think that's where I was confused where it combines in the top into
Okay.
the second sentence.
So you weren't to have conversations or contact with Nick Von Savage,
Correct.
but you have had conversations with him throughout the last 3 years. He's your best friend, right?
Correct.
You talk to him. I don't know that you talk to him a lot anymore, but you talk to him all the time at first.
Yes.
All right. So you didn't pay any attention to that condition.
No, I don't think I recall talking to Nick until he graduated drug court. Because it says that I'm not supposed to have any contact with any people in drug court.
Right, but Nick graduated from drug court before you were even arrested in April of 2023.
I'm not quite sure
correct?
when he graduated.
If in fact he did graduate by April of 2023, you still weren't to have contact with him because he was a witness in this case, correct?
Oh, I don't recall that.
All right, I'm just going to ask you one more time. It says here you're not supposed to have contact with him, correct?
Correct.
And you have had contact with him throughout, correct?
Throughout a couple of years, yes.
Okay. Oh, let me ask you, yesterday it came up that Kouri Richins wrote you a couple of letters saying you'd completed community service that you hadn't really completed, right?
Yes.
You asked Kouri to write those letters for you, correct?
I asked Kouri if she could, yes.
All right. So you asked her, even though I haven't done community service, will you write letters saying I did?
Correct.
All right. So that's how you got those letters.
Yes.
All right. So, Carmen, isn't it fair that you really don't have a memory about what happened in February and March of 2022?
What do you mean by that?
Well, when you were interviewed in 2023, you didn't remember what had happened, correct?
Correct. It's a lot to take in.
It's a lot to take in. And you didn't remember it a year after the fact. So you really don't even remember now what happened in 2022 and 2022, correct?
Rephrase your question. That kind of confuses.
You didn't remember in 2023 what happened in 2022, and you don't now remember what happened in 2022, right?
Yes and no.
It's been laid out for you by someone else, correct?
Due to data and cell phone data and everything, yes.
All right, so whatever memory you have is what was, you don't have a personal memory, it was shown to you.
No, I have partial memory.
You have a partial memory.
I have memory, yes.
All right, fair to say your memory was better 1 year after the fact than 4 years after the fact, right?
It is confusing later on, years later, yes.
Okay. And you were using and selling that whole time in drug court?
I was not using and selling the whole time.
The whole period we're talking about of February and March of 2022?
Yes.
Kouri never once asked you for fentanyl, correct?
No, not correct. I mean, yes. Wait, you confused me. Can you answer the question again?
Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, true?
I had told her that that's what Robbie had, and she said, okay, go ahead and get it.
Let me ask the question again. Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, true?
Yes.
All right. And you bought prescription Oxycontin from Susan Kohler, correct?
Correct.
You got light green pills from Crozier sometime in February of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And then you went back and said, give me more of the same, correct?
Correct.
And the last time you went back was after Eric Richins died, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, the last purchase was May 9th of 2020, March 9th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
After, and you know Eric died on March 4th, correct?
It was March 5th he passed away?
Well, I think it was March 4th, but either way,
Sure,
the
correct.
pills were after he passed away, correct? All right. And again, a year after the fact, you said numerous times, I bought pills from Mr. Crozier twice, correct?
Correct.
Now you're saying 3 times, 4 years later, correct?
Correct.
Because that's been told to you because of some data you saw, correct?
Yes, correct.
But you don't remember that.
No, I don't recall.
Okay. So after you said you were willing to cooperate and they said you were getting a big jail get out of free card, you got your big jail get out of free card so far, right?
Correct.
Because you have not been in jail for the past 3 years.
Correct.
And you haven't had to go to drug court anymore, correct?
Correct.
And all you do is wait to see how your testimony goes to find out what happens, correct?
Correct.
You're not being drug tested, correct?
Correct.
Even though you're on probation, correct?
Correct.
And your probation consists of, in the morning, you say hi to Detective Maynard and he says lobber.
We just text back and forth. If I'm leaving town, I tell him I'm leaving town. If I'm here, you know.
Okay, so you tell him if you're leaving town. Are
I
you
still keep tabs. He still keeps tabs on me no matter where I'm at. He has my work schedule. He has everything.
He does have your work schedule.
Yes.
And you've been allowed to move to Las Vegas, correct?
Yes.
So because of your cooperation, you got out of going to drug court, correct?
Correct.
You got your probation transferred to Summit County with Detective Maynard, correct?
Correct.
You got to stop your drug testing, correct?
Correct.
You got to move to Vegas, correct?
Correct. But I'm not living in Vegas. I'm living here.
You're here right now.
Judge maybe approved me to move to Vegas, but I'm still here in Utah.
You haven't moved to Vegas yet?
No,
Okay. You've been allowed to go to Vegas numerous times to visit, though, right?
correct.
All right. And you haven't done any time for any of the crimes that you committed, correct?
Correct. I was incarcerated. I stayed in jail for 23 days.
Well,
that's it.
23 days when you were arrested in April of 2023.
Yes.
And it was during that time period you were in jail because you were getting your story together with Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll.
Yes.
Okay. And the pills that you bought from Mr. Crozier, you don't know what those pills were, correct?
He had told me that he had fentanyl.
You didn't look at the pills, correct?
No, I didn't sit there and play with them. No.
You didn't know what they were, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have them tested.
No.
Okay. You didn't take any, you said.
No.
Correct.
Correct.
You did or you did not sell them to anyone else?
I did not sell them to anyone else.
Okay. You don't know what happened to those pills, correct?
I don't know who picked them up, if that's what you're asking.
Right. You don't know who took those pills, correct?
Correct.
And you have, sitting here today, absolutely no information about what happened to Eric Richins other than that what you were told that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Correct.
And you have no idea what happened the night that Eric Richins died.
I do not.
And you have no knowledge if Ms. Richins killed Eric Richins.
I do not.
Can I just have a moment? I have nothing further.
Did Kouri just roll her eyes? Oh, I'm so glad that's over with. I know she glad too.
Just listen to the questions. Thank you.
Scott, can you bring up Exhibit 8-11, please?
Yeah, I don't even know if I want to hear him.
For the witness.
For the witness and counsel, Your Honor.
Okay. One moment. There you are.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-11 into evidence.
I don't have any objection.
8-11 is admitted and published.
Ms. Lauber, can you see 8-11?
Yes, I can.
Do you recognize that? I know you said you didn't earlier, but has Mr. Moffett shown you that exhibit?
I don't recall seeing them yet, but I know they were given to me. They were given to him.
And they're dated, you see, April the 19th, 2024. Do you think they were given to him? Or do you know what day they were given to him?
I don't.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Scott, can you put that back up? I think some of the jurors are still reading.
My apologies.
Okay, I took a screenshot of the letter just so I can, because I'm pretty sure y'all want to know what this letter say. And I don't think that y'all can probably, I don't know. I screenshot it so I can bring it up. So just so y'all know, this is Mr. Mark Moffett. So I'm assuming he is, and it says regarding the state of Utah versus Kouri Richins. I write concerning your client, Carmen Marie. As you know, Kouri Richins is charged in the 3rd District Court, Summit County, state of Utah, with numerous criminal counts related to the aggravated redrum of her husband, Eric Richins. The state of Utah alleges that Kouri Richins poisoned her husband with fentanyl, resulting in his death. Summit County Attorney Margaret Olson advised me that Carmen is a material trial witness for the prosecution team. Ms. Olson asked that the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Utah provide Carmen immunity from prosecution for her involvement in supplying the lethal fentanyl to Kouri Richins. So she was being charged with, of course, this letter. So in exchange for Carmen's candid cooperation and full transparency and truthful testimony in the state prosecution of Kouri Richins, the United States agrees to not pursue federal criminal charges against Carmen related to the sales of the illicit fentanyl to Kouri Richins between January 1st, 2022 and March 10th, 2022. This letter serves as a memorialized agreement between Carmen and the United States government. So that's what they are reading.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lauber, do you recall testifying yesterday that you met with prosecutors a few times over the past few weeks to prepare for testifying in court?
Yes.
Was your lawyer present with you every single minute of every single meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall yesterday mentioning that you had anxiety?
Yes.
Have you seen a medical doctor for that anxiety?
Not recently, no. Not
Have you ever seen one?
I did in the beginning of drug court, yes.
Did you receive a diagnosis of anxiety?
Yes.
And did you receive any treatment prescription?
Yes, a non-narcotic, a boost bar.
A boost bar?
I can't remember exactly what it's called.
Can you describe it?
It's just a little white oval pill. Looks like a little bar. I have them in my purse out in the car.
All good. Was that your personal physician that you consulted with?
In drug court, yes. They provided one through Wasatch Mental. Anybody who needed meds through drug court, they provided her because they were non-narcotic kinds.
Understood. From the time of your entry into drug court in September 2021 until your arrest in April of 2023, did you continue to behave like an active drug addict?
In the beginning, I'm kind of confused what you asked.
From the day you entered drug court until the time you were arrested, did you still behave a lot like an active drug addict?
I'm kind of confused on that one.
Well, did you occasionally use drugs?
Yes.
Did you lie about using drugs?
Yes, an active user will lie.
Right. Were your lies to interviewers consistent with being an active drug user?
Yes.
Have you been clean since you were arrested in April 2023?
Yes.
And that same day you were arrested was the day that detectives, or was it the day that detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose?
The day I was arrested, no.
When was it?
I was in jail for a couple days till they came to see me.
So a couple days.
Yes.
You didn't use in jail, right?
No.
So you've been clean since detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes.
Has your memory become cleaner? Sorry, has your memory become clearer since you've been clean?
Yes.
Has your memory become clearer as you've had more clearer as it relates to everything we're talking about here?
Yes.
Has it become clearer as you've had more time to process your involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
Has your memory become clearer as you've reviewed phone records, photographs, Facebook messages, and other materials with your attorneys?
Yes.
Are there times, though, you still get confused about dates?
Yes.
And are there times you still confuse details between various drug buys?
Yes.
In the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, did those detectives repeatedly stress to you their need to corroborate any information that you provided?
Yes.
And did you repeatedly stress to them how much you loved Eric and how much he did not deserve what happened to him?
Correct.
Do you recall testifying yesterday, and again today actually, where detectives said that you could get a big, giant get out of free jail card?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said to detectives immediately after that?
I don't.
If I were to show you a transcript of that interview, would that refresh your recollection on that point?
Yes.
Scott, can you please publish 8-59, page 113, lines 11 through 15? Ms. Lauber, if you could read that and then let me know once you've read that.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
After detective said, do you realize you could get a big get out of jail free card? What did you tell them?
I told them that even if that was the case, I felt like I still needed to step up and take accountability if this is really what happened to Eric.
Thank you. When considering the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, in their full and fair context, do you think that did you think at the time, do you think now that detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard were trying to plant information into your memory?
Your Honor, objection, speculation.
Overruled.
No, I do not.
Do you think that they were trying to help you recall information from your memory?
Yes.
You've reviewed all of those transcripts, and just to be sure, is it April 27th? Do you have the binders up there?
I do have them, but
Is it April 27th?
You may need to help her out.
Well, that's okay. We've touched them all. We don't have to review.
yeah, that's the one.
Were all of those transcripts accurate? Transcripts of your interviews with detectives O'Driscoll, Maynard, and Miss Whistler?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's moved marked the April 27th, 2023 interview as 8:57. The May 2nd, 2023 interview is 8:58. The May 3rd interview is 8:59. The May 4th is 8:60. The May 10th is 8:61. The May 12th is 8:62. The May 13th is 8:63. The state moves 8:57 through 8:63 into evidence.
Your Honor, we haven't had a chance to go through these transcripts. They're loaded with hearsay. So unless there's time to go through and redact and determine what's hearsay and what's not hearsay, we're going to look at it.
I'm going to not rule on that motion at this time. There are multiple rules of evidence we need to have a conversation about there. So if there's any other foundation you want to lay, I'm not suggesting that you need to, one way or the other, do that now, but we'll have that legal discussion at a later time.
Understood, Your Honor. I don't need to lay any additional foundation.
Understood.
Ms. Lauber, at bottom. Let me back up half a step. Your Honor, can we have that legal discussion during the lunch break?
Yes.
Because it
May impact what you
may
do.
impact additional redirect.
Understood.
Ms. Lauber, at bottom, did you purchase drugs at Kouri Richins' request 4 times?
Correct.
Did you deliver drugs either hand to hand or by placing them somewhere at Kouri Richins' request to Kouri Richins 4 times?
Correct.
Did you testify yesterday and today truthfully to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
What do you think happens to you if you did not testify truthfully?
Everything I have on would be revoked.
And what happens then?
I go to prison.
For how long?
A long time.
Ms. Lewis, with the reservation that Mr. Bloodworth just made on the record about the potential for additional redirect, depending on the court's ruling on the state's motion to admit the transcripts, anything further, for Ms. Lauber at this time?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Let's just have that discussion immediately, if you don't mind, Mr. Bloodworth. Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. We're not going to recess for lunch just yet. There may be a few more questions from Ms. Lauber. Thank you. Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lauber, I need you to step into the lobby during this legal discussion with the lawyers. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Stay in the lobby, though. We may have a few extra questions for you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Current state of affairs. The state has moved to admit 857 through 863, which is a series of transcripts of interviews between of Ms. Lauber by other government officials. None of those were subject to cross-examination, right?
No.
They were all just interviews.
At the time, no.
Correct.
At the time, they were not subject to cross.
Okay. So they are categorically hearsay that will need an exception for, or another rule that would allow them to be admitted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The defendant objects to hearsay. If you would respond to that and then tell me which rule you think they come in under.
Your Honor, the defense has cherry-picked certain statements that Carmen Lauber made to impeach her credibility, to rehabilitate her credibility. The state needs to enter all of the interviews because they show essentially an ongoing iterative discussion, which when you understand the full arc of, it is clear that she is being credible. While she may be confused, she is not untruthful. So the full scope of Ms. Carmen Lauber's statements need to be admitted for a rehabilitation purpose. Any other statements by, the questions essentially, right, by the various interviewers, that all goes to the effect on Ms. Lauber.
Everything you say is true, but I still have to contend with Utah rules of evidence. And so they are out of court statements. You could call the other half of those conversations, Detective Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, presumably maybe the federal official, and ask how this went. And if they didn't remember, you could refresh their recollection. All I need to contend with right now, and it is a genuine question, I don't think I have a basis to just admit them wholesale. There may be a basis for you to ask Ms. Lauber about other prior consistent statements that she's made to rebut the argument from the defense of a recent fabrication. And I'm not suggesting otherwise, but we can't do it through the wholesale. We can't do that through the wholesale admission of the transcripts.
Your Honor, I think I can't, I guess I disagree with that.
I guess, how can I overcome the hearsay problem that is being raised? They are out of court statements being made for the, being admitted for the truth of the matter, right?
No,
Because if what
they're being admitted to rehabilitate.
well, but if what she says in the prior things isn't true, it doesn't rehabilitate her. So the truth is what matters, correct?
No, in rebutting recent fabrication, what matters is what matters is the full arc of the discussion to show that this was not a recent fabrication. That if you understand Carmen Lauber's statements, not cherry-picked, but over the scope of a series of interviews over 2 weeks or whatever it is, you can understand that she is credible and not recently fabricated.
I need you to tell me how this comes in over a hearsay objection or through some other rule regarding prior statements of a witness. If they're out of court statements.
80. I don't know. I start with hearsay. They are out of court statement. Yes, the state is not offering them for the truth of the matter asserted in Carmen Lauber's statements. The state is offering them not to say what she's saying back then is true. We're saying the opposite, actually. We're saying that a lot of what she said back then, we're not offering for the truth. We're not offering Carmen Lauber's statements to show that she had 3 drug deals we're offering Carmen's Lauber's statements to show, regardless of whether they were true or not, this is the evolution of the detectives, of her providing information to the detectives, whether or not that information is true. Because the defense in impeaching Carmen Lauber has suggested that the investigators were planting information with Carmen Lauber.
And you can call those people to testify subject to cross-examination to say that's not how it went at all.
And
the evolution of them was X, Y, and Z.
And I think putting in the transcripts does the same thing, and there's no hearsay problem. The statements that are not hearsay, 801 D1A.
Yeah, that's why I asked about the cross-examination problem, right? The prior statement has to have been cross-examined, right? Under D01, the declarant testified. Sorry.
No, subject to cross without the prior.
801 D1A, right?
She testified about the prior interview statements.
Where's the inconsistency?
She has been cross-examined about the prior statements, and the statement is inconsistent with the declarant's testimony.
But that's the foundation you haven't laid.
The interviews are, D1B,
Sure.
Inconsistent with the declarant's testimony. We have that.
But I'm not sure you do. These transcripts are 100 pages long, maybe less, maybe more. There's how many of them? There isn't foundation for all of these statements being inconsistent with her sworn testimony.
Consistent, I'm sorry.
Sure, D1B, that's fine.
D1B is consistent with.
Right, and there isn't foundation for all of them being consistent either. You just have to lay foundation. That's the problem with the wholesale admission. It may be that we just need to do this piecemeal, maybe call Carmen Lauber back. I'm not suggesting that there are not pieces of these transcripts that are admissible. There certainly are likely to be pieces of these transcripts that are admissible as a non-hearsay exhibit. Wholesale admission of them, there is not foundation for that. Yeah.
Your Honor, I think the consistency comes in the arc of the statements. That's where the consistency rises. Sure, we have individual sentences. This is an ongoing interview, right? It might have taken place over the course of several days, but it is an ongoing interview. And to appreciate the consistency of the interview, the giant interview, the jury, that is the consistent statement. That is consistent with her testimony. Her testimony being that this is generally what happened. I might be confused on days. I might be confused on details between various buys. But she is, in the greater arc of her interview, she is consistent. And you have to understand the great arc of her interview to appreciate that consistency.
And forgive me, I just want to make sure the record is clear on the scale of what the state is asking here. So if somebody could please give me the page counts for each of these exhibits.
Looking at it.
And I appreciate that. I guess it is somewhat voluminous, and the jury, it might go back to the jury room, and they're like, too much. We're not even touching it.
That's not my concern.
And,
Scott,
and
can you just go to the last page of each of these exhibits? And
Your Honor, we're
Oh,
getting.
okay.
I'm
Sorry.
slow. I'm slow. Get exhibit by exhibit. I'm getting numbers up.
Okay.
And Your Honor, maybe just to put a finer point on the rule 801 D1B, there is the recently fabricated piece, but really the defense's argument is acted from a recent improper influence or motive. And, you know, seasoned throughout the entire scope of the interviews, the defendant is consistent. I'm sorry, Carmen Lauber is consistent in her testimony.
I understand the state's position.
Okay.
I still need those numbers, and then Ms. Lewis will give you the benefit of the record
I was just going to tell you there's 932 pages of transcripts
combined.
combined, yes.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, anything else for the record?
No, I think Your Honor's identified the issues. I agree.
Okay. So the issue currently before the court is the state's motion to admit proposed exhibits 857 through 863, which constitute 932 pages of certified transcript of interviews by law enforcement and other government officials of Carmen Lauber in 2023, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes.
Okay. The state has offered those as exhibits. Defendant objects that they constitute hearsay, not subject to any exception. In response, the state points to the definition of hearsay under 801 and argues that these 932 pages are categorically not hearsay under 801 D1B, which states that a declarant witness's prior statement is not hearsay when the declarant testifies and is subject to cross-examination about a prior statement. That occurred here on the record through Ms. Lewis's cross-examination.
Okay, so this is live right now. Oh gosh. Okay, so Susie, just so you know, you too, Serena. Have a good one. Enjoy your birthday also. Oh, no problem. Make sure you come back. We'll be back in the courtroom on Monday. So Susie, it doesn't look like they're gonna show it live. They are piecemeal and posting his sentencing. Oh yeah, we gotta watch it. So I'm waiting for it to come in. As it comes in, Susie, I'm putting it together, but yeah, that's gonna be something else. I ain't gonna spoil it, but it's being pieced together, just like the trial was. I don't know why they did that, but they are. I think because they couldn't live stream it. Okay, here we go.
Of Ms. Lauber regarding these prior interviews and the statement seeking to be admitted, the out-of-court statement under D1B, is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut an express or implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated it or acted from a recent improper influence or motive, and so testifying. The state makes a persuasive argument that admission of Ms. Lauber's consistent statements from the interview transcripts would be appropriate to rebut the implications by the defense that she has recently fabricated or acted from a recent improper influence or motive in testifying on the record in this trial. But the state simply hasn't laid foundation for a conclusion that all 932 pages constitute statements that are consistent with the declarant's testimony here. For two reasons. One, I don't have a basis to rule that all of those 932 pages are consistent, and it's entirely possible that many of those 932 pages are unrelated, not consistent or inconsistent, and therefore would be need to be analyzed under a 403 balancing test regarding probative value and things like unfair prejudice, misleading the jury, or wasting time. So based upon the foundation laid so far, the court simply doesn't have a basis to rule that all 932 pages being offered are not hearsay. In so ruling, the court acknowledges that there is likely portions of each of these interviews that is consistent and would be admissible under 801 D1B. I just don't have that designation in front of me at the moment. Ms. Lewis, anything further? Okay. May not be the last time we have this conversation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes,
okay.
Doubt it will.
Understood. All right. With that ruling, anything else from Ms. Lauber?
Your Honor, not today. Can I propose, though, that we keep her under subpoena? We will address the interview transcripts and then revisit this.
Understood. I'll tell her that on the record. Okay. May we invite Ms. Lauber back in, please?
Your Honor, can the court advise her that because she's being held, she still can't talk about her testimony?
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, I am Shout. How are you? Glad to see you in here. Glad to see that you're doing well and you were able to tap in with us. So, and all of that, they're not going to be able to just put this 975-page document in without any testimony because...
Ms. Lauber, if you'd take the stand for one moment, I just need to give you some instructions.
So they're going to keep her up under subpoena, so she may be called back.
Thank you for your patience. The lawyers don't have any additional questions for you today. We may need to call you back at some point in the next 4 weeks. You'll get notice. You're still subject to subpoena, which means if you get notice that you need to come back, you have to do it.
Okay.
All right. Second, you cannot speak to anyone about your testimony between now and either being called back in or the trial being over. You have to affirmatively avoid talking to anybody about your testimony. Okay. So if anybody asks you about it or asks you about this case, you have to say, the judge told me I can't talk about it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Can you follow that instruction?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further with Ms. Lauber today?
Yes.
Ms. Nestor.
Can you also make sure she doesn't watch?
Yeah.
The rest of
Get
the
it.
proceedings on television or
That's what I was
would
thinking.
imagine you have better things to do.
I don't watch any of it at all.
But please, if you would not watch any of the witness testimony and not read any news or social media reports about the other witness testimony.
I don't. I stay away from it.
Okay. Can you follow that instruction? Yes. All right. Very good. Anything else, counsel? Ms. Lauber, you are free to go today. Thank you.
Okay. Kouri gave her approval.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, may I invite the jury in, tell them we're going to take a lunch break?
That sounds right, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Fine.
What time would you like to come back?
12:30?
Sounds fine. Ms. Lewis, is that agreeable?
That sounds fine.
All right. Can we
Or is it? That's okay. That's fine with her too. She said 12:30 good with her too. even who else they could invite up here. Yeah, that's what they say, 4 more weeks. I hope that's not what the case is. Ugh. I don't know. Like 7 days is a good trial for me. I don't know about no 4 weeks. Like I'm be so over Kouri and her smirks that it's just not gonna be a good thing for us. Like you going to 2 weeks and you probably done lost me.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay standing. I promise this won't take long. Thank you for your patience. We needed to handle a legal issue. It was efficient. We're going to take a lunch break. Lunch is either here or imminently arriving. During the lunch break, please do not talk about the case. Please don't read, watch, or listen to anything about this case. Please don't do any internet searches or other research about the case. Please enjoy your lunch break. We'll be back on the record at 12:30. Thank you. Mr. Blutter, with anything before we recess?
No, yeah.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, court's in recess until 12:30.
Okay, so they are in recess to 12:30. Let's see here. So while they are in recess, let me ask you guys, how many here was with us when we did the Kevin West, the fighter trial? Put a 1 in the chat if you were with us then, or if you've seen it somewhere else, or if you watched it in any shape, way, form, or fashion.
Hey, thank you so much for watching.
Oh,
the Kouri
Jesse.
Richins trial.
I know
I'll tell
Jesse.
you what, a lot.
I know Jesse. Oh, Jesse. Jesse wants to talk. Jesse wants to talk to me. Okay. I mean, y'all recall that when we watched that trial, I kind of had to put stuff together and piece it together in order for us to be successful with kind of watching that trial. The man who punched her hired a tiger of an attorney. I told her in court to stop bullying her because let me see if I get on. I'm trying to see. Maybe I'll get onto their YouTube page. Well, right now I'm seeing we are currently on lunch until 12:30 with the Kouri Richins trial. Give me a second. Let me see what I got here because I got a couple updates. Okay. Yeah, I was checking my Discord real quick. Okay, Court TV. Videos. They don't have it on here on this website yet. Okay, what I am going to do is I am going to show y'all, today is the sentencing for Kevin West. And y'all know when we first originally watched the Kevin West trial, I only was able to get stuff that came up in pieces and parts in regards to anything with the trial. What I can tell y'all now is that even in regards to now, it's still kind of the same thing. It's kind of pieces and parts as they put stuff on here. Why, I don't know, but I guess it wasn't a trial for everybody, if that makes sense. But I do want to put on one of the parts that I did find this morning, which I will probably find interesting. And I guess as I find different portions of it, I guess I'll bring it to you guys. I don't know. Darn, I just had it up here. Let me search it again. Yeah, because they're not streaming it. Okay. This is from February 27th. Yeah, Jesse don't look too good in this one. Okay, so I'm going to share this while we doing this. You say you click the link. Can I send a one-time gift, or is it a membership only? I can only jump on once a month. Yeah, I'm not sure what link you're talking about. She said you got Sylvester Stallone. The only thing I can think of is, I guess it depends on what kind of device you on. Yeah. I think it depends on what kind of device you're on. So for those that were following the Kevin West trial, let me show y'all this. This is the part of his sentencing that has came up. I don't know who all testified at his hearing, how that went, but as I get this stuff, the take it to trial link. I know if you hit the $, that's how you can send like cash apps and super chats. If you on your phone, let me see. You'll not go up under other people's channels. I think with a dollar sign is that it'll give you the option if you want to get a membership, which I believe is it $3.99? $3.99. Or you could do a super chat. Yeah, so membership, and then you got the super chats, which are single amounts of money. I think that's the way. Yeah, so I think what you're thinking of is maybe a super sticker or a super chat, Kieran. I think that's what you're thinking of when you're saying that. Okay, so let's listen to this while we on break. We'll be back in court in the next 15 minutes. I am going to see if I can find some additional clips. I don't know how they loading them up. I don't know when the hearing started or how I go, but let's listen in to this one. I think y'all find this very interesting. When I seen it, I was like, "Ooh, okay, here we go. Sentencing time." I'm not going to create another room for it. I'll just clip it out. I'll clip it out at some point in time and put it with the Kevin West trial. For those that didn't see the Kevin West trial, it's definitely a good trial to go see. The firefighter, he was the battalion chief, leader of all leaders. He decided that he wanted to strangle his wife and say she just suddenly passed away. I think you can. If you're on your iPhone, I think you can. If I hit my dollar sign, it will let me, it's a membership. And then it take you to join this channel. Okay, I'm on Melanie Little's channel. Okay. All right, so let's go into this. Let's look at this until we on lunch. Since we on lunch, I'll update the banner right here. Got so many things that we can actually be looking at during these lunch period times. So that's why I'm gonna go ahead and try to take care of some of this for us to get us caught up. Okay, let's do it. There you go, drunkie. There your boy. Oh, thank you. I'm up here on something else. Thank you so much, lady. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I am writing to you regarding my father.
Dang, he ain't even gonna sit down. Why is he not sitting down? Thank you so much, lady. I'm gonna pause that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. So, yeah, Drunky, this your boy, monkey hands, monkey grips. Thank you, Karen. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let me go. This guy here, boy, oh boy. Oh, okay. He not even gonna sit down. I'm surprised the judge not telling him to sit down now. Sit down. Oh, he won't say he can stand. Okay.
To the Honorable Judge Lewis, my name is Ted West, and I am writing to you regarding my father. I respectfully come before you to ask for leniency in his sentence. I have the privilege of knowing my father for 22 years, and during that time he has consistently shown himself to be empathetic, kind, and loving. His character reflects someone who genuinely cares about others and strives to do what is right. He has always put his family before himself and worked tirelessly to provide opportunities for my sister and me. My father spent many long hours working at the fire station while my mother worked at the hospital. Despite their demanding schedules, he made sure we were supported in everything we pursued: voice lessons, art classes, dance, guitar, cheerleading, track, and cross country. He sacrificed his time and energy so that we could grow, learn, and succeed. Like many families, we experience disagreements at times. I witnessed my father placed in difficult situations where he had to navigate conflict and make challenging decisions. Even then, he always listened carefully, considered both sides, and tried to respond thoughtfully. He made every effort to remain present and supportive in our lives. He has given me many reasons to trust him, not only through his words, but through his actions as well. Throughout my life, he has demonstrated integrity, compassion, dedication to our family in ways that consistently match what he said. I love and respect my father deeply. I respectfully ask that you take his character and the positive impact he has had on those around him into consideration when determining the sentence. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
I see Kevin growing his stash back. He must miss it. Well, I wonder if the mistress is going to speak. Oh, this look like the daughter.
Hi, everyone. My name is Megan, and I'm here to speak as my mother's child. My mom was an incredible woman. Her life revolved around my brother and I. Everything she did, every sacrifice, every choice was rooted in love for her children. She showed up and always cared deeply for those around her. She was present, nurturing, and strong in the ways that mattered. I was always told that no one is perfect, but to me, she was perfect. She was loving and she was my safe place. And I miss her every day, but I think it's the little things that I miss the most. I miss the way she would put her purse in her cart when we went grocery shopping, or our long car rides where she would ask me to sing to her. Or the way I can still hear her say, "Save it for the car," when there was gossip we couldn't discuss in public. I still remember the way she would smile when I would bring her favorite flowers. I even had them tattooed on my arm, so I could see them every day and think of her. My mom was the person I turned to for comfort, guidance, and unconditional love. She knew me in a way no one else ever will. She celebrated my successes, held me together when I was struggling, and loved me without conditions or expectations. She was my constant, my support, and my sense of home. Losing her didn't just take away a parent, it took away the person who made me feel safe in this world. I loved her more than anything, and I still do. My mother cannot speak for herself anymore, so I am speaking now. She was not the monster she was portrayed to be. She was not the problem. She was the victim. I know what I say today will cause a lot of my family to hate me. I have already been judged, rejected, and blamed for speaking honestly. You all have expressed your deep anger and disappointment in me, but I cannot carry the weight of silence on top of the weight of grief. I would rather be honest about how I feel than protect a version of events that aren't true. I'd rather risk losing people than risk losing myself. And I'd rather honor my mother than stay quiet to protect a version of events that aren't true. Speaking today is not about revenge, it is about truth. It is about refusing to let my mother's life be erased or distorted. And it is about the accountability for the choices that took her from us. My father's actions took my mom's life. They took my future with her. They took moments, memories, and milestones that will never exist. No sentencing can bring her back, but acknowledging the harm done to her matters. After my mom said I was never allowed to be angry. Every time I reached out to you, desperate for comfort, desperate for a father, I was often shut down. You would say, I can't handle this right now. Or you were too busy with your mistress to care that your daughter was falling apart. You made my pain an inconvenience. You made my grief something I had to carry alone. I swallowed my anger for years because there was no space for it in your world. But you don't get to take my mom from me and then expect my silence. You do not get to decide when my emotions are acceptable. Today, I'm allowing myself to feel my anger, and I will not be quiet about it anymore. What hurts in a way I will never fully be able to put into words is that you didn't just take my mom from me. You had the nerve to look me in the eyes days later and ask if I was relieved she was dead. Relieved. After you killed her, that question is something I will carry with me for the rest of my life. It was cruel, it was heartless, it was inhuman. You didn't just kill my mom, you tried to steal my right to grieve her. You killed the person who loved me, who raised me, and who was my home. And then you attempted to twist that devastation into something I should somehow feel thankful for. You tried to rewrite the most worst moment in my life into a favor you did for me. Regardless of what people say, my brother and I are victims too. You didn't just take our mom from us, you tried to use us to save yourself. Last year when I was rushed to the ER, when my body was literally shutting down from the stress and the trauma, you didn't come to my side. You didn't call the doctors to ask what was happening. You didn't pray for me. Instead, you went to your attorney to figure out how my suffering could help you in court. You saw my seizures, not as a sign that your daughter was breaking under the weight of what you had done, but as something you could possibly twist to your advantage. That was beyond neglect. It was exploitation. And then, when you knew I was trying to recover, you had the audacity to call me while you were drunk, crying and sobbing, apologizing over and over and dumping your emotions at me like I was your parent. You never said what you were sorry for, but at that moment, I knew you were guilty. You tried manipulating me against my own mother because of what you and your attorney pushed me to say during the trial. People have tried against me saying I should be dead too. That is what you have done to your children. You didn't just destroy your family, you tried to use us as collateral in your wreckage. A father is supposed to shield his children from harm. Instead, you used us to shield yourself. You exploited our trauma, our confusion, and our love for you in an attempt to escape accountability. Even after taking our mother from us, you still found ways to hurt us in the cruelest way possible. And then days after you killed my mother, you brought your mistress into our home. It was just days, and my mother wasn't even in the ground yet. And you were already trying to install her new replacement. You didn't just disrespect her memory, you bulldozed over it. You stood there and expected us to accept this woman like she belonged in the space my mom built with her own life. Like my mom was just some temporary inconvenience that you could swap out once you got rid of her. The arrogance was sickening, and it showed me exactly how little my mother's life and our grief meant to you. You actually expected us to fall in line, to smile, to play along, to pretend this wasn't betrayal on top of murder. But don't think I didn't see the wedding band on her left ring finger the last time I saw her. You may be really good at rewriting stories, but you were terrible at hiding the evidence. You didn't give us time to breathe. You didn't give us space to mourn. You acted like we should just adjust, adapt, and move on, as if the woman who carried us, who loved us fiercely, could be replaced. Any chance you got, you always told people how strong I was. How you never had to worry about me, like it was something I should be proud of. What you don't understand is that I didn't choose to be strong. I was forced to be. I had to become strong because the one person who's supposed to protect our family destroyed it. I had to swallow my fear, my anger, and my heartbreak just to survive the chaos you created. And that strength you talk about, it came from trauma. It came from losing my mom in the most horrific way possible, and from realizing I could no longer rely on you. But you were right about one thing. You don't have to worry about me. Not because of you, but because despite what you've done, I have been embraced by the most incredible family who has loved me, supported me, and carried me through the darkest time of my life. They remind me every day what real love looks like, and I am standing here today because of them. And because my mom raised me to endure even when my heart is broken. The night before she was murdered, she was helping me with an astronomy project about the stars. She didn't help me because she felt like she had to, but that was just the person she was. She always wanted to help her children. Any moment she got, she always showed up. I didn't know that would be the last time I would hear her voice. Now, every night, I get to look up at the sky, and there's always one star that I always see is brighter than the rest, and I know that's her. And in that light, I feel her love. My father may have taken her from this earth, but he will never take the way she shines from my life. That light is still there, and it always will be. And I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. And I will continue to speak her truth, because she deserves that. I owe her that, because love does not stay silent. Thank you.
Well said.
Good for her.
You are not in court on a regular basis. This is not a performance. It is a criminal sentence. You cannot comport your behavior to a criminal courtroom, then you'll need to leave. I will not tolerate another outbreak like that again. Would you have any other members of the family who wish to speak?
Wow. gosh, she turned so much. Like, I was so mad at her testimony.
As the court knows, the jury returned a verdict on January 20th, 2026 for guilty on both counts of the information. Count 1, murder in first degree domestic violence, and count 2, murder in second degree domestic violence. As previously indicated, count 2 was an alternative theory of felony murder, and they do encompass the same course of conduct. So we are vacating count 2, and as indicated, the standard range with an offender score of 0 on count 1 is 240 to 320 months. The state is requesting 320 months of prison, which is the high end of the standard range, as well as 36 months of community custody. We would ask for DOC to calculate credit for time served. As the court knows, we start at a presumption of mid-range, which in this case would be 280 months, and then go up or down from there depending on the aggravating or mitigating circumstances. The state's position is that a high-end sentence is absolutely warranted in this case, given the egregious lack of remorse demonstrated by the defendant. Even now, Mr. West has not accepted responsibility for his actions. Not once has he acknowledged what he did to his wife and the mother of his children. Every opportunity to show humanity or remorse has instead been used to reinforce the same implausible story that he manufactured from the beginning, a story that was inconsistent with the evidence, a story the jury soundly rejected. His behavior is that of a man deeply invested in preserving himself, not in remorse or the truth. That is echoed in the sentencing memorandum and letters of support filed by defense in this case for purposes of sentencing. In the 8 letters submitted to the court in support of the defendant last night, and the one additional one this morning, Marcy's name was not mentioned one time. What distinguishes this case and what makes it particularly aggravated is how far Mr. West was willing to go to protect his own self-interest after killing his wife. He called first responders, his close friends and co-workers, involving them unwittingly in a cover-up of a staged medical event without their knowledge or consent. He traumatized them while knowing that they likely had no chance of saving Marcy. And then, to add insult to injury, he suggested at trial that their life-saving attempts somehow caused the injuries that the medical examiner determined was the result of a vascular strangulation. He deflected blame onto the public servants that rushed in to help the very woman that he had harmed. Not only did he take a loving mother away from her children, what is even more troubling was the predicament he placed those children in. The way in which blame was deflected onto at least one child further showed his lack of remorse. The court will recall from trial the nature of Ted's prior statements and that when in trial, such testimony drastically had been changed following his time residing with the defendant in this ward. He blamed the contusion on the back of Marcy's head on his son in yet another improbable attempt to save himself at the expense of the children that Marcy loved. Mr. West's conduct after the murder mirrors the selfishness that motivated it. It demonstrates that he doesn't care who he hurts, so long as it furthers his interests. Marcy cannot speak for herself. Her children lost their mother, whether or not they fully appreciate how or why. Her family lost a daughter, a sister, and many lost a dear friend. On top of the grief of losing her, they had to listen to the defendant blame everything and everyone except himself. They deserve the dignity of a sentence that acknowledges the harm done. Not only the harm done to Marcy, but the ripple effect of the cover-up. The state respectfully submits that the defendant's behavior, his total lack of remorse, his deliberate exploitation of others to sustain his lives, warrants a sentence at the highest end of what the law permits. Thank you.
Right, there was some reference to letters, or the letters that you want the court to consider, Mr. Walker?
Yeah, we filed all those letters.
When was it filed?
They were filed yesterday, and we sent copies.
Where you want me to see them? I need to step off the bench and review them. If you want me to consider documents, you can get them beforehand, or be notified if they're in the record. So, if you want me to consider them, you can provide me with copies now.
I guess at this point in time, the judge steps off the bench and he is reviewing the letters. So I will keep an eye out. Okay, wait a minute here. They loaded another one. Here we go. Wait a minute. Let me get it up. Like they loading them in clips, y'all. So I really don't know what we be having. So the judge is back on the bench. I can't believe that the daughter changed her thing. So I guess even when we talking about an appeal for him, that's like down the drain now, because the daughter, like, he made us tell these stories. Like, she basically saying that his lawyer and him made them lie. Pressured her into lying. But that don't mean, so basically she got up there and she said she testified to tell the truth and nothing but the truth and all of this stuff. And basically she's just saying that she committed perjury. But okay. She finally came back around. And that's probably because everybody was badgering her on the thing, like talking about her mama like that. Okay, let's listen to the next part that has it finally loaded.
And then the opportunities of reviewing the statements on behalf of the state and the number of characters mothers filed on behalf of Mr. West. Your comment is Mr. Walker.
Thank you. Good day. In doing these matters over a number of years, it always has a tendency to split families up, make people that are one side together. It's very common. This case is certainly no exception. But in speaking for Mr. West, he maintains his innocence in this case. I am his attorney. That is my position. So I want to preface what I'm going to say with that as a background. There is a tendency to characterize a person forevermore as the person who was found to have done by a jury the worst thing that he could have done. But that is not all Mr. West is. He led a life of many years of responding to calls at all hours of the night. He helped thousands of people overcome acute illnesses and injuries. He was a dedicated professional. We don't motivate other professionals. He was an asset to the community, no question about that. And his, however the relationship may have been, they did raise two wonderful children. You saw them here, you saw them during the trial. They speak well, they're very poised. They are an asset to the community, regardless of what they say. So, Your Honor, the standard guidelines envision, this is standard guideline for premeditated murder in the first degree. So there's a bunch of ways of committing it. If I were to design a way to make it the least egregious, it would be something close to this. The state's theory of trial was that it was an argument that escalated into a strangulation that because of the duration of the strangulation amounted to time to, enough time to reflect and form intent to kill. So that's what they relied upon. If that's the case, this is something that's almost more akin to murder in the second degree, but the jury did find murder in the first degree. So, but it would be, I suggest, toward the lower end of the range. That is why we are requesting 240 months.
West, is there anything you want to say before I accept this?
Yes, I understand.
Your Honor, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time for your day to be here. On January 8th, 2024, we lost Marcy. She was a daughter, a sister, cousin, an aunt, wife, a mother, and a friend to many. I made every effort to save her life, but was unable to, even with prompt, professional response to the Kansas Washington Fire Department, East County Fire and Rescue, and the Washington Police Department. Their efforts and their sacrifice in responding to one of their own will always be remembered and recognized. To Peggy, Marcy's mother, I loved you as a son. Marcy and I cared for you when you were ill in our home, where you witnessed how Marcy and I worked as a team, along with my kindness and gentle nature. I would care for you the same way today. I have known you just as you have known me ever since the day I took you to dinner expressing how much I love your daughter and my desire to marry her. I am truly sorry for having an affair. I know that it was wrong, and I should have waited for the divorce to be final. For that, I am deeply sorry. However, that was my only wrongdoing. You have known me long enough that I'm not capable of such hate as to harm anyone in any way. Peggy, I am so deeply sorry for your loss. To Jim, Marcy's brother, and Tasha, Marcy's sister-in-law, over the course of our marriage, we were only able to meet and spend time together 5 or 6 times. You both always showed kindness to me, and similarly, I always welcomed your family with love and generosity, just as I would today. I love both of your kids, and I always will. You trusted me with them, and I made every effort to create special memories between them and I. I offer you all a true apology for my indiscretion over having an affair. Again, my only wrongdoing. To the Council Sheboygan Fire Department, I'm truly sorry for allowing my work ethic to decline. Throughout my career, I have never allowed my work ethic to falter. Those I work with knew my heart and how much I love the work and those I responded with. I've spent my entire adult life serving the public, coworkers I consider family, and was so incredibly proud of what I had achieved and the achievements of those I mentored. I will never get over the loss of my career and those I had the privilege to respond with. In conclusion, a mockery has been made of my wife's passing. She would be mortified at what has been displayed of her. My heart goes out to all of her friends and family who had to endure this very difficult time as well. Marcy was a loving wife in her own special way. We shared many good times and difficult ones as well. She was an extremely loving and dedicated mother who worked tirelessly in every aspect of our kids' lives. Throughout this social media frenzy of lies and hate, local and national news coverage, the most important thing that has been lost is celebrating Marcy's life and restoring her memory. We must all tell her many life stories and special memories, so we can all appreciate her and her many contributions while on this earth. Please, in your time, take a moment of silence, even if you didn't know her, and allow Marcy to rest in peace. Thank you.
Well, the court had the opportunity to sit through the trial and review the evidence in the case, and I've heard the statements related to the state's recommendations, and Mr. West, I'm not here, and I would not fault the jury concerning their verdict. They found me guilty of first-degree murder, and I'm just sentenced accordingly. I recognize that over the course of your life, you've apparently not had prior convictions, and that recognize many people speak very highly of the life you've lived and the things you've done. That always makes it more difficult for the court to understand how a person with a life of that nature turns down a path that ultimately leads to the death of another human being. 280 months is the presumptive sentence. I balance against that your lack of criminal history and the good things you've done. Counterbalance to that is the fact that although the circumstances may have resulted in a death that was unexpected in the sense that it may not have been what you initially planned to do, the indications are that faced with the consequences of committing felony assault in the beginning and then in the process taking a person's life, you engaged in some planning and deliberation in making sure that the death by strangulation was successful, and that beginning the process of covering up. That sort of motivation, that sort of advanced use of knowledge related to the human body and what would and what wouldn't work to save a person indicates more culpability than one misunderstanding. A person has the right to enter a plea of not guilty and fully contest charges, and I never impose a sentence based upon whether or not they chose to plead guilty or go to trial. But the jury has found, and I concur with their finding, that in this case, your explanations don't make any sense. The only thing that makes sense is that you deliberately killed the victim in this case, and ripped your family apart and created a great tragedy for a vast number of people as a result. So 300 months will be the sentence of the court. You're given credit for any time you served. You'll be on community custody for the maximum period following that, and all the conditions suggested. Because of the length of your incarceration, don't know your financial circumstances otherwise, but indicating that restitution will be set in the amount to be determined, unless you have a figure at this time. With regard to other legal financial obligations, defendant contending that he's innocent.
He is, Your Honor. He was at one point deemed so by the Office of Public Defense, and I'll be addressing that with a motion to court later. I believe it has court claims he is.
Based on that, then, and the length of your incarceration and other circumstances, I don't impose any other legal financial obligation. Okay. You requesting a no contact order with any member of the victim's family?
I don't know that that has been requested.
I'll advise you at this time that several consequences of your conviction. You may not own, possess, or have under your control any firearms, and under federal law, any firearm or ammunition, unless your right to do so is restored either by this court or by the court in which you're convicted, and by a superior or the Superior Court of Washington State, rather than by a federal court in some circumstances. You have a concealed pistol license, you must immediately surrender. You understand that? Also lose the right to vote, it will be crime-free to vote until that right is restored by operation of law.
I was thinking to myself, I'm like 300 months. Like, why are we doing this? I can't stand when you get to certain people. Like when we get over 12 months, just say 1 year old, say 3 years old. Don't tell me your baby 48 months. Like what the like? Just say 25 years. Ew. I don't know. I got another one that I want to do with y'all later. We got a lot of catching up to do. That's why I couldn't do all them trials this week. Because we got a lot of catching up to do with some other stuff. But they are back from lunch. I'm glad that I was able to bring that sentencing as it was coming in because they just dropped all of those. So we just seen those very much live. I will clip them, put them on our channel page, and it will go with the rest of this stuff. For Kevin West, for anybody. They are back in the Kouri Richins trial from lunch, so I will get us back in there so we can see who we have on the stand. So the Kevin West part, y'all, I will clip and I'll put that somewhere individually, so you won't have to watch today's stream to get to that one, if that makes sense for you guys. I wouldn't do you like that. No. And I know it's a lot of people that probably are looking for his sentencing, but he only got 300 months. So let me see. Yeah, like why we gotta go 300 months? Like, say 25 years to life. Boom. But I guess he ain't got 25 years of life. But whatever. Okay, let me get us back set up where we are looking appropriate for everything that we are supposed to be doing. Make sure our backgrounds, our banners, and everything is safe. Let me hide that. Let me see here. Let me put this on here. Oh, no. Sorry, y'all.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of
Here we go.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. What is your name?
Anna Isbell?
Do you spell your last name Isbell?
Yes.
Do you know who Kouri Richins is?
Yes.
How?
Knew her from
Ms.
high school.
Isbell, I apologize for interrupting. Turn that mic towards you a little bit. You can sit wherever you're comfortable. It's easier to move the mic. There you go.
Knew her from high school. Just living in the same area.
Do you know who Hayden Jeffs was?
Yes.
Who was he in relation to?
My significant other for 13 years.
And he passed, didn't he? And it was a motorcycle accident? Okay, I can see you're nodding.
Yes. Sorry. Try not to say yes because it'll start making me cry. But yes, he did.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry. Do you know whether Hayden Jeffs knew Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Did they know each other?
Yes.
How did they know each other?
He did handyman work for her.
Were you with Hayden Jeffs on January the 22nd, 2022, when he received a call from Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Did you overhear that call on speakerphone?
Yes.
What on that phone call, if anything, did you hear Kouri Richins ask Hayden Jeffs?
For something for a client. I don't remember what it started with, the T or P. We didn't know what it was. I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, I don't know who brought it up or how it got around to that. Hayden was just saying, fuck that client. Fentanyl? What? Fuck that. Fuck that.
Hayden's statements, Mr. Bloodworth.
No.
Would you pause for 1 second, Ms. Isbell? My apologies.
Effect on Kouri Richins.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeff's side of this conversation, as related by Ms. Isbell, that's an out-of-court statement that you cannot consider for its truth. The only reason you can consider it is for context for whatever Ms. Richins may have said in response after hearing it. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir.
I interrupted you. Did you want to say anything else about that?
Okay, after Mr. Jeff said that, how did Ms. Richins respond?
She said, okay, thank you. That's all.
Was there a second call then?
No.
Okay. Did you hear any other of the discussions between Ms. Richins and Mr. Jeffs?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Anna.
Afternoon. Don't know about good, but afternoon.
Afternoon. I'm Wendy Lewis. We've met, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say, I start by saying I'm very sorry for your loss of Hayden. I know that's been very difficult for you. Now, you, of course, have been called as a witness for the state, right?
Mm-hmm.
And was there a time a couple
Oh,
of
yes.
And did they reach out to you a couple of months ago to try and get you to come in and meet with them?
Yeah, I've tried multiple times.
Multiple times. All right. I'm going to show you just for what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1002.
Mm-hmm.
Anna, do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
Were those text messages from your phone?
Yes.
And they were between you and Detective O'Driscoll, is that right?
Yes.
So your texts are in blue, is that correct?
Yes.
And his are in black?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we publish that 1002 be admitted and published.
No objection.
Of course. Back.
Well, I must say that she looks very uncomfortable. Like she does not want to be there at all. Yikers. I don't know, SD. I don't know what those look like. I don't know.
It doesn't, but
We can just do the first page if you want. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, no.
It's because it was like two different texts.
pause for a minute. Thank you.
Just do that. Because it's confusing. Because I do think it repeats. I had a hard time. She says.
Well, but it looks like there's stuff above this. That this is a midstream discussion. I'm sorry, Katie, can you go to the second page, please?
Go back one more page. Go back to the first page one moment, please.
Counsel, I'm not persuaded that the first page of this proposed exhibit is in a form that would exist on an iPhone. Pages 2, 3, and 4 seem more consistent with how iPhone text messages
That's fine.
exist in the world.
That's fine. All right, let's go 2, 3, and 4. We see 2, 3, and 4.
And if doing some quick math here, it seems like the chronological order is something like 4, 2, 3. Does that sound right?
Y'all can hear my little I think what y'all hearing is my I have myself on mute. Y'all hear that? That's from my shirt, I think.
Right.
And then 3 and 4.
Is that what y'all
One
hearing?
is just kind of another screenshot.
With me over here typing?
We're going to get rid of 1. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay, that's fine.
I
Katie,
might
can you
be.
take a moment, carve it up, and reorder it? And then we'll have you take a look at it, counsel. In the meantime, temperature a little better? Yes? Very good. Okay.
Yeah, sure. All right, Your Honor, I think it is sorted. No objection to the current version of the text messages.
Katie, if you'd show it to me. Will you go to page 2 for me? Oh, wait a minute. Go back to page 1. Will you go back to page 1 for a moment? My apologies.
That's one we took out, correct?
No, that, okay. Then page 2. Then page 3, please. Okay. I'm going to show this to the witness. If you would lay some foundation, Ms. Lewis.
So do you recognize this as text from your phone?
Yes.
And they are texts between yourself and Detective O'Driscoll. Is that correct?
Yes.
And his original text at the top was sent in December 30th, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded sometime later, which was sometime in January, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize all of these text messages?
Yes.
And are they accurate as far as you recall?
Can we show our pages 2
Yeah.
and 3, please?
Yes. The first one,
I'm sorry. Your Honor, just foundation. There's two different phone numbers that appear. I think we just need foundation on whose phone number is who.
one's Detective O'Driscoll's and the other one's Travis.
I didn't understand that answer, Ms. Lewis. Could you lay some more foundation?
Yeah, I
please?
wasn't sure. So the first page, the 14353213618, that's Detective O'Driscoll.
I don't know his phone number off the top of my head, but
Do you recognize the text as being from him?
I think that the first one is Travis. Because I believe the first one is Travis. I don't know his number off the top of my head.
All right, let me see where there's a
I didn't say by their other numbers.
Can we move to the next page, Katie? Is that a different phone number? That's the same phone number, correct?
It is not.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that one would be Travis. That
So-
one would be O'Driscoll.
Are you sure? Because they say the same thing.
The one is because I sent it to Travis to show him how Detective O'Driscoll was handling himself through this.
Oh, I
That's why,
understand.
yeah.
All right. So the first text is from Detective O'Driscoll.
What is pulled up right now? That one is.
And then that's when you
that's
sent the text.
That one's Travis. I had
To Travis.
screenshotted it to show him.
Why don't we consider these separately?
All right. So let's go to the text, the second page from Detective O'Driscoll. Take out the first page, Katie. Starting right there. So let's, if we could introduce, is that 3 pages now? Or 2? 2. All right. If we could introduce the 2 pages of text between Ms. Isbell and Detective O'Driscoll.
Would you mind confirming with this witness what these 2 pages are?
And these 2 pages are text between you and Detective O'Driscoll, correct?
Yes.
And the black bubbles are from him, the blue are from you, correct?
Yes.
And that's an accurate representation of the text conversation you had with him at that time, correct?
Yes.
I think this is still Defense Exhibit 1007, if we could introduce or at least mark it as 1007, this particular version.
Say it again. Well, I don't know what it is. How are we marking it? So, Mr. Bloodworth, Defense Exhibit 1002A, a text message streamed between Ms. Isbell and a number ending 6267, two-page document.
Can I see the second?
Of course.
Your Honor, no objection to the admission. We're going to need, though, before publishing to anybody, to redact the phone number except for the last few pages.
No problem. Is that, I think that's the only place it appears, right? Is at the top.
Can you do that so we can still see the,
There you go.
oh, that's on the previous page though, right?
And then on both pages, please, Katie. Okay, we just show me page 2 again. Okay, numbers redacted. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Defense 1002A, a two-page text stream involving phone number ending 6267 is admitted. Let me publish. Ms. Lewis, take it from there.
Thank you. All right, now as we just talked about, this was a text between you and Detective Oders.
Yes.
He sent you a text that said, so you can make our life easier and answer our calls, so we can prep you on what you're going to be asked. Next time I knock on your door, I'll have a warrant and a catch pole for your dog, correct?
Yes.
Now, he was talking about that they reached out and asked you to come in to be prepped for your testimony.
Overall.
Overall, okay.
Pause,
And-
Ms. Lewis, for a moment.
Your Honor, she misread the text. I know it's up there and the jury can read it for themselves. But they're-
If they can, I mean, it's small. Yeah, can we zoom in, Katie? Pause for 1 second. Can you folks read that?
I might have misread because some of it's covered in.
Yeah, I mean, the redaction might have been part of the problem, but
Can we maybe go to,
I think because we blocked out the number, I can't see
Okay.
the first line.
all right. We'll just let the jury read it for a moment.
Your Honor, if Ms. Lewis could also turn her mic back on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Brad. All right, let's try again. This is blocked out a little bit, but you'll be able to see it later, hopefully. So until you are needed to testify. So make your life easier and answer our calls so we can prep you on what you will be asked. Otherwise, the next time I knock on your door, I'll have a warrant and a catch pole for the dog. That's what he said, correct?
Yes.
I don't need to be prepped. Give me the time and date and I will appear. He says it's on your subpoena. You ask, is there more an exact date or a date? Do I need to be there February 23rd through March 26th? His response, we could have discussed that if you ever replied, but since you don't want to, you can plan on showing up every day at 8 o'clock. Next page. Your response, I don't need to be prepped. Give me the time and date and I will appear. So this is the same. It's repeated. It's on your subpoena, February 23rd. Plan on being there every day. And then you say, I would like it over text message so that I have exactly what you say in writing. And again, he says you're legally obligated to show up on the dates and times on the subpoena. So let's go back. First of all, what was your reaction when he showed you when he sent you these text messages?
Oh, I was livid. I was very upset. I thought it was rude, inconsiderate, and not how you should treat somebody that did nothing wrong.
Okay. And you were asking if he would give you an exact date to show up to court instead of telling you to be here every day, correct?
Yeah.
And he said, well, no.
Yeah.
You'd be
Should
here
have talked to
every
me.
day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because you didn't want to come in and be prepped, correct?
I didn't want to speak to them at all.
All right, but you never refused to come in and testify because you were legally obligated to do so. Is that fair?
I never refused.
All right. Now, he said that next time I knock on your door, I'll be there with a warrant and a pull for the dog.
Mm-hmm.
So he threatened to arrest you if he had to come back to try and talk to you.
Yes.
And he said the next time. He'd been to your home before?
Yeah.
Did your dog attempt to attack O'Driscoll when he was at your home before?
No.
Is your dog a vicious dog?
He's a big dog. He's very protective, especially after Hayden's passed. He's behind a fence that you aren't supposed to open unless somebody that knows him is there.
Did he attempt to bite Detective O'Driscoll?
Absolutely not.
Did he touch Detective O'Driscoll?
I don't think he's ever seen my dog. Maybe through the fence.
Through the fence. So you didn't sick your dog on Detective O'Driscoll?
Never.
All right. Okay, thank you. Now let's go back. Sorry that took so long. You recently completed rehab, right, Anna?
Yeah.
Fairly recently. I mean, it wasn't like last week, but fairly recently. And your drug of choice was alcohol. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You're doing well. No.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
How are you doing in 2022?
Sorry, what year was that even? I base my years off was Hayden dead or not at that time. I'm 2022.
Let me make it simple.
Yeah. Give me a point of date.
During the time when this phone call happened, were you sober?
What phone call?
The phone call you're here to talk about between Hayden and Kouri.
I had just got done with dinner. So I think Hayden and I had went to Sushi Blue that night. I probably had a drink there.
Okay. So before we get to the phone call, just a couple of other questions. So you said Hayden did handyman work for Kouri.
Yes.
Did he work on a number of projects for her? Do you know?
That I know of, yeah.
All right. And was Kouri good to him while he was working for her?
Yes.
She would help him out at times?
Yeah.
What kind of things would she help him out with?
Just advice, helping with she had helped him get insurance, liability while he worked for her, so that she wouldn't be liable, those kind of things.
All right.
She seemed very nice to him.
So you said in January of 2022, Hayden got a phone call. He was on speaker and you could hear part of the call.
Mm-hmm.
Because you did go into the bathroom for some of the call, correct?
Yes.
All right. So is what you heard Kouri say that she was asking him for the Michael Jackson drug?
That was part of it.
Because you didn't know what that was, correct?
Yeah.
And were you Googling on your phone trying to figure that out during the phone call?
Going to, but I didn't because I was trying to figure out what the first thing that she said because I thought it was a muscle relaxer. And then I was like, oh, it's Michael Jackson stuff.
So you thought she was asking for a muscle relaxant?
That was what I was thinking she was talking about.
Okay. And then you went into the bathroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And did you ever at that call hear Kouri ask for the drug fentanyl?
I did not.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Mr. Bloodworth,
No, sir.
may we release this witness?
We may.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are released from the subpoena.
Awesome.
Free to go.
Thank you.
Take care. You mind taking that glass of water with you? Thanks. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Robert Crozier.
Robert sound like somebody interesting. The reason why I want y'all to know why they are so hard on them and why she was asking her so many questions is because there was a point in time where the defense was saying that that they were the state was tampering with witnesses and forcing them to testify. So that's why she was asking all those additional questions, because some of these witnesses did not want to testify, and they were being threatened by the state
We'll get you sworn in.
to testify. Okay, no problem. Thank you so much, Susie. Enjoy. Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Or maybe this the rug dealer.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What, sir, is your name?
It's Robert Crozier.
You spell your last name Crozier?
Yes, sir.
Sir, do you have a criminal drug history?
I do.
Can you please explain it to us?
I had a distribution charge in December of 22, and 2 possession charges in 23.
Were you dealing drugs in December of 2022?
Yes.
When did you begin dealing drugs?
I'm not sure, sometime around 2020, maybe.
And were you dealing drugs throughout early 2022?
Yeah, I was.
I apologize for interrupting you. Would you and Ms. Lewis approach for one moment? Just my apologies.
Okay, so now they got the rug dealer on the stand. Like, he the one went and got the Michael Jacksons. Like, they doing the most. You say he need to be arrested right now? He look like he's still selling them.
Should you take a quick restroom break while I handle a quick issue? Please rise for the jury.
Uh-oh. Got an issue.
Have a seat, Mr. Crozier. Thank you. We're going to be in recess until 1:25. Who I have present? Watts, we carry for a minute.
What?
Court's in recess. If you want to stretch your legs, now's the time.
What is that about? Hey, Alan. What is that about? Ew. Okay, well, we got TiVo time. Let's see if we can get past it. No, we can't get past it. I don't know. He just got on the stand for them to take a break. I don't know what he about to say, but apparently don't nobody want him to say what he gonna say. They coming back in, y'all. I see the judge's head, but what is that about?
please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. We're on the record. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Crozier, you're under oath. Very good, sir.
Thank
Need a
you.
glass of water, just let me know.
All right.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, are you represented today by counsel?
I am.
And are you testifying pursuant to 3 grants of immunity?
Everybody got immunity.
I know that there's immunity. I don't know how many.
You don't even know.
Yes.
You just know he ain't going to jail.
Are you aware of immunity from Summit County?
Yes.
From Salt Lake County?
Yes.
And from the federal government?
Yes.
Did your attorney assist you in getting those grants of immunity?
I don't know.
As far as I know, yeah.
Okay. What is your understanding of those grants of immunity?
That I need to be honest, or they're void, I guess.
Okay. Do you also understand that you have to testify not only honestly, truthfully, but also fully and completely?
Yes.
And did your lawyer advise you regarding your obligations under the grants of immunity?
I don't understand what you mean.
Did she tell you what you had to do?
She told me I had to come to court and be honest. And
did she tell you what would happen if you weren't honest?
that the immunity would be void, or so that I could potentially be charged with a crime.
Sir, do you know who Nicole Cummings is?
I do.
Who is she?
Excuse me. She is a girl that I lived with for a couple of months at the end of 2021.
Did there come a time in early 2022 when she contacted you about a friend of hers?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
She asked me if I would talk to her friend. I don't remember.
Did you contact Nicole Cummings' friend?
I think Nicole asked her if she could give her my number, and then she contacted me. But I think that's how that went.
Did you ultimately speak with her?
Yes.
Did you text with her?
I think it was mostly phone calls, but there might have been some text. I don't know. That was 4 years ago.
Sure. When you spoke or texted with her, what did she ask for?
As far as I remember, she was asking for Roxy's for the oxycodone.
Did she identify what she was asking for by any label other than Roxy's?
No.
Did you at that time believe that Roxy's meant oxycodone?
Yes, the only thing that I know, I know that they mean. Excuse me.
Did you set up to sell to her?
I set up to meet her in Draper.
Did you set up to meet her at a Maverick in Draper?
Yes.
Did you ultimately meet her at that Maverick in Draper?
Yes.
Where were you coming from to get to the Draper?
At that, I think Roy, maybe, or Layton.
Do you remember how many times you agreed to meet her at the Draper?
Like I said, it was 4 years ago. I remember once clearly, maybe twice.
Could there have been a third time?
I don't think so.
So let's talk about the first time you can recall. Is that the one you recall the clearest?
I mean, yeah. I believe it was raining that day, and she was coming from quite a distance, so we met in Draper to make it easier.
Once you met at the Maverick in Draper,
Mhm.
did you meet up with her personally?
I mean, she was in a car.
Okay.
I went up to the car. She handed me the money. I gave her the pills, and then went our separate ways.
Did you have the pills with you, or did you have to go get them from somebody?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what she looked like?
I really don't. I think she was Mexican, kind of short, but I don't know if she was in a car the whole time. Like, I don't even think she got out because I remember it was raining.
Have you come to learn that her name is Carmen Lauber?
I have heard that, yeah. Like,
you said she handed you the money. Do you remember about how much money?
I don't remember.
You said you handed her pills. What do you remember, if anything, about the pills?
It was like 30 or 40 of them.
Do you remember anything else about that first buy with this lady?
No, she was in like a little, I want to say like a Civic or something, like a Honda Civic, but yeah.
Okay. Were you selling a lot of drugs around this time?
I wouldn't say a lot, no. I sold or got pills for maybe 3 or 4 people. So yeah, I wouldn't by any means say it was a lot.
And was this about early February 2022?
Yeah, I believe so.
Can we talk about the second time?
Okay.
How did the second time come about?
I really don't remember. Like, I'm not even real clear if I had met her a second time. Oh. To be honest with you, like I know that I met her the one time. And it might have been twice, but I really, like it was like 4 years ago. So like I don't really remember if I met her more than once. But it would have been the same thing. Like I would have gotten the money from her, given her the things, and left. Like there wasn't a lot of interaction. We didn't, get a drink together or anything.
It's a drug deal.
Yeah.
Not rocket surgery.
Right.
Had you met her at the Maverick Draper for anything else other than a drug deal?
No.
Had you met her anywhere other than the Maverick Draper?
No.
So am I right that the only times you've met Carmen Lauber is at the Maverick Draper?
That's right.
And the only times you've met her at the Maverick Draper was to sell her drugs?
That's correct.
Do you recall interviewing with Summit County detectives on May the 4th, 2023?
Vaguely. I remember like I was in jail. I hadn't been there very long. I was on a lot of drugs at that time, so like I was detoxing from those drugs. And I remember like going in a conference room and speaking with them, but I don't really recall a lot of the discussion.
Which jail?
Davis County Jail.
Do you recall whether they asked you if Carmen asked for blues specifically or fentanyl specifically?
I have read the report, so like I know that they did, but I don't remember them saying that to me.
Okay. And by report, do you mean a transcript of their
Yes.
interview?
Yeah.
So you know from reading a transcript of their interview that they asked you whether Carmen asked for blues or fentanyl on one hand or oxys on the other hand?
Yes.
Do you recall how you responded to that question?
Not right offhand. I think I said something to the extent of that I thought they were. I didn't know if they were Roxy's, but whatever she asked for is what she got.
Do you recall your answer to that specific question of theirs, whether she asked for blues specifically or fentanyl on one hand or oxys on the other hand?
No.
If I were to show you that transcript again, would you be able to recall?
I mean, I'm not going to remember it, but like I can.
Would that help
see
you
it. Like,
refresh it?
I can see like what it says. I mean, yeah. So, but as far as remembering that, that was 3 years ago, or however many years ago, and I was in a rough state at the time that I had that conversation with them.
Scott, can we bring up for the witness, please, 8-46, Tango? Are we moving too fast for you?
No, I was reading. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sir, can you focus in, please, on page 13, line 13?
Okay.
Does that help refresh your recollection on how you responded to the investigator's question of whether she wanted blues or fentanyl specifically or oxys?
Yeah, but it says that,
It's a yes or
yes. Okay. Yeah.
So how did you respond to that?
Can I take this witness on voir dire for just one moment?
not at the moment. You gotta let him answer that question.
We approach.
Yes.
What is going on? I see she gonna be doing the cross-examination of these witnesses. This might be scary. We might be here all night. She like, nah. She like, can I ask? No. Yeah, from my understanding, like I told y'all before, I know he recanted, what he gave her, and the defense was thinking that this was a real good thing for them. But hey, catch up man, how are ya? How you like this trial so far? Y'all definitely check out the catch up man, right? Remember, he gonna get you caught up on all this stuff. He gonna give you the deep dives and all the in-betweens, the seams. Cause y'all, I can't hook y'all up like that here. I can give y'all a little in between, but I ain't going deep. I'm just gonna do a quick stroke. I can't do no long stroking around here. Yes, I said it. Sweet Pea said it. No long strokes around here. I will give you a quickie, a short stroke. There you go. Oh, I love me sometimes. Here we go. Let me drop back in the courtroom. Stop being silly. Yeah, I can't long stroke none of these trials, and if they get too far, go. Oh, they talk about 4 or 5 weeks of this. I don't think I can even deal with 4 or 5 weeks of this.
Sir, when the investigators asked you whether Carmen Lauber asked specifically for blues or fentanyl or oxy, how did you respond?
I said that she asked probably for blues, but at that time, Roxy's were blues. It wasn't like it was like the slang on the street was, when people bought Roxy's, they were buying blues. It was before, this influx of fentanyl and it also said that so M30s. Yeah, that's what the Roxy's were stamped with was M30s. That's the manufacturer stamp. It's not just a fentanyl thing.
Do you recall investigators then clarifying that very thing with you and asking, it wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s, right? Do you remember the investigators asking you for that clarification?
Well, oxys implies that they would have been Oxycontin to me, but M30s would be fentanyl, or not fentanyl, but Roxy's. At that time in 2022, in early 2022.
I think that confusions what the investigators were trying to clarify, weren't they?
I don't know what they were.
Do you recall the investigators asking you? It wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s. Do you recall them asking you that?
I have read it, but I don't recall them asking me that, no.
He keep trying to tell me he was high as a kite.
You know that they asked you that from having read the transcript, right?
Your Honor, asked and answered. He said he doesn't recall.
They got to get the rugs in her hands.
That is true. And if you would answer that question, please.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you know that investigators asked you It wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s.
Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah.
Do you recall your answer to that question?
I do not.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the transcript of the interview?
Sure.
Scott, can I get 846T again?
Which page do you want to go to?
If we can stay, please, on page 13. And sir, if you could read from
Says I sold her what? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can you please read to yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you please read to yourself from page 13, line 19, and then we'll switch over to 14 in a second.
Okay.
Okay, if you could take that down, please, Scott. Sir, does that help refresh your recollection?
I mean, no, but I can see what it says, but I don't remember having this conversation. But
When the police asked you whether she was asking for oxys and got M30s, do you recall how you responded?
it says no, she would have got what she asked for. Okay.
He said he doesn't recall.
Sustained.
Sir, do you recall whether police asked you if Carmen Lauber knew there was fentanyl in the pills that you sold her?
Again, yeah, it said that.
It's a yes or no question.
Do you recall?
I don't recall. I really don't recall the conversation with the police at all, other than I had the conversation with them. I don't remember details of it other than what I've read.
Do you agree in the interview generally that you confirmed that you sold pills containing fentanyl to Carmen Lauber?
No, I said that from what I read, I said that she knew what she was, she got what she wanted. Whatever she asked me for is what she got, but I'm pretty sure it was Roxy's, and it was the whole questioning with those cops was them kind of telling me what I had been doing.
So you've read a copy of that transcript.
I have.
Is it an accurate transcript of your interview with detectives that day?
Well, I'm going to let him answer it. You're objecting to foundation. Your foundation's overruled. It's a yes or no question, sir. Or I don't know. I want to be clear.
Okay. Yeah. Again, I don't know.
Can we turn now to an affidavit that you signed in September of 2020? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Did you swear to the affidavit saying that it was true?
Yes.
Did you read the affidavit before swearing to it?
I believe it was read to me.
In that affidavit, did you say that you sold drugs to Carmen Lauber 2 times in February 2022 at the Maverick in Draper?
I believe it said the same thing I've been saying, that it was once, maybe twice. Like, I don't recall if it was more than that. But
Did you say in that affidavit that one time you sold Roxy 30s and one time you sold Blues?
yes, but again, blues are, at that time, blues are Roxy 30s. Like, they're synonymous.
That was
Yes.
your understanding of what Blues are, right?
Yes.
At that time.
Yes, and if I sold somebody blues, then they were the Roxy 30s.
Did you say in that affidavit that you understood actually at that time in early 2022, that OxyContin was the same thing as Blues and Oxy and Roxy 30s?
No.
Did you say in the affidavit that you sold OxyContin?
No. No, I think like there were notes being made in it and things crossed out, but yeah, I clearly said that's not OxyContin. I never sold OxyContin. I sold oxycodone, Roxy 30s.
So, sir, you've never sold OxyContin?
Never.
Scott, can I get 847, please? Sir, could you please review that? We'll scroll down through all the pages. Scott, can you go down one?
Yeah, that's a typo. I'm sorry.
Go down again, please. One more to the swearing. Can you go back to the top, please, Scott? Mr. Crozier, is that an accurate depiction of the affidavit that you signed in September 2025?
I mean, without all of the corrections, yes. Like, as I was sitting in jail and going over it with the defense attorney, she was crossing the Oxycontin out because I kept saying that's oxycodone. And then she was crossing other words out. Like there was a whole bunch of different words that were put in there that were typos or they weren't the right words. Yeah, they certainly weren't my words. But
is whether they were your words or not, is this the one you signed? Is that your signature at the bottom?
it is, yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-47 into evidence.
State's Exhibit 8-47 is admitted. Published to the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Scott, can we just zoom in on the first 4 paragraphs? So is that first paragraph accurate?
Yes.
Is the second paragraph accurate?
Yes.
Is the third paragraph accurate?
Yes.
Scott, can you drop down 1 page and zoom in? Is that fourth paragraph accurate?
No. No. No, it's got it's got it says Oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Is that fifth paragraph accurate?
No. Again, it says Oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Is that sixth paragraph accurate?
No. Again, it says oxycodone. Oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Seventh paragraph accurate?
No, because it says that I met with her 2 times and I'm not sure that I met with her 2 times.
How about the eighth paragraph?
Yes.
How do you know whether what you were selling, were you selling pills at the end of 2022?
I wasn't selling Roxy's anymore. I was only selling fentanyl at that time.
Were you selling pills in late 2021 and early 2022?
Selling Roxy's then, yes.
How do you know what was inside the pills that you were selling?
Because I had multiple people that had prescriptions.
So you were getting the pills from other people?
Yeah, I had, yes.
Who did you get the pills from that you sold to Carmen Lawler?
I don't recall. I had multiple sources that I was getting them from.
So you just had a guy?
I had a few guys.
Is paragraph 9, is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that accurate with the handwritten correction?
Yeah, the possessing, yes.
Are those your initials next to that possessing it's handwritten in?
Yes.
How about paragraph 10? Is that accurate?
Yeah, yes.
How about paragraph 11?
Yes.
Can we go down to, we can go all the way, just do, okay. Paragraph 12, accurate?
It is.
13?
With the exception of the Oxycontin again, instead of oxycodone. Again, the oxycodone prescription, I had an Oxycontin prescription.
14 accurate?
Again, with the Oxycontin instead of oxycodone.
15 accurate?
It is.
16 accurate?
With the Oxycontin instead of oxycodone.
Let's scroll down to that's your signature?
It is.
Can we go to the next page, Scott? That's your signature?
It is.
Now in there you say that you read the foregoing. Did you read it?
It was read to me, yes.
Is the foregoing a power of attorney or is it something else?
I'm sorry, I don't know what foregoing is.
Well, what's above there? First 3 pages.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
It says right there, that I read the foregoing power of attorney and understood the contents thereof. You're telling me that you didn't read it, right?
Saying that it was read to me, and at every time it said Oxycontin, like we were saying, okay, that needs to be oxycodone.
But those changes weren't made.
Oh, I mean, yeah, apparently not.
Thanks, Scott. Is it fair to summarize your testimony today that you sold Carmen Lauber on at least one, maybe two occasions, M30s and blues, and you believe that M30s and blues referred to at that time oxycodone?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lewis. Need a glass of water?
I do not, thank you.
Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
We've met
Afternoon.
before. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's all a blur. We've met before, right?
What's that?
We've met before.
We have.
Yes. Okay. Just gonna ask you a couple of questions about that first interview. You said that with the detectives that you really didn't remember that interview.
Right.
You did say though, just a moment ago, well, they were just telling me what I'd been doing. Do you remember that?
I do.
All right. So during that interview, remember that they just told you what you'd been doing and you just kind of agreed. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I didn't really want to get in trouble. I was already in jail. I had bail. I was trying to get out. I wasn't. And they kept telling me that I wasn't in trouble and nobody was going after me and things like that. But still, I mean, when they originally came and talked to me and were asking me about, I had no idea who any of the people they were besides Nicole. They showed me pictures and I was like, I don't know who it is. But yeah.
All right. Let's fast forward to September of 2025. And you were interviewed by myself and by my investigator, Mr. Bertram. Correct?
Yes.
And were you sober when you and I and Mr. Bertram met?
I was.
And you recall at that interview, you told us you thought you had sold to Ms. Carbon 2 times.
I think I said once, maybe twice.
All right.
Same thing. Yeah.
You said once, maybe twice.
Mhm.
And that the first time was Roxy 30s, which you've explained,
Mhm.
right?
I'm sorry. Yes.
And Roxy 30s, and we're going to get to this whole Oxycontin,
Okay.
Oxycodone thing in just a minute.
Okay.
But Roxy 30s, would that be 30 milligram oxycodone pills?
Yes.
All right. And you said you met her at the Maverick
Mhm.
to sell them. And you,
If you just add a question mark at the end of these as you go.
oh, all right. And you met her at the Maverick to sell them, correct?
Yes.
And that you remember it was early 2022, correct?
Yeah. It was around this time.
Okay.
There was snow then. So
Okay. So can you remember what you were charging per pill for 30 milligram oxycodones?
Like either $25 or $30 a piece.
$25 or $30 per pill.
Mhm.
You weren't selling fentanyl at that time, but when you did sell fentanyl, what did that sell for?
About the same.
You sold fentanyl for about the same.
Mhm.
Are you aware that there was a time that fentanyl was sold for considerably less than oxycodone?
Yes.
And would that have been earlier when fentanyl first started in the market, or would that just depend on who was selling it?
It just depends on who was selling it.
Okay.
Where you got it from. If you know a Hondo that'll give them to you for 80 cents, then yeah. But
All right, that's fair. So do you recall, let me back up. So you said that when you sold her, the time that you clearly remember the 1st time she was sitting in a car, was anybody with Ms. Lauber?
I don't remember.
You don't remember there being anyone, or you just don't know?
I just don't know. Like if there was some or if she was by herself. I don't know.
Okay. And then do you recall saying that there was a time you sold her when a man came with her?
Yes. I do.
So that would have been the second time that we talked about earlier, correct?
Not sure. It could have been the first time, but I probably, yeah,
Okay.
if there was twice, why not?
Okay. All right. So, if Ms. Carmen Lauber testified that you told her, these are fentanyl pills, I'm selling you fentanyl pills, would that be true?
I mean, if I said it to her, then it would be true, but I don't know that I said that to her.
Well, were you selling her fentanyl pills?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And let's go over that again, because I know this was, you were using during that period.
Mhm.
But why was it that you remembered that in 2022, early 2022, you were selling oxycodone and not fentanyl?
Because everybody was scared of fentanyl in early 2022 and in 21. It's all over the news and people were dying and it was kind of hard to get and people were scared of getting it. And like I testified, I had people that had prescriptions. I had my own prescription and we sold those.
When you said you had a prescription and you knew people that had prescriptions, are you talking about oxycodone?
Yes.
Do you remember the milligrams of your prescription?
Mine were 10s at that time.
10s. Did
Yeah.
you sell any of those to Carmen Lauber?
No.
Okay, so you sold somebody else's prescription.
Yes.
And the pills you sold were actually prescription pills from a pharmacy?
Yes.
And do you recall you met her at the Maverick, and do you recall the person that you were buying from actually lived not super far away from that Maverick? Isn't that correct?
No.
You didn't have a supplier that was pretty close to that Maverick?
No.
You don't recall that you met her there and then you left to get the pills and came back?
I don't remember. I might have met somebody down the street, but I don't remember if I didn't go to anybody's house to get them.
All right, that's fair. So somebody met you a ways from the Maverick to give you the pills?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And those were that person's prescription?
Yes.
Do you know what the milligrams were? Were they 30 milligrams?
They were 30 milligrams.
All right. So at that time in early 2022, you would not have been telling Carmen Lauber, here, these are fentanyl.
No, I didn't have a fentanyl plug at that time. Like, I didn't know anybody that sold fentanyl at that time.
All right. And you said if you were asked for booze, that to you that meant what?
Roxy's.
Roxy's. Because before fentanyl became really well known, a lot of oxycodones were blue.
Yeah, and they were the M30s, like from the manufacturers. And I think that's why whoever makes those now, the fentanyl ones, they made them to look just like the Roxy's because people were taking, a lot of people were addicted to Roxy 30s at that time. So they made them look exactly like that. And that's why people were dying, because they were thinking they were taking a Roxy and they were taking a fentanyl that looked exactly the same, but color might have been a little different.
And those were either being made illicitly or brought in from Mexico, right?
I'm not sure how they come in, but yeah, they were here. Yeah, they
There
weren't.
were-
Yeah, you couldn't get them from a pharmacy for sure.
I'm sure you could.
You could not get them from a pharmacy. No.
Okay. So the pills that you sold in 2022 that were light blue, those came from a pharmacy.
Yes.
Do you recall that selling pills that were light green?
If they were light green, they would have been 15s or 20s. With the Roxys, like the lower the doses, like I had a prescription for 10s and they were pink. And then I think the 15s might have been green and then 20s were gray, I think. And then all of, from every manufacturer, they were all blue. The Roxy 30s were every manufacturer, they were all blue.
Light
yeah,
blue?
Yeah, whether they said M30 on them or A22 something or whatever it was, the manufacturer stamp on.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the affidavit, the one that's been admitted, and then there's a second one that has not yet been admitted. Now, when Mr. Bertram and you didn't type this affidavit, right?
No, I did not.
And Mr. Bertram and I brought these up to you, correct?
Mhm.
And we
Yes.
read them to you, correct?
Yes.
And you made some corrections, correct?
Well, I think you had the pen, but yes.
You told me some
Yes.
corrections to make, and I made them correct.
Yes.
And then you signed them, correct?
Yes.
But at that time, let me rephrase that. Then later, you were given an attorney, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
And Ms. Letkins.
Mhm.
And is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Letkins went over these with you again later, correct? The affidavits.
I don't remember if she did or not. I mean, I went from meeting with you from jail and then going to treatment. I was in 7th Street treatment at the time. I know that we talked about them.
You and Ms. Letkins.
Mhm.
And-
I don't know if we went over it line by line like we just did, but I know that we talked about it.
Do you recall telling Ms. Letkins there's a mistake in these? It's Oxycontin and it's supposed to be oxycodone?
Yes.
All right. And are you aware that Ms. Letkins then let the prosecutors in this case know these are correct, except that they say Oxycontin and they should say oxycodone?
I don't know that she did that, but I'm sure she did. I don't.
Okay. And so I'm the one that typed Oxycontin, correct?
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now that I didn't understand them, but I understand now, what's the difference between Oxycontin and oxycodone?
Oxycontin is way stronger. And it's time release now, I believe. Like I think in the 90s it wasn't. They were having a lot of problems around the country with those. And then they made them time released. The oxycodone or the Oxycontin 30s, I believe, are purple or they're red or maroon color or something like that. But yeah, they have like a gel around them.
All right. So there's a mistake that you put Oxycontin and then you later corrected it with your attorney and said, well, this is right, other than it should say oxycodone.
Yes.
All right. Because you were selling oxycodone,
Yes.
not Oxycontin.
Yes.
All right, let me show you. Do we have the mark on the new exhibit? Okay. Let's pull up what is Defense Exhibit 1025. You actually signed 2 affidavits in September of 2025,
Yes.
correct? And the state introduced one of those affidavits, correct?
I don't know. They just showed me one.
They showed you one.
Okay. Yes.
That's the only one they showed you.
Yes.
We take a look at this and tell me if this is the second one you signed.
in paragraph 8, it says Oxycontin again, but
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that.
Okay.
but-
yes.
Okay, so other than where it says, there's 2 times it says Oxycontin when it should have said
Mhm.
oxycodone. Other than that, is this a true statement?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to admit Defense Exhibit 1025, which actually is both statements, the one that was already admitted plus this one together. We can separate them out, but it's the same.
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
I tell you all this stuff about rugs, man. I'm gonna be an expert in this. M30s, M20s, oxy, proxies, moxies, cocktails. I don't know what is going on. We got so many different names for this stuff: blue pills, red pills, yellow pills, white pills, pharmacy pills. Just depending on which way you're looking at it. Good grief. I did not know that you needed all this information for a rug education. I thought you just get this stuff and sell it. Like, you gotta really know what you selling when you out here selling it, y'all. But this guy keeps saying that he wasn't selling oxymorons. And, he was selling oxymorons, but he was not selling the Fetty Wap. Like, he wasn't selling that. Like, it's just way too much. Like, yeah, you almost gotta go to a school for this. He was like, I was not selling it at that point in time because everybody was scared of it and people were dying from it. So I wasn't into it, you know? So he was saying he wasn't even into it. I'm like, I was never listening, like, okay. I don't know if they offered him an immunity deal, but I don't really know what I don't know what he's offering, because at this point in time, I really don't see them putting the stuff right in Kouri's hand. Like, they're saying that it's plausible, they're saying that it's possible, but I don't know if they putting it right in her hands. And y'all could tell me if y'all hear something different, but I ain't really heard nothing like that. You know, the one lady said she got it for her. She never actually put it in Kouri's hand. It went in the fireplace, it went here, it went different places, but I don't see nobody saying it went Kouri in. What if Kouri really wasn't getting it? I don't know. But these names is really about to. Let's see what they're gonna say. You say yes, she was. Yeah, and I get that, and I understand why they need the stuff, but it sounded like this wasn't even nothing that he wanted to do. Like, this wasn't nothing he was doing. You know, and maybe he thought he was a real pharmacist, since he said that he was getting his stuff directly from the pharmacy. Do they go back and get the pharmacist who was selling it to them? Because it sounds like there's a bigger problem than just my guy up here. It sounds like the pharmacist has some issues too. Like, don't the pharmacy go down for this, or the pharmacist? Mm-hmm. I don't know, but I don't think his testimony is really that great. Not to me. Say agree. Eric was somewhat involved with Ruggs in his opinion. He feels like, and you never know you never know what people do. People keep a lot of things hidden from them, even though we want to make them out to be the best thing. But sometimes they so embarrassed by certain things that they doing that they keep that stuff hidden too, right? I mean, nobody's running around here talking about that's what they was doing. But the only problem that I do have is that he did have a prescription for some Rugs, right? That was a high dose of Rugs. I'm not sure how high, because I'm not, your neighborhood rug dealer. So I don't know. But he had 88 pills left out of prescription that had 90 pills in. So 90 pills in it. So I'm thinking that if he was really like a rug dealer, if he was really like a rug user or addict, I would think that would be those would be done. Like he wouldn't have those. Yeah, I think those pills. So
Let
I
me
don't know if
just
I
get
want to
us
say
back
he a rug user.
Square one here. Katie, if you would go back to page 1. I'm going to hide this for just a moment.
Not square one.
Ms. Lewis. It is queued up, though, if you need it.
All right, let's actually go to page 2, though, Katie, because you just read this, right, as you were sitting here. All right. So do you recall a meeting with prosecutors in this case in April of 2025 to discuss your testimony?
I do.
And that was before you met with myself and Mr. Bertram in September of 2025.
Yes.
And at that meeting, did you tell them then that you never did sell fentanyl to Carmen Lauber?
I told them that I'm pretty sure that I sold her Roxy's and not fentanyl.
Okay. So you told them, excuse me. You told them basically the same thing that you said in September of 2025 and what you're saying today.
Yes.
In your testimony. And did you sign a sworn affidavit that in fact happened?
I did.
All right. And were you sober when you met with the prosecution in 2025?
I was.
To tell them that I never sold her fentanyl, I sold her Roxy 30s,
yes.
oxycodone.
Oxycodone. Yeah.
Okay. When you you talked to your friend Nicole. What did she tell you? No, let me rephrase that. What was your understanding of what Carmen Lauber wanted? She said, I have a friend who wants some pills. What was your understanding of what that friend wanted?
Did she wanted Roxy's? Roxy's. I'm sorry.
So again, you didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022.
That's right.
You had no access to it in January, February, March of 2022.
No.
When you did start selling fentanyl, what color were those pills?
Like almost purple.
A really dark color.
Yeah. Yeah, they were very distinctive.
Okay. So not light blue, not light green.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone ever ask you for the Michael Jackson stuff?
I'm sorry?
You don't know what that is.
I think that answers my question.
Uh-oh, Cory laughing.
Nobody
Cory
ever asked
laughing.
you, Carmen Lauber didn't ask you to sell her the Michael Jackson drug.
No, is that,
Do you know what that is?
what do they call that? Prohypnol or something?
Propofol.
Propofol. There you go. Yeah, I've heard of it as I watched the Michael Jackson thing when he died, but yeah, nobody's ever asked me for that.
He want a purple pill right now.
Buy that on the street?
I doubt it.
Okay.
It seems like they would keep that under a tight lock and key.
All right. All right. I'm just going to summarize and then we're going to be done. Okay? So when you initially agreed with detectives that you might have sold fentanyl, you were high, you were coming down, and you don't remember saying that specifically. True?
That is correct. Yes.
And when you met with myself and Mr. Bertram in September of 25, and you said you were selling only oxycodone, you were sober, correct?
Yes.
And you were being truthful?
Yes.
All right. When you met with Mr. Bloodworth and his investigator in April of 2025, you were sober.
Yes.
And you said you were only selling oxycodone in early 2022.
That's correct.
You sober today?
I am.
In fact, congratulations, you just finished your treatment program, right?
Thank you. I did.
What was your sober date?
August 26th.
Of 2020?
25.
25. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Robert, I want you to look at the jury. I want you to tell them, are you telling the truth here today?
Yes, I am telling the truth.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Mr. Blood.
Mr. Crozier, how were the pills that you sold to Carmen Lauber packaged?
They were in a bag.
Those little tiny clear Ziploc bags?
I don't remember, but a Ziploc bag or something. Yeah, they were in a bag of some kind. Yes.
Like one of those little bags you get with a spare button on a shirt?
Well, I don't think you can't fit 20 or 30 pills in a little bag like that. So they were probably a little bigger than that, but yes.
And you got that bag from your plug, right?
Yeah, from one of
the guys that sold
Yes.
you the pills.
Correct.
You did not get that bag from a pharmacy, correct?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness from the subpoena?
We may, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Crozier, you're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Ledkins, thank you. Is this a good time for a restroom break? I don't know how long the next witness will be.
Yeah, our next witness, maybe 30 minutes from the state.
Why don't we take a restroom break? Thanks, folks.
All right, jury.
Yeah, maybe that's what I should watch. Welcome Me in Irish. Maybe I should watch Snowfall so I can get all these D-Rug names in.
All right, take a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be in recess until 2:45. Thank you.
Roxy, Moxies, Toxies, Coxies, Oxys. Derek said Cory walks not guilty. I ain't going that far with it because she still decided that she wanted to walk this dog. Now, we got other issues that we do have to accomplish and we do have to give path. And Cory snitched on herself. So there we have it. She snitched on herself. So since she snitched on herself, she may not be able to walk. The only dog she gonna walk is herself. I don't know. He said that purple pill like he wanted one. Like, gosh, I wish I had a purple pill right now. Like, I don't know if you should be talking to these recovering addicts about all these different colors of the rainbow and all these things that these rugs can do to you, I probably would have the shakes up there like, oh no, like, no, please don't be asking me about it. They purple, blue, green, white. I wish I had one. Like, I don't know that, you know, when you get anxious or anything, you kind of like, you could relapse into something like that. Like, oh God, I don't think I would want them asking me those questions. Like, don't ask me. I don't remember nothing. Like, they don't remember this. Like, they trying to in and out. They like, well, did y'all have a conversation? What color car was she driving when she pulled up? How many people were in the car? Do you know what time she called you in order to make the exchange? Do you know what corner y'all was on? No, we were in and out. I ain't even look at her. I don't care what she looked like. Give me the money. Like, throw the money down the street and I'll throw the rugs the other way. Like, what do they think this is? Do they think they going out to brunch and doing this? Oh my goodness. Like, no, we are not doing this. You said she has not, do you say that they have not proven the case? Yeah, I don't think they have proven their case yet, but I think that once we get the rest of this stuff in, is walk the dog and, you know, because they are, the case may still be lengthy because they are bringing financial stuff in. It's not a financial crimes case, but I do know that they are bringing some financial things in. So we do have that coming in. Let me put down the time so I can make sure I do our minute markers. Break. Oh, you fine, Hayes. Thank you, sweetheart. It was like Elders out Alba, and I was like, damn, Stringer Bell's bread. You funny. Oh, wow. Oh, I love some Elders Alba. Well, wait a minute now. Ooh. Ooh. I need some Elders Alba. Wait a minute. I might have to give me a glass of water. Let me take a sip of this water. Talking about him. I like them. Okay. Wow. So it was funny because they all started laughing about this Michael Jackson D-Rug. Like, the only person that was talking about this Michael Jackson stuff, it sounded like his housekeeper, because Kouri got to laughing when she heard that Michael Jackson stuff. Like, they thought that they was high enough in its food chain to get the Michael Jackson stuff. I didn't even know Michael Jackson had one, but apparently now Michael Jackson do have a D-Rug thanks to Kouri Richins. Let me see. So what I do want to tell my those that are following, and we are doing the I gave my son a gun trial. He has been on the stand all day. I cannot imagine that they are going to do closing arguments today. I don't see that happening. He is still currently on the stand, guys, just so y'all are aware. So considering that they probably will not do opening, they won't do closing. I don't think they're going to do closing statements today. I think they'll do closing statements probably Monday. What I plan on doing, I will check and see when they're doing closing statements, and then we will catch up with his testimony over the weekend. So we'll be ready for closing statements Monday. And we'll go into closing statements with his case first before we go into Kouri. Like, Kouri gonna be here. Shit, ain't nothing going on with her. But let's make sure we get our closing statements with our other case. And that's what we'll do. You said Method Man is better than Ildris. Girl, bye. Now that we not gonna do. Method Man better do. What you talk about? Acting, rapping? What are you talking about? Let me make sure I understand what you said. Let me make sure I understand what you said when we talk about these things. Girl. Method Man. That's a man in shape? Are you real? For real? Are you talking about shape? Or are you talking about... What are you talking about? Hey, Allison, welcome in. How are you, honey? How's our trial baby? Okay, if we crushing on rappers, I want me some 50 Cent. Oh, she wants some 50 Cent. Look at her. Talk about she wants some 50 Cent. I don't even... Idris Elba is a... He is a... Man, 50 Cent is 50 Cent off the 50 Cent is a he a troll. That's what I could say. So you say 50 Cent because I'm pulling up all these pictures so I could be seeing what we talking about. And she talking about some doggone Method Man. That's the first I'd have ever seen Method Man come up in a conversation with Idris Elba. But all right, in shape, he an actor. Okay. He your favorite troll? He is my favorite troll too. And I know seeing like her some 50 Cent because every time he posts something on Twitter or Instagram, seeing right there, she liking everything he posts. I be like, dang, Cynthia don't let nobody else get to any of these posts before she get to them. She already on there liking it. Good grief. How do we get to her timeline before it get to anybody? It gets to her timeline so fast, it blows me away at different times. Like, I can't never like a video before she do. Cynthia be in there, she be checking it out. He was like 50, ew. That tell you how you just have different tastes, different places. She say grandson RSV. Okay, but he's a little fighter and finally home. It's been a rough time. Yeah, that's something that newborns get. Like it's almost like it's like a cold to us, but yeah, I know babies get that. Well, I'm glad to hear that he's home. Yeah, I definitely know about those days. I ain't too far removed from them. Well, I guess I'm far enough removed from them.
A great lawyer
At this point in time. Yeah, he is definitely a troll. He is a funny troll. They just get that they get that from because I know it got to do with your lungs. I think it's like a cold. What we would have as a cold, they consider a respiratory. I know it's respiratory something virus. You say both, Idris. That's right, sis. Give it to both of them. Yeah, but yeah, buddy. So just so y'all know, we will catch up on Colin Gray, and even if y'all decide to watch a little bit, I'll schedule us some time where we can watch it over the weekend so we can be ready. He been on the stand all day long. I know he is so over it. If y'all thought the mama was on the stand for a long time, the daddy has been on the stand for all day long. Like he's still on the stand. Still on the stand. Because I was trying to see if they did closing arguments so I could see how fast I need to move on seeing it. No, they still on break right now. So they are on break with Kouri. We waiting for them to come back. They went for a restroom break. They will probably be in court for another, They usually end about 4:30 or my time. So they'll probably be going strong for probably another 2 hours. Yes, Colin is on the stand. Yep, he's on the stand. He's been on the stand all dang gone day. All day. I don't know what he's talking about, but he on there. Yep, he been on there all dang gone day. Yeah, and I would tell you, and I would tell y'all we're streaming later, but I am once we get done with Kouri, I am going to finish my ball of my birthday drink. Sipping on some scissor, sipping on some scissor. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing and get myself ready. I'm gonna go to, I think I'm going to dinner and a movie. I'm going to go see Scream 7. I like horror movies. So I'm going to go see Scream 7 tonight. And then I'm going to brunch tomorrow. And then I got a comedy show that I'm going to go to tomorrow evening. And Sunday will probably be full recovery. You said it has to be lean? No, well, no, it's tequila, but sipping on some scissor, sip. That's the only song I can think of. To let y'all know where I'm going to be at and what I'm going to be doing. But I'm glad that we were able to see Kevin's his sentencing. And I'm glad that it came out the way it did. We were able to watch that while we was on break with Kouri, so that was cool. Yeah, because I definitely know Susie wanted to watch that. And I had a lot of people that were in my comments wanting to know when he was going to be sentenced. So I'm glad that we were able to catch that and get that coverage out there. What you want me to send a picture of when I go out? I've never had it. I don't even know what it is. I just know the song. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can send those. Yeah, I'm going out. It's so funny, like Allison, he got 300 months. I'm gonna tell you like the judge told us. He got 300 months. He got 25 years. He got 25 years. Yeah, it's so because he got 25 years. I don't even know what that means. Like, so does he get 25 years and he get to get out? Because I didn't hear 25 years to life. I didn't hear 25 years and he gotta go to parole. So he just get 25 years and he get to get out. I gotta check into that some more. Yeah, because if he just said 25 years, then all he got to do is 25 years and he get out, right? His time is served. At least the way the judge said it. Or what do y'all think? Am I misinterpreting it? I'm going to look and see, because if so, like, he is what? I think he like 50 something. So if he like 50 something, I don't know his exact age, but if he like 50, y'all, that means he will get out when he's 75, right? And then if he get out when he's 75, he may get out earlier than that because he could get time
You solemnly swear the
served.
testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court
Oh
to be the truth, the
no,
whole truth, and
like
nothing
that is so easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh man. Oh, he ain't getting no time. 25 years. Oh man, for somebody whole life. Oh, that don't seem right at all. Ugh. Okay, they are back in court. Let me pull them up, pull the courtroom feed up. That's irritating. I mean, they give people longer than that for robbing somebody. And you ain't even unalive somebody. Like, even if Kouri Richins get off with this unaliving this murder of her husband, she got her financial crimes that she got to go through. And boy, oh boy, they'll probably throw her up under the jail cell for bouncing a check. But they only, where she'll get life in prison for bouncing these checks and all these financial crimes. But this man, it took a whole woman's life. A whole woman's life. And all he get is 25 years and he get to get out. Man, I'm done. Because even if she get off of this, she gonna go to jail for life for the financial stuff just for taking $1 or $2. Y'all hear me? For taking $1 or $2. She gonna get more time for taking $1 or $2 than she do for anything else. All right, here we go, y'all.
truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Have a seat.
I'm okay for a minute. I'll see how long this goes.
Fair enough. Ms. Sherman.
Sir, if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Eric Haskell, Haskello.
Where do you work?
The Salt Lake City Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I've been with the Salt Lake City Police Department for about 10 and a half years now. No, sorry. Coming up on 11 years.
What is your current assignment at the Salt Lake Police?
I'm currently a sergeant over the Special Investigations Unit, which handles narcotic and vice cases.
I want to go through some of your pertinent law enforcement history. And why don't you start explaining to the jury kind of where you got your start at the Salt Lake Police and where those roles kind of took you throughout your career up to this point.
I started like most officers in patrol when I came to the Salt Lake City Police Department. After about a year there, I transitioned to the Strategic Deployment Unit, otherwise known as the Bicycle Squad, the bright yellow shirts. I was there from 2016 into 2019. When I left there, I went back into patrol in 2019. Working my way through it all.
That's okay. I know it's testing your memory.
And then in about June of 2020, I transitioned to the gang unit. I was there until January of 2021. A short time. 2020 was a tumultuous year for us. We were shrinking down specialties, which point I went back to patrol the beginning of 2021. Towards the end of 2021, I went back into the gang unit for a short time as a supervisor. And in 2022, back into patrol as a sergeant. I remained there until I believe it was maybe spring of 2023, where I transitioned to a encampment mitigation sergeant, handling illegal camps throughout the city until September of 2024, where I transitioned into my current assignment.
Thank you.
That covers my time with Salt Lake City.
Thank you for that history. Now, as a sergeant over I think you said special investigations, how is that involved with narcotics investigations, or what is your role in those investigations with the Salt Lake Police?
Widely varied, everything as it relates to narcotics. My unit, for starters, screens all of the screening being submitting charging documents, I guess, for any narcotics cases within the city. So any patrol officers or other officers throughout the department that have narcotic cases, those cases come through our office. We review them and submit them to the district attorney's office. We personally, as the beard might suggest, are a little different than a patrol officer. So we're an undercover unit. We will conduct undercover drug buys and long-term drug narcotic investigations. We will conduct short-term investigations as well, things that we would refer to as like a buy bust, where we might do an undercover buy and immediately arrest somebody. And like I said, including those long-term investigations, conducting narcotic search warrants, consulting on narcotic related cases, officers throughout the department contacting us for our expertise in the world of narcotics.
And so is it fair to say that your unit and your experience deals with everything from drug deals on the street up to larger scale, more complex drug investigations?
Yes.
And have you received any type of special training to perform this role?
Yes. So I've attended the DEA drug investigations course. It's a week-long course put on by the DEA. I've attended the Salt Lake City Undercover Academy, which presents some information on drug investigations, as well as the name implies, the learning how to be an undercover and the tools used in that. I've attended, I have members of my unit that are part of a task force, the Utah Drug Overdose Task Force, attended seminars put on by them. Those would be the kind of the primary trainings.
And so you have quite a bit of experience in drug investigations.
Yes, ma'am.
Talk about when we're talking about a street level drug deal, what does that look like? For someone that's not familiar with those, what does that mean?
A simple street level drug deal will look like a buyer and a seller meeting somewhere. It quite frankly can be anywhere. Just as the name implies, it is on the street. Maybe not literal, and those two people will meet. It's usually very quick. It's obviously illegal. Maybe I shouldn't say obviously. That's definitely illegal though. And it will happen very quickly. There's an exchange of a product, an illicit narcotic of some kind in exchange for cash. It happens very fast, and dealer and buyer will separate, go their own way. Maybe the dealer will stay there depending on what exactly we're talking about. Sometimes it's a pre-planned meet where they will meet and then go their separate ways. We do have also instances where dealers will hang out in a particular location, be that a street corner, an area within a park, a gas station parking lot, a fast food parking lot, etc., anywhere and everywhere. And that drug deal will look very quick. It's a fast exchange. Nobody wants to be in the open for longer than they have to be doing what appears to be a drug deal.
And talk a little bit about your experience with drug distribution rings or some of those more complex drug distribution investigations.
So really any street level drug deal is going to be part of maybe a ring or an organization, in the sense of, generally speaking, your dealer on the street has gotten those drugs from someone else who there's a chain. So in my unit, our primary goal is to work that chain as far as we can.
Would you pause there for 1 moment?
Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry, Council. Would you approach for a minute? Grace, can I have a word? Firm. Court TV, I need you to stop recording and transmitting from this point forward until I tell you differently. Okay. I apologize for interruption. For your benefit.
Oh boy. Okay. Well. Okay, so we back with Kouri Returns soon. They taking another break. Break. Wait a minute, 1 second here. Did y'all hear the self-murder was charged with? Yeah, I thought that he was gonna be charged anyways, SD. Here, I'm gonna rewind it. I'm gonna pull this back just a little bit until we get past this break. Give me 1 second. Hey.
Is that?
Look at my guy with the Michael Jackson with the cross examination. Soon as they get back in court, I'll pull us back.
Did you say in that affidavit that
2 times?
You told us you thought you had sold to Ms. Carbon 2 times.
I think I said once, maybe twice.
All right.
Same thing I've been saying.
You said once, maybe twice.
Mm-hmm.
And that the first time was Roxy 30s, which you've explained,
Mhm.
right?
I'm sorry, yes.
And Roxy 30s, and we're going to get to this whole Oxycontin,
Okay.
Oxycodone thing in just a minute.
Okay.
But Roxy 30s, would that be 30 milligram oxycodone pills?
Yes.
All right. And you said you met her at the Maverick
Mm-hmm.
to sell them. And you,
If you just add a question mark at the end of these as you go.
all right. And you met her at the Maverick to sell them, correct?
Yes.
And that you remember it was early 2022, correct?
Yeah, it was around this time.
Okay.
There was snow then. So
Okay. So can you remember what you were charging per pill for 30 milligram oxycodones?
like either $25 or $30 a piece.
$25 or $30 per pill.
Mhm.
You weren't selling fentanyl at that time, but when you did sell fentanyl, what did that sell for?
About the same.
You sold fentanyl for about the same.
Mhm.
Are you aware that there was a time that fentanyl was sold for considerably less than oxycodone?
Yes.
And would that have been earlier when fentanyl first started in the market, or would that just depend on who was selling it?
It just depends on who is selling it.
Okay.
Where you got it from. If you know a Hondo that'll give them to you for 80 cents, then yeah. But
All right, that's fair. So do you recall, let me back up. So you said that when you sold her, the time that you clearly remember the first time she was sitting in a car, was somebody with Ms. Lauber?
I don't remember.
You don't remember there being anyone, or you just don't know?
I just don't know. Like if there was some or if she was by herself, I don't know.
Okay. And then do you recall saying that there was a time you sold to her when a man came with her?
Yes. I do.
So that would have been the second time that we talked about earlier, correct?
Not sure. It could have been the first time, but I probably, yeah,
Okay.
if there was twice, why not?
Okay. All right. So, if Ms. Carmen Lauber testified that you told her, these are fentanyl pills, I'm selling you fentanyl pills, would that be true?
I mean, if I said it to her, then it would be true, but I don't know that I said that to her.
Well, were you selling fentanyl pills?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And let's go over that again. Because I know this was, you were using during that period.
Mhm.
But why was it that you remembered that in 2022, early 2022, you were selling oxycodone and not fentanyl?
Because everybody was scared of fentanyl in early 2022 and in 21. You know, it was all over the news and people were dying and it was kind of hard to get and people were scared of getting it. And like I testified, I had people that had prescriptions. I had my own prescription and we sold those.
When you said you had prescription and you knew people that had prescriptions, are you talking about oxycodone?
Yes.
Do you remember the milligrams of your prescription?
Mine were 10s at that time.
Tons. Did
Yeah.
you sell any of those to Carmen Lauber?
No.
Okay, so you sold somebody else's prescription.
Yes.
And the pills you sold were actually prescription pills from a pharmacy?
Yes.
And do you recall you met her at the Maverick, and do you recall the person that you were buying from actually lived not super far away from that Maverick? Isn't that correct?
No.
You didn't have a supplier that was pretty close to that Maverick?
No.
You don't recall that you met her there and then you left to get the pills and came back?
I don't remember. I might have met somebody down the street, but I don't remember if I didn't go to anybody's house to get them.
All right, that's fair. So somebody met you a ways from the Maverick to give you the pills?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And those were that person's prescription?
Yes.
Do you know what the milligrams were? Were they 30 milligrams?
They were 30 milligrams.
All right. So at that time in early 2022, you would not have been telling Carmen Lauber, here, these are fentanyl.
No, I didn't have a fentanyl plug at that time. Like, I didn't know anybody that sold fentanyl at that time.
All right. And you said if you were asked for blues, that to you that meant what?
Roxy's.
Roxy's. Because before fentanyl became really well known, a lot of oxycodones were blue.
Yeah, and they were the M30s, like from the manufacturers. And I think that's why whoever makes those now, the fentanyl ones, they made them to look just like the Roxy's because people were taking, a lot of people were addicted to Roxy 30s at that time. So they made them look exactly like that. And that's why people were dying, because they were thinking they were taking a Roxy and they were taking a fentanyl that looked exactly the same, but color might have been a little different.
And those were either being made illicitly or brought in from Mexico, right?
I'm not sure how they come in, but yeah, they were here. Yeah, they
That
weren't.
were-
Yeah, you couldn't get them from a pharmacy for sure.
I'm sure you could.
You could not get them from a pharmacy. No.
Okay. So the pills that you sold in 2022 that were light blue, those came from a pharmacy.
Yes.
Do you recall that selling pills that were light green?
If they were light green, they would have been 15s or 20s. Like with the Roxy's, like the lower the doses, like I had a prescription for 10s and they were pink. And then I think the 15s might have been green and then 20s were gray, I think. And then all of from every manufacturer, they were all blue. The Roxy 30s were every manufacturer, they were all blue.
Light blue?
Yeah, whether they said M30 on them or A22 something or whatever it was, the manufacturer stamp on.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the affidavit, the one that's been admitted, and then there's a second one that has not yet been admitted. Now, when Mr. Bertram and you didn't type this affidavit, right?
No, I did not.
And Mr. Bertram and I brought these up to you, correct?
Mhm.
And we
Yes.
read them to you, correct?
Yes.
And you made some corrections, correct?
Well, I think you had the pin, but yes.
You told me some
Yes.
corrections to make, and I made them correct.
Yes.
And then you signed them, correct?
Yes.
But at that time, let me rephrase that. Then later, you were given an attorney, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
And Ms. Letkins.
Mhm.
And is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Letkins went over these with you again later, correct? The affidavits.
don't remember if she did or not. I mean, I went from meeting with you from jail and then going to treatment. I was in treatment at the time. I know that we talked about him.
You and Ms. Likens.
I don't know if we went over it line by line like we just did, but I know that we talked about it.
Do you recall telling Ms. Likens there's a mistake in these? It says Oxycontin and it's supposed to be oxycodone.
Yes.
All right. And are you aware that Ms. Letkins then let the prosecutors in this case know these are correct, except that they say Oxycontin and they should say oxycodone?
I don't know that she did that, but I'm sure she did. I don't.
Okay. And so I'm the one that typed Oxycontin, correct?
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now that I didn't understand them, but I understand now, what's the difference between Oxycontin and oxycodone?
Oxycontin is way stronger. And it's time released now, I believe. Like, I think in the 90s it wasn't. They were having a lot of problems around the country with those, and they made them time released. The Oxycodone or the Oxycontin 30s, I believe, are purple or they're red or maroon color or something like that. But
Okay.
yeah, they have like a gel around them.
All right. So there's a mistake that we put Oxycontin and then you later corrected it with your attorney and said, well, this is right, other than it should say oxycodone.
Yes.
All right. Because you were selling oxycodone,
Yes.
not Oxycontin.
Yes.
All right, let me show you. Do we have the mark on the new exhibit? Okay. Let's pull up what is Defense Exhibit 1025. You actually signed 2 affidavits in September of 2025,
Yes.
correct? And the state introduced one of those affidavits, correct?
I don't know. They just showed me one.
They showed you one.
Okay. Yes.
That's the only one they showed you.
Yes.
Will you take a look at this and tell me if this is the second one you signed?
I think they may have ended court today. What happened? What happened, Goddess? You may know. You got the inside scoop. Let me see what I can see on here. Oh, wow. Oh, and somebody in our chat was like, yeah, he ain't gonna be undercover no more. They did that like late. So I wonder, are they not gonna Yeah, so it looks like it is I don't know if they putting up a part 2 or what they thinking. But it looked like they had a feed up. It says court will return soon. It's just that they pulled that feed down. So it's saying court will return soon. So just so y'all know. I know it is such a mess. So I am going to play some other testimony from here. And I'll keep an eye out for when they decide to do it. But yeah, we already out there on our end. No, they won't strike me for streaming it because I didn't know, just like Court TV didn't know. They may send me something asking me to they may send me something asking me to remove it. Now that part they may do, but for the meantime, I'm gonna keep an eye out on it. And we'll listen to old girl testimony for a minute. Her cross, her beginning of her cross. Y'all can get fired up again.
Ms. Lauber, you just testified that you recognized a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins beginning on the 6th of March, continuing on to the 7th of March. Is this that text message exchange?
Yes, it is.
Now, Ms. Lauber, you had testified that Kouri Richins had asked you if you still had your hookup. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the text message where Ms. Richins asked you if you still had your hookup?
Yes, it is.
When you received that text message from Kouri Richins, what did you do?
I messaged back to her, text back.
And did you ultimately arrange to buy illicit drugs from Mr. Crozier the third time?
Yes.
Hey, wait a minute. Are we about to be talking about a whole bunch of one-way text messages that we get to see from Kouri's phone? Because I'm pretty sure they got a phone down for her. Asking somebody if they got the hookup can mean a lot of things, can mean a lot of different things. So do we have her responses back? You can't hear because you got the hookup can mean a lot of different things. You got, yeah. Do they I need to see if she responds to this, because if she's not responding to this and we don't have those responses, then her having a hookup, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, they are still on break. I'm
Hey,
still looking at it.
Marilda, have I seen you today? I know you was here earlier this morning before anybody woke up.
And ran around to the back door to see if there was anything under the mat there. There was nothing there. So I ran back to the front and I kind of threw my hands in the air to Nick, like, what do I do? And I went up and rang the doorbell. It took Kouri a minute to get to the door. She answered it. She told me to come inside. I told her the money wasn't there. I gave her a hug and asked how she was doing. And then I told her the money wasn't there. And then she asked if she could write me a check. So then she went over to her kitchen counter and grabbed kind of a book that was so big and wrote me a check.
A check for rug?
Yes.
Scott, can we bring up 5-31 for the witness, please? And it's 3 pages. If you could slowly scroll through so she can view all 3 pages, please. Ms. Lauber, do you recognize those 3 pages?
Yes, I do.
Do they depict the front of the check, the back of the check, and a deposit slip for the check?
Yes.
Are they authentic depictions?
Hey y'all, if they put this check on this page and we see this and in the memo note it say for drugs, I am done. I am done. I don't care. It say anything about drugs in the memo, I am done on this check. OMG. She cannot get up here and talk about. Merelda, are you talking about the earlier stream? I just got your message. If you still here in the chat. She must have sent me that earlier. Maybe it's coming through late. My messages may be coming through late. But I do have a law and crime up here. They do have it up as like a part 2 that's going to be showing. I didn't look at Court TV, but I do have the law and crime part up. This was for prescription drugs. She hate, nope.
Cash the remainder. What did you do next?
Nick and I drove down Provo Canyon, touching bases with Robbie. He said it was taking longer than he thought, so Nick and I went out to a couple of thrift stores.
Where did you go to thrift stores?
In Orem County.
You said you were texting with Robbie Crozier as you were driving again down through Provo Canyon and as you were in Orem
Same
County?
routine.
Same routine.
Yes.
Were you also texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I was.
Did, like before, you meet up with Robert Crozier at that same Maverick and Draper?
Same Maverick off 126, yes.
What happened when you met up with him?
Same routine, but a little bit different. We waited there for a minute. He left for 20 minutes, came back and said he couldn't get his friend to answer the door if we wanted to follow him. So we followed him down the road to a couple of townhouses or duplexes. I didn't go to the door with him. We parked down the street where we could see what complex he walked into. And then we waited there about 20 minutes to a half hour. And I kept texting him like, hey, this is taking too long. It's too late. I don't like sitting out here. Just wrap it up. Let's go. And then he texts back. He's like, no, I got my friend. He was asleep. I finally woke him up.
Okay, had you already given Robert Crozier money before he went into the townhouse?
Yes.
How much?
The 1,000. Well, no, it was only 900 because Nick got 3. I put 3 in my checking, my bank account, and Nick got 3, and then he got the remaining balance.
You know that math does not add up.
Sorry, hold on. I put 3 in my account. Nick got 3, so Robbie got the remaining balance.
You got the rest.
Yes.
We call that 700.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I had to count on my fingers. I'm like, yes.
When Robert Crozier came back out of the townhouse, did he have anything with him?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
A clear little baggie with 15 to 20 pills in it.
Same kind of clear little baggie as before?
Yes.
And you're clean.
Yes.
And congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
I know you had a very difficult time for a very long time.
Just about my part.
Only 3 times you dealt drugs with Crozier.
Did they help you put the pieces together so you would your interview?
Have anything with him?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
A clear little baggie with 15 to 20 pills in it.
Same kind of clear little baggie as before?
Yes.
Were the pills round,
Yes.
just like before?
Yes.
What was the color?
A little darker blue.
What did you do once you received the pills from Robert Crozier?
Left.
Where did you go?
Back up Provo Canyon with Nick. Nick had dropped me off. It was late. So Nick had dropped me off. Nick went home. I went into my house, texted Kouri, told her I have them. What does she want me to do with them? And then same routine back to the Midway house.
Did you text with Kouri Richins back up through the Provo Canyon?
Yes.
Towards Heber?
Yes.
And then you ultimately left those pills at the Midway house?
Yes. In the closet on the right above, like you walk in the kitchen and there was a door put on top of the closet.
Is that the same closet where you previously gotten money from?
Yes.
After that, did you ever have any additional drug deals with Robert Crozier?
No, I did not.
Have you ever been back to that Maverick in Draper?
No, I have not.
So am I right that the only 3 times you dealt drugs with Crozier were the 3 that you just testified?
Yes.
And the only 3 times you've been at that Draper Maverick were the 3 times to which you just testified?
Yes.
Did Mr. Crozier continue to hit you up for more drug deals?
Later on, he did. He said that his buddy had some more. And if my friend needed any more.
When he told you that, what did you do?
I reached out to Kouri and told her, hey, my friend said that his buddy has more if your friend needed anything.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said, no, her investor had left town.
Thank you, ma'am. I do not have any further questions for you at the moment, but I'm sure defense counsel will, okay?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber. Turn on my mic. Does that work?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
My name is Wendy Lewis. I am one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. I'm going to hand you some binders. We're gonna go old school here.
Oh my gosh.
These are okay.
You can put it over here.
I'm going to ask you to refer to these as we talk. These are the transcripts of the interviews that you did in April and May of 2023. All right, and just to help you out here, take a look. Here's the first 2 interviews, and we're tabbed here. Interview 1 with the date. Interview 2. All right.
Okay.
This is interview. We got the dates. March 3rd and 4th.
Okay.
This is separate. This is the interview from March 10th. You want to just set that aside
Yeah.
so we get to that. And then your last 2 interviews, 13th and 14th, they're right here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to be referring to that.
Well, that's a lot.
All right, so according to your testimony that you just gave, when you were arrested in April of 2023, between April of 23 and May of 23, you had 7 interviews with, it was Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, and then there were some other people too, but those were the 2 main ones, correct?
Yes.
All right. So since that time, since the last interview that we have a transcript of, May 13th, 2023, how many times have you met with, we're going one at a time, how many times have you met with Detective O'Driscoll?
While I was incarcerated?
No, after you got out.
After, there was a couple of times.
Couple. Okay.
Yes.
So,
I mean, I'm not sure on the numbers. It was a while back.
in what circumstances did you meet with him?
They would come and they would check on my ankle monitor when I was on my ankle monitor. Sometimes it wasn't charging. Sometimes they swing by and ask me a couple questions.
Questions about the case?
Just about my part.
Okay. So about the things you're testifying about?
Yes.
All right. And you say they. Was that Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard together?
Yes.
Did you always meet with them together or did you sometimes meet with them separately?
No, they were always together.
Always together.
Mm-hmm.
And so they came to your house a couple. Does a couple mean two or does a couple mean five? Does a couple mean, what does that mean to you?
We can go out on them and say maybe 3 or 4 times.
3 to 4 times. And they would talk to you about your testimony during those visits sometimes?
Not really my testimony. They'd ask, if the question came up like, hey, where was you at this time? Stuff like that.
Okay. Do you know if they recorded any of those conversations with you?
I do believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
You think they were recorded?
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Did they call you on the telephone after you were released?
No, I kept in touch with them with ankle monitor.
So you called them on the telephone?
No.
Oh,
I was just being tracked by ankle monitor with them.
All right. Did they drive you places?
They did when I was in jail. They drove
Right.
me sometimes up to this courthouse.
And okay. And after you were out, did they drive you to Wasatch County Courthouse?
They did a couple of times when reporters were there.
All right. When you were in the car, did they have conversations with you?
No.
All right. What other people from Summit County Sheriff's Office, if any, besides Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll, did you talk to?
Were there detectives?
Yes. Were there any others?
No.
All right. Have you met with the prosecutors in this case, either Mr. Bloodworth or anyone else?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
There was an initial meeting when this case first came up here with Bloodworth, and then a couple times over the last couple weeks.
So when you met with them over the last couple of weeks, was that to go over your testimony?
Yes.
Did they practice your testimony with you in those meetings?
They kind of prepared me for what kind of, I don't know what the word I'm thinking of. They kind of prepared me a little bit of it.
Did they review your answers with you?
Pause for 1 second. Ms. Lewis, I apologize for the interruption. Hold the mic a little bit to your left. Yeah, move sliders again.
Okay.
There you go. Now pull the mic more in front of you.
Yeah.
Let's try that. I'm sorry, if you asked your
Sorry, go
last
ahead.
question one more time.
Did they review your answers with you?
Yes.
All right. So they reviewed with you when the drug buys happened, correct?
They would ask me the questions and I would answer.
Did they correct you if they thought your answer was wrong?
Not really, no.
All right. Did they practice cross-examination with you?
Yes.
So they did we call it a mock cross. Someone pretended to cross-examine you, is that fair?
Yeah, they kind of just brought up how you were going to bring up my past, how I was going to feel.
Okay. That's all?
Yes.
Okay. Did they tell you how to answer the questions that I might be asking you?
No.
They can give you any advice on how to answer the questions.
No.
Did they help you put the pieces together so you would remember what to testify to?
Actually, I'm the one that's asked, like, if I needed to know Robbie, I put in my phone, like, obviously it says Kouri, Doreen's niece, Robbie, Nicole's friend, just stuff like that.
Wait a minute, I don't know if I understood your answer to my question. So my question was, did they help put the pieces together for you for your testimony, and what was your answer?
I said I'm the one that asked for pictures and stuff like that.
So you asked them to help put the pieces together for you.
I don't know if it was actually helping me put the pieces together, kind of refresh my memory a little bit. It happened a long time ago.
That's true. This happened almost 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And your original interviews with detectives was almost 3 years ago.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna get back to that. Who else have you spoken to about your testimony in this case?
Nobody.
Well, now,
When I was in jail, when I was incarcerated,
okay, in jail, who did you speak to about that you were going to be cooperating?
there was O'Driscoll, Maynard, and I can't remember the lady that came from the feds, but I didn't really talk to her.
That would be Miss Whistler.
I cannot remember her
Okay,
name.
we'll get back to that too. Would you talk to Nick Von Savage that you were cooperating in this case during the time you were in jail?
Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
Okay, so you told your best friend that you were cooperating.
Yes.
And you told your best friend, man, I don't even remember what happened. You got to help me out here, right?
Just in the part where in the car, yes.
Okay. Because Nick was with you one of the times you met Robbie Crozier.
Yes.
And you had Nick help you remember that because you did not remember that specifically. You did not remember the dates, right?
I don't remember the dates exactly, no.
Okay. Today you remember the dates
Well, yeah.
because they were told to you.
But no, the more you think about it, the more it pops up.
Okay. All right. So the dates you couldn't remember 3 years ago, you thought you remember them now.
Yes.
All right. We'll get back to that. Ms. Crozier, do you have mental health diagnoses?
Do I what?
Any mental health diagnoses?
No.
You're not diagnosed with any mental health problems?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
What about anxiety?
Yeah.
Do you take medication for that?
Not so much anymore, no.
Okay. Are you on any medications today?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about drug court. So in 2021, you were given the opportunity to participate in the Wasatch County Drug Court.
Yes.
Right. And that is an opportunity, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you were allowed to go to drug court, you had been arrested for a number of felonies.
Yes.
It was, grab some papers.
We are going to the movies tonight and, okay, yeah, you have to let me know how that, because we do have, so you have to let me know what time that's up, so I can see if I can arrange it.
When you were arrested for how many first degree felonies?
I'm not sure.
All right, well, give me a moment to edit it. Here we go. Okay. 2 first degree felonies, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. Is that right?
Yes.
A 3rd degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then a number of misdemeanors that all dealt with possession of controlled substances, paraphernalia, or driving under the influence.
Yes. Is that 2019?
Yes.
Yes, that was me and my exes. Yes.
All right. And that was the case that you were allowed to go to drug court on.
Yes.
All right. So you talked about this a little bit. I just want to make sure everybody understands. And when you go to drug court, you get what is typically what you do is you get a plea in abeyance, right?
Yes.
So that means you plead guilty to all or some of the counts that you're charged with, correct?
Yes.
And then it's held. The court holds that plea. They don't put it on your record yet, right?
Correct.
And then if you successfully complete drug court, those will be dismissed. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So and right now, I mean, you haven't been, we're going to talk more about this, but you haven't successfully finished drug court yet. True?
Yes, it's on pause.
Okay. But it sounds like you're doing really well.
Yes.
and you're clean.
Yes.
And congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
I know you had a very difficult time for a very long time.
Yes.
And drug court's really hard, right?
It is. Yes.
I mean, I was an
They,
attorney
they
in drug
expect a
court.
lot in the beginning.
It is. I was an attorney in drug court, so I have some familiarity, but you're expected to do a lot.
A lot. Yeah.
You're expected to go to treatment. True.
Oh, yes. Sorry. I thought you were going to continue. Sorry. Yes.
Sorry, I'll try to do better. You're expected to get very regular UAs to make sure that you're clean.
Every day you call in. Yes.
And then, so it's random. You call in every day.
It's,
And
yes.
then-
It's a random color number depending what phase you were in.
all right. And there's, how many phases are there
5.
at Wasatch Drug Court? 5.
Yes.
All right. And so treatment, drug testing, you have to work?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to be employed. You have to show up every week at first.
Yes. For your groups. So you had not only did you have one-on-one therapy, you also had attended groups Monday through Friday, depending what phase you were in as well. So you had 5 groups.
Okay.
You had therapy twice, 2 or 3 times a week with your one-on-one, depending what phase you were in.
All right. And you started your drug court program in 2021.
9 of 2021, I believe.
I think it was September.
Yeah, I do believe.
Well, let's take a look.
Or maybe that was my initial evaluation.
I think you might be right. Let's just. Okay. Sure, it looks like September of 2021. Now, is it fair to say that between September of 2021 and when you were arrested, which we're going to talk about, you talked a little bit with Mr. Bloodworth in April
Of 2026 or 22nd for that?
not quite.
I mean, no, I mean the date.
April
The date, April
2023.
Yeah, 23.
You were arrested. You're right. I think it was April 26th or 7th. of
That's what it was.
2020.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. You were struggling in drug court, fair to say?
In the beginning, yes.
Well, that whole time, until you were from September of 21 until your arrest in April of 23, you were struggling.
Not the whole time, no.
All right, let's take a look at that. So, do you recall that? Well, let me show you. I'm going to show you a document. It might be easier.
What you mean? Wait a minute, SD. What do you mean? Which channel did they allow to stream the trial? What do you mean? So right now, when you go to Law and Crime and when you go to Court TV, it says that court will return soon. There is currently no video or audio of the testimony. So nobody isn't any stream right now, basically, because that's what they doing as far as the audio and the video.
Katie, do we have its defense exhibit 1007? Can you pull it up on the screen just for Ms. Lauber? And I don't think it has page numbers, but we can go by dates. So maybe pull it up starting from 9/22/21 for her to look at. Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah, I'm like,
All right. So let's look at, so each time you go to drug court, there's a little note entered in what we call the docket of the case,
Yeah.
right? About what happened in court that day.
Yes, it's the drug court team members' notes.
Understood.
Mhm.
So you started drug court September 15th September 22nd, you missed your group therapy and your individual therapy. I mean, that's what came up at drug court. You were missing treatment.
Yeah.
Which is, in drug court, that's a problem, right? You're supposed to go to all your treatments.
Pause for a moment, Ms. Lewis.
Can you see that there?
Swear the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Would you state your name for us, please?
Colin Gray.
And would you spell it for the court reporter?
COLINGRAY.
And Colin, where did you grow up?
So I grew up originally Marietta, Woodstock area. Spent most of my youth, middle teenage, high school years there. I guess early 20s, mid 20s or so, moved out to Winder Barrow.
And when did you end up meeting Marcy?
So I met Marcy, I would say 2008, after the stock market crashed, 08, 09, construction basically came to a halt. I was offered a job at Lund International and met her there.
All right. And what kind of work were you doing when you met her?
So my entire career has been in construction as a construction superintendent. During my time at Lund, I was a director of facilities at Lund when I met Marcy.
All right. And I think we heard that she was an engineer. Is that correct?
She was an engineer there, yes, sir.
And did you and Marcy have children?
We did. We had 3. Colt was the first child born. Jenny Reen was our second, and little Coley was our third.
Okay. When Colt was born, where were you living?
So we were living on Beach Creek Circle in Winder.
Okay. And how long did you reside in Winder?
So when I first met Marcy, we dated for a very short time, and I moved in with her. So I would say that, 09-ish time frame until after Jenny was born.
Okay. And at some point, I think we saw in one of the statements you moved to a farm.
In Statham, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. And how long did you keep the farm?
So we kept the farm for several years. All the kids, I think, went through 4th or 5th grade at Statham Elementary. Little Coley was born there 2016. So we were there for the majority of our marriage, I would say.
Okay. And at what point did you leave Statham?
So we left Statham, I would say maybe a year prior to COVID. What the original game plan there was we had purchased a boat, and we're thinking that the market was decent. We had talked about building our own home, something I was interested in doing. And we really enjoyed the lake life. So the original thought was we could sell the farm and make a pretty good profit, and find a parcel of land up near or on Lake Lanier and build a home.
And what age was Colt at the time that you moved from Statham?
Oh, so he was probably 4th or 5th grade, so 8, maybe.
Okay.
8 or 9. I can't really remember exactly how old he was. He was little.
And did he go to school?
He did
during
go
that
to
time?
school, yes, sir.
Was he a regular attendant at school?
He was.
Was he a smart kid?
He was a smart kid.
And where did you move after you left Stalem?
So we rented a home up in Gainesville, up on Lake Lanier. We wanted to have a place that was on the lake if possible. And it came with a boat dock, so we could just keep the boat there. And really the kids enjoyed the boat, skiing and tubing and fishing and playing all the time. So that was a big deal to us, and we were able to find a home in Gainesville and move there.
At some point during your working career, we heard on the video that you broke your back.
So, right. So that would be 07, late 06, 07. I ruptured my L5 disc, which required a surgery, a back surgery. It's called a laminectomy. And had that surgery, and I would say 09, maybe 10, 11 months later, re-ruptured the disc and had to go back in for a second back surgery.
Okay. And did they put you on pain medication for that?
I had been taking pain meds really after that second surgery, just to kind of get me through that surgery. The second one was a little more painful. They were, I'm not a doctor here, but they did take a piece of my vertebrae out of my spine and kind of pack it behind the disc to kind of help it from rupturing or popping out, or herniating is what he was more worried about. And so I was taking pain medicine all the way up until my third spine surgery, which was a fusion, I think was in 2017.
And at some point, did you get hooked on those pain pills?
So I don't know if hooked is the right word, more of a fear of the pain. It took a lot to do what I did every day at work, 10 to 12 hours a day, walking multiple flights of stairs. So it entailed anywhere from 5 to 8 miles of walking a day. So the pain medication would help for sure. But even then, at some point, it was a combination of, I really wasn't a fan of taking medication or anything like that because the responsibility that I had at work. And then as time went along, I felt like the effect that I was taking them for really wasn't doing what it was initially supposed to do. So that's what led me to a third surgery and getting involved with other people. Like, I don't want to keep doing it like this. I was taking so much Advil, I was worried about doing internal damage. Something wasn't right after that second surgery, and I could feel it. So that's what led to the spine fusion conversation.
And at some point, did you lose your medical insurance?
So I lost my medical insurance when I changed jobs. So I had finished a relatively big project downtown, and a couple of the guys that were with the company I was working for decided they were going to start their own general contracting business and wanted me to come along with them and mentor, kind of general superintendent type of thing, and bring on talent and just help him build his company into what it was. So there was a lag of insurance in between those job changes.
Okay. And at some point, during the times that you had lost insurance, did you decide that it would be a good idea to get on methadone?
So I did, because I didn't have insurance, and I had been taking the pain meds regularly for a while. And then as I tried to scale back myself, I realized was like, the withdrawal from taking pain meds for that long, I really never even considered what would happen to stopping. So there were several times where I was very sick. And so had some friends that had done the same thing, went through this program and said, hey, listen, there's a place in Auburn, Georgia, that they use methadone the same way. And I'm like, I know what methadone is for. I said, I'm not a heroin addict. That's what, I always related that word to. So I met with them and said, listen, I'm confused on what this is and how this works. And so I was advised at that time that this was a synthetic type of drug and that there was not the euphoria, if you will, that came from taking regular pain meds, but it helped tolerate the pain, which was what I was actually looking for. But more importantly, it kept you clear and it subsided 90% of the withdrawal that your body was going through. So I thought this is kind of everything in one package here. So did not have medical insurance, and they offered the program where I could pay out of pocket to them.
Okay. At what point did you move down to Fitzgerald?
So we moved to Fitzgerald. I'd started this company with these gentlemen, and I think we were on our second project or so. And, we started hearing whisperings of COVID, and nobody really knew what that was. And I certainly didn't. And as it went along, construction industry is very funny. It doesn't take much to throw it into people into, I wouldn't say a panic mode, but a more reserve mode and spending millions of dollars to either build a brand new building or refurbish the one that they have. So work started to slow down, and I've been in it my whole life. Guys in the company, I could see it coming. So that's when I started having conversations initially with Marcy of a couple of different things. Like, I can see what's coming. Marcy wasn't working at the time. Like, I could see the slowdown coming. I knew this because we were finishing a project. And typically in my role, when I get to about 3/4 of the way done with one project, I'm already working on the next project coming down the road and staffing and all that sort of thing. Well, there were none of those conversations going on. We didn't have anything on the books. As a company, we had not bid any projects. So I could see what, was it going to be a full stop? No, but it was going to be a slowdown enough to where it would be detrimental. So combination of that and still dealing with a lot of pain, I approached Marcy and said, look, I think that this thing is going to kind of slow down to the point where work is not going to be readily available. What do you think about going down to Fitzgerald? Her grandmother just passed away. There's a family house down there. It's all paid for. And I said, she had made mention about looking for getting a job with Georgia Pacific up here in downtown Atlanta in an engineering role or something along those lines. But they also had a Georgia Pacific in Albany, Georgia, which is, it's relatively close to Fitzgerald. So I said, we could go down there. I said, kind of stress-free. We've sold the house. The truck is paid for. The boat is paid for. We have no real outstanding bills. We have no mortgage. So we just kind of have a little bit of free reign that most would not. And I said, what do you think about going down there? I'll just take 5 for a minute and just try to make sure I could heal, because initial x-rays, if you look at them, my bracket, the way it's screwed into my spine is not perpendicular. It is off a little bit, and at certain movements, it does hurt. And I said, I can take a little bit of time here and try to heal, just kind of take it easy. I could kind of reconnect with my kids more than I had been over the past few years because work for me was intensive. So I couldn't be there for the kids growing up like I would like to. And I said, you can do your Georgia Pacific thing. And, I really wanted the kids to kind of see this South Georgia life. I spent my whole life down there deer hunting, and it's just a different, I think at one point I made the comment that the clock moves 10 minutes slower down there. So I wanted my kids to experience that, that way of life down there. And so we moved down there through COVID. And as it turned out, COVID hit and everything had stopped. So it was a good decision to go.
How old was Colt when you were there in Fitzgerald?
So I think Colt would have been he was 6th grade. Is when he started down there. So 10, 11, somewhere in that range.
Okay. Did he have any problems in 6th grade?
So originally in 6th grade, I was the stay-at-home dad, which was a good thing for me. So I would take the kids to school in the morning and pick them up in the afternoon. And Cole was making friends, had some buddies that, he hung out with. And, we would talk about those sort of things. And he was in Little League football down there. So we were at practice most nights. And, he was doing good for all I could tell.
Was there a time when he apparently got behind a firewall and looked up how to kill your dad? Did you know anything about that initially?
So I found out months after that had happened. I was never contacted by the school or SROs or anything like that. And Marcy never brought it to my attention for months after that had happened. I think we were actually on the way to football practice one afternoon, and she brought it up. And
did she explain to you why he did that?
She didn't. She just told me how the school had found out that he was doing that or had done that, and that's all that she had said about that.
Okay. Were you concerned about it?
Oh, I was concerned. Went immediately to Colt. I think we were sitting on the football field after practice, and I'm like, I need to understand this. So the conversation I had with him was his little clique of buddies that he had. He said they were all kind of venting, and one or another were upset with what their dad was doing or not letting them do. And that one of his friends had made mention of not necessarily killing his dad. I think he was like, one day when I get older, I'm going to show my dad kind of his boss sort of thing. And so Colt said, just as a kind of joking kind of thing, he said to me, I just Google searched it just as a random thing. And I explained to him what a serious thing that was, and the red flags that come along with that. It's not a typical thing that a kid would do or search, and I expected to not have to be in that position to hear that months later from him or his mom.
How old was he when that happened? Was he 11 or 12, or do you?
So he was 11 and she was in 6th grade, I think. I want to say the reason I'm going at 10, 11 age is because when he was 12, I think that's when 12, 13-ish is when we went deer hunting for the first time up in Jefferson. So that would have been his age.
Based on his search, do you ever know whether a counselor at school ever talked with him about that?
No, I was not made aware of any counselor talking to him.
Okay. Did you always feel like that you and Colt had a pretty good relationship from the standpoint of discussing things?
Yeah, I always tried to create that kind of environment for him. I think at one point during all of this, people heard about the bubble. It's a thing that I kind of created with my children at a young age to give them the opportunity, and it may have very well stemmed from this incident, that I didn't really care what they did. I just needed to understand what they were thinking when they got into the bubble, and they could talk freely about what happened. And, that way we could figure out how to fix it, and we would deal with, the trouble or punishment after the fact. But there was always a free avenue of communication between us. And I was especially that way with Colt, because at a young age, I kept telling him that he was, his brother and sister were going to always look to him, as a role model, if you will.
Any other problems with him in the 6th grade?
No, not that I'm aware of. We did enjoy our time down there. We did a lot of fishing.
What about the 7th grade? Did you have any problems in the 7th grade?
So 7th grade started up here in Jefferson. We moved back up here after COVID. I wanted to, Marcy, I think, had lost her job at Georgia Pacific, and I think had gotten another job in Douglas, I want to say an electronics company, and had lost that job. And so I started to think, okay, she was starting to show a little erratic behavior, what have you. And so I had reached out back up to Atlanta to see, COVID was not over, but it was winding down, if you will, to gauge where the industry was construction wise and was things picking back up. So I made that call, and I had several offers, within a short period of time. And so I accepted an offer. And when I took that job, I originally left Fitzgerald by myself, came up to Atlanta.
How long were you here in Atlanta by yourself?
So I was up here for about, I know, at least a couple months. And the thought process, I went back every weekend, to Fitzgerald. And the goal was to come up here, get established with work, and just kind of send money. She just put it in the bank. We didn't have anything really to pay for, thinking that at some point here, which we ended up doing, was we would all move back up to Atlanta, and we would have, enough money maybe to get rental properties and just kind of start over in Atlanta.
Okay. And at what point did you and Marcy kind of split?
So that would be about the time Colt, in that 7th grade time frame. Colt originally started 7th grade, was really going well. But at home, I was working quite a lot. I'd actually had a job offer after the job I came up to Atlanta for, making more money. And so being the, single income, like, okay, $20,000, $30,000 more a year made a difference for us. So I took that job. And Marcy at this point was not working and was not getting out of bed. I think we've heard the shape that she was in. I would come home from work and just, it's not a good thing. I thought that it was something more than the drinking, just because of the scabs on her arms. And so Colt and I would have conversations about that. And so it wasn't the smoothest in our house at that time frame, early 7th grade for him. So
what about at school? Did you have
problems
at school?
At school, about midway through it, he had came home from school one day and expressed that there were several kids bullying him. Originally, it was just kind of a mocking type thing. Colt's not, he was a real quiet kid. He was just super shy, is the best way I can put it, and The story that I got from Colt was it started with him eating lunch by himself. There was a group of 2 or 3 boys and a couple of girls at his school that would mock him. And from that point on, it was a kind of a difficult time for Colt through 7th grade, in school and on the bus rides home.
Did you move at some point during the 7th grade?
So I believe that we finished 7th grade, and I tried to make sure that I believe that he finished 7th grade. And I was getting close to coming to the end of the lease that I had in Jefferson. So working with my landlord, Marcy and my landlord at that time were constantly having a riff with the neighbor next door. And I had told her, I said, listen, the call I got from my landlord originally that decided we had to move, she called me one day at work and said, I have called DFAX on your wife and you need to come home or I'm going to tell DFAX to take the kids. And I remember this being a Saturday. And so I asked her what had happened, and she said there was a confrontation between her, the neighbor, and whatnot. So when I got home, I met with the landlord. She said, this is what I'm going to tell you. I have no issue with you or your children, but Marcy can no longer stay on the property. So she has to move out of the house.
Go from there.
So at this point, the decision, Marcy and I were not getting along, obvious reasons. So she decided, and I had called Debbie. So Debbie came up, took Marcy, Jenny, and Coley back down to Fitzgerald, and Colt decided he wanted to stay with me, finish out school, let's get through this lease, and then, just him and I kind of live together sort of thing.
And when you brought him back to, where were you living when you brought him back? Were you living in Jefferson?
Well, so Colt and I never left. So we were living in Jefferson.
Okay.
Right.
And how old was he when you were living in Jefferson?
So Colt would have been 12 going on 13.
Okay. And when you were living in Jefferson, did you and Colt get along? Did y'all have any fights? Did he act up any at all?
No, we were, that was a time frame where I enjoyed really being with him. I had a little more one-on-one time with him. The bullying and everything, he could see I was up at that school talking with everybody on what to do, how to do it, getting him the counseling and everything, dealing with the principals and just talking to the educators about where he was, what alternatives could we do for Colt to not put him around that type of thing? Could he just do his schoolwork up in the admin part, and not have to worry about that stress? So he appreciated that. And that's kind of along the lines where I said, listen, I want to explain to you how when I was growing up, I had trouble or stress or whatever at a young age, I was introduced to the outdoors, hunting, fishing. And I said, would it be something you would like to do? I said, we could hunt, and just kind of my original thought was this would be a great way I could bond with my son away from his mother and everybody else, and just kind of use that time as I did as a kid growing up to just kind of, put him in a comfortable place doing something we like to do. And he could talk to me openly and freely about what challenges he may or may not be having. But also, a bigger piece for me was getting him away from screen time and computers and Xboxes and things like that. I don't mind that kind of thing, but it was just to the point where I felt like he was starting to, that was all he was wanting to do.
What kind of outdoor activities did you do with him during that time period?
During that time period, we originally just started just kind of going to some areas to look at deer and show them, you know, where we would do these type of hunts. And then as I felt like he was wanting to get engaged with that, I had some people I work with that had some farms and some hunting land. So I think it was last day of the deer season, actually, I had said, listen, let's give this deer hunting thing a shot. See what you think. Prior to the deer hunt, I think I took him to the range a couple of times. We had gone to Mike's gun room, talked with Mike, and I told him what I was planning to do with my son. I wanted to buy him a weapon that, you know, could shoot a deer and we didn't have to worry about it wounding it.
Let me ask you before you get into
Sure.
Mike. Did y'all also do other things like?
So yeah, during that time too, I'm a big golfer, and I had little putting greens set up in our house, and him and I would putt in a living room, just kind of messing around. So I'd asked him, you know, hey, you know, would you like for me to teach you to play golf? I've been doing it my whole life, and kind of was just a casual conversation, but he was like, I would love it. So purchased him some golf clubs off of Amazon. We lived in Jefferson still at this time, but we would come to the Chimneys here in Winder. They had a really great practice facility, and we would hit range balls, and I was trying to teach him how to hold a club, how to hit. We did that several times.
Did you also buy him a guitar?
So we did. Actually, I think that was later on down the line. You know, we played golf several times. We were practicing all the times, and I'm trying to just whatever I could do to just interact with him away from the computer screen. So he'd always had a interest in music. So went to Guitar Center on a whim one day and spent the afternoon in there and bought him his first guitar. And I'm left-handed, so we could not find one for me on that specific trip, and bought him an amp, and he started kind of trying to figure it out on his own. And then we went back. He enjoyed it so much, we went back and I bought him a second guitar, and I had found a kind of a beat up used left-handed guitar for me. And so that was another way that him and I kind of, on our one-on-one time, he was teaching me to play guitar and to read music, and I was terrible at it. And so we would sit in the living room, play guitars and things of that nature.
You mentioned Mike's gun room. Was there a time when you took him to Mike's gun room?
Sure. So we did the original, deer hunting conversation. I had told him that we could go. I've been to Mike's prior when we lived here in Winder originally, and Mike's a good man. And so Colt and I went in there, and I was explaining to Mike what we were doing, and he understood it, trying to get Colt engaged in the outdoors. And so kind of just going through the guns and explaining what all the rifles were. And Colt had seen me through the years shoot deer rifles on our farm in Statham, and him being a little bit little at that time, he would see they were big, they were loud, and they kicked, so he didn't want that. He didn't, that was his thing, is he was afraid of the kicking. And I said, they're not all built like that. I said, so we'll go and talk with Mike. So we went in there and talked with Mike, and I explained to him what we were doing. And so Colt, through the gaming and Call of Duty and all the things the kids are into nowadays, a lot of the weapons when you go into a gun store are what I call on an AR platform. Everything from shotguns to little plinksters, all look like ARs. In fact, the first gun I ever had Colt shoot was a little 22 on the farm that I had that looked like a gaming AR that they play with on Call of Duty. So my thought process was I will do whatever I have to do to get Colt interested in the outdoors. So he liked this way the AR platform looked. And Mike was like, okay, I have these, the Bushmaster with 450, look like the AR that we've all talked about here over the last couple of weeks. Different caliber, and was big enough to take down a deer. So
Is that the reason that you were buying this? Some people look at this weapon, it's a pretty ominous looking weapon.
Sure.
And some people say, well, that doesn't look like a deer rifle, but is
right.
that what it
so
was?
the weapon in question that we're talking about here was a different weapon than the original one I bought him. Even the deer rifle, the Bushmaster I used, it looked just like the SIG that we've been talking about here. And that's just the way a lot of the guns and weapons nowadays are. You know, you still have the old style bolt action kind of things, but a lot of the weapons now have gone to what they call an AR kind of platform. You may shoot a different caliber, but the way the gun looks is relatively the same. And he was interested in the way that looked. He thought it was cool. It's like, oh, I play this on Call of Duty. I shoot this type of gun. So
now this Bushmaster that you bought,
yep,
is that the one that we saw on the photograph that they showed yesterday at the gun range?
No, it was not.
Okay.
That was the SIG.
That was the SIG.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the one that you purchased first for him to use was the Bushmaster?
Yes, that was the very first gun that I actually purchased it before Christmas, and had, you know, it was specifically for our hunt. You know, it wasn't, you know, he wasn't old enough to own the gun, which, you know, we had talked through at Mike's. You know, he watched me fill out the paperwork, and I'm like, you know, you got to be 18. Went through this whole thing, so which I explained to him on Christmas. Yep, you know, I did give him that Christmas present, if you would. I didn't wrap it up as like this is a gift for you. I actually had brought it down the hallway after presents were open and said, I had one more thing for you. This is the weapon that I want you to shoot when we go to the range. And if you keep doing really good in school, going to school and doing all the things you should, you graduate and you're 18, I will, you know, this will be your gun.
Okay. So, was there a time when you switched guns?
So after that, he shot that deer. Last day of the season, I explained to him going that morning that I had hunted for several years as a kid and never saw a thing in the woods. That 95% here, we're not going to actually see a deer. We're just going to go through the process and let him see what it took to do the day in and day out, get dressed in camouflage. We weren't in the woods 30 minutes, and a bunch of deer came walking out, and he was super excited. And I remember telling him to just take a breath and make sure this is what he wanted to do. And he shot that deer, and the deer fell right over. So when he shot the deer, I was sitting right next to him, and the gun made a weird kind of sound when he shot it. And I looked over, and I could see the bolt was jammed and the bullet was kind of half in, half out. He didn't notice, but I noticed that it had jammed. So after that, he said it made a weird sound and kind of a flash, you know, driving home. He was like, it kind of scared me after I shot the deer. And I said, okay, I did not get the bullet dislodged from that gun. So got home, we sat down, took it all apart, got the bullet out. I think we went to the range sometime after that, cleaned the gun, let him shoot it again, and it jammed again on the range. So at that point, we went back to Mike's, and I explained to Mike, hey, it worked. It's a great thing. He shot a deer. It was the greatest day of my life. Made a video of it, showed it to his grandmother and some of my family and his mom. And I said, but the gun jam scared the crap out of me. And I said, during the course of that hunt, he'd seen some coyotes run through chasing some deer earlier in the morning. And I told him, I said, well, there's a hunting season for that. And explained to him I did a lot of hog hunting and whatnot. So after the gun jam, we went back to Mike's, and I told Mike, I'm like, listen, it was great. Gun jammed. I said, but even in his excitement, the 450 did kick a little bit more than, he was hoping for, I guess. And I did have a kind of a different scope on it than what we all see here. And he said, when he shot that deer, the scope, it didn't bruise him. He said he just felt the scope kind of come up, and he didn't like that. So we traded that gun back in at Mike's. And I told Mike I was just looking for something a little lower caliber for him to shoot, that he was really enjoying going to the range and whatnot, and that we were going to do some varmint hunting, throughout the year in between deer season. So that's where the 223 came up.
Let me bring you back to during the time you were in Jefferson. Was there a time that the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office sent someone out to talk with you about some alleged threat?
Absolutely.
And did you cooperate with them?
Yes, I absolutely did. It took me completely by surprise. I remember getting up super early that morning to watch the British Open with Cole. I think we were sitting there at 5 o'clock because British Open time's different. So we're up super early, and midday, I think we watched part of the golf tournament. I fell back asleep actually, and got a knock on the door. 2 Jackson County sheriffs at the door.
Did they tell you what they wanted?
Sure. They asked me if Colt was there, and I told them he was.
Did you ask Colt to come out?
Yeah, I went back into the room, and said, hey, listen, the sheriff's department's here. They've got some questions for you. And I asked him at that time, like, is there anything I need to know about here? He was just as surprised as I was. So I went and got him, brought him back out.
And did the officer speak with him?
Yes, they did. They originally, before I'd gotten cold, I'd asked him, what is this about? And he had made mention of Discord, asked me if I knew what Discord was. I'd never heard the term Discord until that moment. I told him I don't know anything about Discord. I don't know what that is. So when he brought Colt out there, and that's when they had the discussion about computers and did he have a Discord account.
Okay. And after that conversation that he had with Colt, did he have a conversation with you?
The sheriff?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, it was between all of us. I remember him asking Colt about Discord and what basically the allegations were. FBI had a tip, something about school shootings, and I immediately was like, I need to understand where this came from. This is it's an extremely serious thing for me. This is not a joking matter. Even if this is not Colt, I still want to know how it ends up that they're at my front door. I was very serious about and making sure Colt understood how serious this was. And, ultimately, if they didn't like what he said, the second officer was there to take Colt with him. You know, that's what the sheriff had explained to me. So I was, whatever I had to do to, you know, to talk to them, anything they wanted to know, I basically was like, yeah, let's figure it out. I told him at one point in this conversation, if he even thought that this was related to Colt in any way, shape, or form, he asked me if I had guns in the house. I said I did. And that he could take them. He could take those guns out of my house. I will go get them. He can take them with him.
Okay. Did the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office ever follow up with you about anything?
So during the course of that, you know, conversation with him, I wanted as much information about this as humanly possible. And at the end of the conversation, he and I walked away, walked over to his car, and he said, listen, I believe Colt. And I said, okay. He said, I've still got some more information I need to look through and go over. And he said, I'll call you. And the next day, I think is when we talked. I said, do you have a card? And he gave me his card. I said, you can call me anytime. You know, I said, if you find out any more information, I just want to know what you know. You know, it was important to me right then to know what was happening. And he assured me that he would. So we talked the next day, actually, early that morning, I think it was. And he said that, hey, listen, I've gone through some more of my investigation. He said, he explained the chat room and how many people were in it. And then he said, he made mention of, I think it was Sacramento, California, maybe the IP address or something. It came back to somebody in California, and that it came back to somebody possibly in Russia.
Okay.
And so at that point, he was like, I don't see an issue here with Colt. And he said, you know, if there's anything else, I'll reach out to you, but there's nothing further at this time.
Did he ever tell you to lock the guns up?
He just, not necessarily to lock the guns up, but he said, hey, just make sure that there's not free access to the guns. He asked me where they were. I told him they weren't locked up. I said, they are in my master bedroom closet where I kept the guns for most of my life. And when Colt was little, I said, they're up on the top shelf of my closet, you know, not just laying around the house.
Okay. Is that, since he was 11 years old, is that the first time that he had any potential issues or problems, to your knowledge?
Problems with
acting out or acting depressed or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if that episode with Jackson County would be classified as a depression or whatnot. Nobody could really ever tell me if this was him, you know, doing what they were there to do. So we had, you know, there were times, you know, when acting out with Colt really wasn't something that was ever part of his makeup until he was old enough to start requesting, I would call a little bit pricier things that I had to buy for him. And sometimes if he did not get his way about whatever it was, you know, we may have words back and forth. He's just a little impatient.
Would he throw temper tantrums sometimes?
Yeah, if he wanted something really bad after everybody moved out and it was just him and I, you know, I did have a little more free reign with buying him things. Jenny and Coley weren't there. Marcy was not there. So I had a little more freedom. I was at a job making more money. So I could afford to buy him a little extra here and there. And so I wouldn't say he got accustomed to it, but he just didn't understand when he would ask for something, why I couldn't buy it right then.
That brings us up to the 8th grade time period.
Okay.
beginning of the 8th grade, where were you?
So beginning of 8th grade, I think that we had moved back to Harrison Mill Road, Bethlehem area.
Okay. And were you and Marcy living together at that point?
No, she was still down in Jefferson, I believe.
Okay. In the beginning of the 8th grade, was Colt in Jefferson or was he in Fitzgerald?
So it was kind of a hybrid. He, going back to not getting really what he wanted all the time from me, Debbie would buy him whatever he wanted almost immediately all the time. So he kind of had that connection with her where he felt like he could get a little more from her. On top of, I think he was missing Jenny and Coley a little bit. And so there was a time where he was up here in Bethlehem with me. Debbie would come up and, you know, he'd gone back to Fitzgerald for a time and then came back up to Bethlehem. So there was I don't remember the dates exactly of when that was, but I know he was back and forth.
Okay. In the beginning of the 8th grade, was he there or here, if you remember?
So originally what had happened, I'm trying to recall exact dates here, but I know there was conversation of like late 7th grade, 8th grade, that we started talking about online school. Debbie and I were involved in those conversations quite a bit. And then at some point, I want to say it was over the summer, late summer, he had gone back to Fitzgerald with Debbie, packed up all of his stuff. And Debbie had talked to Colt and said, hey, listen, we can do homeschooling down there. And Debbie was retired and she would just kind of help him through homeschooling and kind of teach him. And actually Jenny was a part of that conversation as well when they were down there in Fitzgerald. So I spent a time up here in Bethlehem by myself.
Okay. The Coley and Jenny, they never had a problem going to school.
No, they were
Even when they were living up here with you, was there a problem with them getting them registered, getting them in school, and them going to school?
No, they now I want to be clear. This was a joint venture. Now, you know, at this point, I've never been a single dad of 3 kids. I underestimated what it took. I can tell you that right now. It's a lot. And so I had help from Debbie with a lot of the registration. I had help from Debbie's other daughter, Annie, Marcy's little sister. She was engaged in helping me get everybody registered and in school. I was working full time. And so they were of great help, but we were able to get everybody registered. And Jenny and Coley, that is.
And did you believe during the 8th grade that Colt was actually doing an online program?
Right. So this is where it gets kind of a little complicated for me, even look back on all of that. And so Coley and Jenny were good to go. Colt and I had a conversation after Fitzgerald and homeschooling with Debbie. You know, this is what I want everybody to understand. There's a combination of things here. It was not, for me, it was tough on him. You know, the bullying kind of affected him in 7th and 8th grade. And what's not brought up in this court or any kind of conversation, I find out later that, you know, even the bus ride home for him, kids throwing shampoo bottles at him and milk cartons, and it was very difficult for him through 7th grade. So that's where I initially thought, okay, you know, if he's going to homeschool down there, great. I really wanted to get him involved in middle school with Jenny. But we started down the conversation of online school here in Bethlehem. So he was open to that idea. I had talked to Jenny. I'm like, listen, I'm offering this to your brother. Would you like to do it? She ultimately chose to go to school. It was at that time I was working with Debbie on like, let's just do it. You know, it was simple down in Ben Hill. But as it went along and I found out it wasn't as simple as getting online and signing them up. It was very more difficult than I anticipated. Everything was full. We were getting on into the school year. There were not a lot of options that were open and readily available for him.
Did your sister help you find an option?
Right. So as time went along, we're pushing through 8th grade and he's falling further behind. And I realized that. And I had reached out to my sister, Lorraine, a retired school teacher, and explained to her the dynamic here. And, that I wanted him to be online in school and what had happened. And it was harder than I anticipated of finding him an open spot. And she said, hey, I know you got a lot on your plate. Let me start trying to track down some places where we could send him. So I had that conversation with her, and I think it was Georgia Virtual is where there were 3 schools she said that she had narrowed it down to. Georgia Virtual is what jumps out in my mind that she requested all the stuff that she needed from me, birth certificates and whatnot, to get all their stuff completed online, which I gave her all that information. And there was passwords or access codes created through that system in the email chain or talking back and forth with Lorraine. So I had thought in a time period there that he was locked in and doing what he needed to do. I explained to Colt, hey, we've got you registered. I had thought at the time at Georgia Virtual, as it turns out, maybe it was something that I missed. I thought that, I guess I had thought maybe Lorraine, once I heard passwords and showed Colt what he needed to do, I thought it was as simple as him going in there and doing what he needed to do.
Was there times when you would check and ask him?
So I had asked him, I can't give you exact dates here, but I did calling him from work and asking him, are you online doing what you're supposed to be doing? I remember him having a conversation with me about an algebra class, and when I got home from work, he was showing me a page of what he was working on. So I never, verified. That's my bad. I didn't fact check what he was saying. We had established a trust between him and I and a respect for one another that, he was growing up, and I was trying, that's what the whole idea was try to get him to just be upfront and honest with me and moving forward to high school in the back of my mind is what I was thinking. But also, as this time frame was moving along, we were getting further and further behind, and I knew that. And I got to a point in 8th grade where it's like, man, I don't know if he can catch up, right? So I had a conversation with Colt originally and said, listen, Colt and I were at dinner one night, and he said, so what would you think about taking the 8th grade over again? And I had a two-prong attack there on that. I didn't think that he was far enough ahead in 8th grade. And I didn't want him to come out of the gates behind in high school. We're already kind of bumpy in school with him. And I thought if he could retake the 8th grade, that would put Jenny in the same grade as Colt. And they were close. They had a great relationship. Would they be in the same classes? maybe, I don't know, but they would be in the same school with the ultimate goal that they could kind of confide in one another, get through school together. And the bigger piece was if they went through 8th grade together, they would go into high school together and they would make that 4-year journey together through high school. That was my train of thought, right? It was never that I don't give a damn if he goes to 8th grade. That's not what happened here. It was very, very fluid kind of thing, trying to make sure I was, and listen, could I have done better? Yes, I could have done better. I could have done more. I see that now, but the overall goal here was just get him in a comfort zone place. And it got to that point where I thought, okay, well, I had to retake a grade. This would be great. If he could just go take the 8th grade again with Jenny, they could help each other and they could move through high school together. So that was the thought process.
All right. Now, was there a time that Colt went down to Fitzgerald to stay with his mother where he got into an altercation with her?
Yes. So that would be that summer time frame. I don't have the dates here in front of me. I just know that Debbie, and this was the time frame when Debbie came up and they took his computer, packed up a bunch of his stuff, and he went down there to stay. He was kind of missing Jenny and wanting to hang out with Mamu. And so Mamu had called me. There was actually 2 that I know of. This is the only 2 that I was ever made aware of. The first one was Debbie had called me and said that Marcy had slapped Colt across the face really hard. They were arguing. I don't know what about it, was not there. She just said it was an ugly argument. And I never hit my kids. There's multiple reasons for that. So Debbie said that DFAX was called. I didn't know if she had called or who had called. Ultimately, I find out that it was Annie that had called DFAX in the first episode of the slap, right? So I had talked to Colt and said, listen, are you okay? What happened? He said, we just had a knockdown, drag out kind of argument. Mama was drinking and just, she just slapped me. And I said, and Mamu was there. She was standing right there. I was like, okay, that was the first episode. The second one, I don't think.
Did he ever tell you in that first episode that he broke a window on a door?
He hadn't broken the window or done the damage that we've heard about in court here yet. I believe my time frame was all of that happened after the second episode with Marcy. And it was, of all things, over chicken nuggets. And what Debbie had called me again and said that she didn't get Colt the right order from McDonald's. And I guess Colt smart alecked her about, you didn't give me the right stuff or whatever. And Debbie said, and Marcy lost it. Her words were, she attacked Colt and she said, just started hitting on Colt a lot, hitting him wherever she could hit him. And that I had talked to Colt about that. He said, she hit me in the face. She hit me and I said, over chicken nuggets. He's like, Dad, I could smell alcohol on her. She's screaming, just out of control kind of stuff. And I said, okay, do you want me to come get you? She was like, no, I'm going to go. He said, I'm going to stay with Mamu, which when the kids and everybody went down there, they weren't, I know we heard that they were living with her. Now, little Coley did stay with her, but Jenny and Colt, when they went to Fitzgerald, they stayed with Debbie, in their house. That was their place. So I asked him, do you want me to come get you? He said, no, I'm just going to go back to Mammoose and just stay away from her. So it was after that time frame where my understanding was he was breaking the windows. I didn't know about the couch thing until after I went down there to pick him up, and I received a call one day at work from him, middle of the day, and he was in tears. And I'm like, what is wrong? He said he had another falling out with his mother. He said, I slammed the door and broke the window, and it escalated from there. He didn't tell me about him cutting up the couch, or, it's kind of unclear who really did that. One says the other wasn't down there. He said, I just need you to come get me right now. And I said, well, where are you? He said, out behind the house, just kind of staying on this little dirt road. And I said, well, it's going to be 4.5 hours before I can get there, but I'll come get you. He said, Papa Charlie, which is Debbie's husband, he said, Papa Charlie called the police on me. And I said, for what? And he said, because when I broke the window, they said I cut the couch up. And I said, did you cut the couch up? He said, I tore part of the top of the couch off. He said, but they're saying I sliced it all up and broke these windows. He said, I slammed the door and broke one window above the doorknob. He said, and Papa Charlie showed up with Ben Hill County Police and wanted to take me to jail, basically. He said, and the police officer was telling Colt that he couldn't act like this and disrespect his mama, grandparents, and if he couldn't get it calmed down, that he would ultimately take him to YDC or whatever. And Colt was upset about that and asked me, hey, I need you to just come down here and get me and bring me back home. Which I did.
Did you do that?
I did.
Did you go down that same day?
That same day,
yeah. And do you remember about what month that was?
I don't remember exactly what month that was. I don't.
Okay. Shortly thereafter, did you find that Marcy had been put into rehab?
I did. So the rehab came after I'd picked Colt back up. And we were kind of resuming what I was just talking about, trying to get him.
Now, the other two children were not with you
Still
at that
down
point.
there.
It was just you and
right.
Colt.
And Jenny was living with Debbie. She had taken over her mom's old room and whatnot. And that's where she resided every day, every night. Coley was in and out. He just kind of go with the flow kind of kid. And little Coley and Marcy were together a lot. Colt and I were back up here. And that's when I received a call. I think when I was talking to Investigator Smith, I said 2 a.m. I got the phone call. I actually, thinking back on that, I think it was 10-ish because I knew 4 hours it would take me I wouldn't be there till 2 in the morning. So got a call from the DFACS case manager and said, I need you to come down here and pick up your children. Wouldn't get into why. Just said that they were in danger. I explained to her where I lived, how long it would take me to get there. She stated, well, can you just be down here at 7:30 the next morning? We'll meet at a church down the road from their house, and we'll all go over there together. I asked her, I needed to know what this was about. She said, I can't until we go over some paperwork, logistics stuff, and then I'll explain it to everybody all at once. I still did not know. In my mind, I thought as much drinking that she had been doing, I was like, oh, she'd had DUIs before. I'm like, oh, she got a DUI, probably had Coley in the car. That was my original thought. So drove down there the next morning, Colt and I did, talked about what we thought this might be, and met the DFACS lady, went to Debbie's house. That's where she was with the kids. Knocked on the door, went in, we all sat down. The kids were in bedrooms, so they weren't a part of the conversation. actually find out later that Colt and Jenny had cracked the bedroom door and were listening to the whole conversation. And she said, listen, she said there had been a call made to DFACS. And I find out later that it was Annie, the little sister that had called DFACS, made a complaint that she was driving drunk or acting recklessly with little Coley in the car, something along the lines of to where they needed to hair follicle test her. And so she's reading off the timeline of when they did the hair follicle test. I didn't even know that took place. Apparently it took place a week or so, maybe two, before I got the call from DFACS that night. And she went through the whole process of we hair follicle tested you, and here are the results.
Okay. And at that point, you took the other two children with you.
Correct. She stated that I was to take all the children back, that Marcy could have visitation as long as it was supervised. And at that point, I asked by who. I wasn't sure if it was DFACS. She said, no, you will be the one supervising, and you are the one that says when she can come and when she can't come. She cannot just show up. This has to be agreed upon time and whatnot. So I took the kids back.
Were you prepared to have three children
No.
at that point?
No, I said this in passing to so many people. I hear people talk about single moms and whatnot and all the things they go through. And as a dad, I was fortunate enough just to get up and go to work. And, you think as what I'm doing, like that's the hardest thing in the world to get up and go to work, as much as I was working it paled in comparison to what a single parent has to go through with one kid, let alone three. So I underestimated the effort and everything that it took to just keep everything afloat with three kids, let alone all the ins and outs and things that happen with kids every single day. It was a lot more than I could ever imagine that it being, and I underestimated that greatly.
Now, was there a time when Marcy called you and threatened to kill you and Colt?
So, yeah. So that day, I originally got a call from Annie, the little sister, and I believe I was cooking breakfast or dinner. And because I know I was cooking something because I have a phone laying on the counter, I just hit speaker. I'm like, hey, and she's crying. I'm like, oh, what's wrong? You okay? Her original statement was, we can't find my mama. I'm like, what do you mean you can't find your mama? They're in Virginia. Like, they're all up there. Charlie's in some golf tournament. She's like, no, she came back early. I'm like, well, then she's at the house. She's like, no. She's like, we can't find her. I'm like, well, how long have you been looking? Like, since yesterday. And I was like, oh, shit. I'm like, okay, have you called the police or anything? Like, is something wrong? I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking, God, I hope nothing happened to her medically, like heart attack or something. She's like, I've got the neighbor going over to beat on the door. Mary Beth is their neighbor, whatever they grew up with. And if she doesn't answer, she's just going to go in the house. And I'm like, well, call me back. Let me know if they find her, So Colt was like, what do you mean they can't, find her? I was like, I don't know, buddy. I said, you just heard everything I heard.
Were the other two children with you at this point?
Yes, they were with me.
Okay.
So she calls back sometime later. I don't know exactly the time frame, and says, Mary Beth is in the house and they found my mom. They found Mamu. I'm like, okay, great. Is she okay? She's like, no. I'm like, okay, well, what do you mean no? Is she in the hospital? What's going on? She said, no. She said Marcy had taped her to the chair in their office. And then not only taped her to the chair, left her there for a couple of days. They found her with soiled pants, and she just basically had to go to the restroom, whatever, just taped to the chair. And that she had taken one of the dog leashes out of the backyard and tied the chair to the sleeper sofa behind her so she couldn't scoot to the phone to call 911.
Object to the litany of things that he wasn't even there to know about.
Do you have a response?
I'll try to redirect you.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Sure.
But was there a time when you found out that Marcy threatened to kill you and Cole?
After what I was just trying to say right there, she went through what condition she found her mother, and she said that she had told her mother that she was coming up here, wanted her car and money or credit card, and her mother asked her why, and she said, "I'm going up to Winder to kill Coley." And I'm like, to kill me? And Marcy said, yes, she's coming up there to kill you. And she said, she told Mama, meaning Debbie, and since Colt is your favorite, I'm going to kill him too. And you live with that. So that's that. On that day is the first time I had heard that threat.
And did Colt know that?
He heard it on speakerphone while we were talking.
Okay. Debbie went to jail for a few months. Was there any contact that you had with Debbie during that time?
Marcy.
Not Debbie, I'm sorry. Marcy. Marcy had gone to jail. Was there any contact that you had with her when she was in custody?
Right. So originally, I did not. And as time went along, Debbie had come up to talk, and hang out with us in Bethlehem, and explained to me what she had went through and what condition Marcy was in and how she was acting, and just felt like whatever she was taking, it just wasn't Marcy. She just had lost her mind. That was her statement, I believe.
Did you want to try to bring the family back together?
Yeah. So
even though she had gone to jail?
Yeah. So during that time period, Debbie and I had talked about, her being in jail, and Debbie felt like, felt bad that all that had happened, and that, maybe somewhere along the line she could have seen Marcy, acting and doing the things she was doing while she was down there. I wouldn't say felt bad for her being in jail, but just kind of a little down because her daughter was locked up. My kids were obviously upset. Colt and Jenny had talked about it. I'm not really sure how little Coley got brought into that conversation, but generally known in our house that she was in jail. I tried to keep the super negative stuff away from little Coley just because he's obviously too young to understand. And I thought, man, I just hate that all this happened for her. And the kids are like, well, we're going to lose our mom kind of thing. And at some point I just was like, I don't want my kids to think that I'm just going to walk away from their mom. She's the mother of my children. And I didn't condone obviously what she did or anything like that, but I thought I could use the time and Marcy reached out, I think, through the jail kind of connection thing. And I think she called me the first time and had apologized for everything, said, she was, I think her comment was, I took a whole bunch of painkillers and I was high on meth, and I just was not myself. And I would never do the things I told my mom I was going to do, just.
During that time period, you had all three kids.
Yeah.
Were there times when you and Colt would have problems.
So after that event right there, we, I wouldn't say we were having problems, but it was more along the lines of Colt. Colt was a good kid. He wasn't very patient with things. And if he wanted something and I didn't buy it right away, he didn't understand. Having the 3 kids and just, we've heard throughout this trial about how much money I make, and we never really talked about all the things I had to try to cover. And when it was just Colt and I could go and go buy a guitar for him and it'd be okay.
I want to talk about
it just got to the point where I would have to explain to him why I couldn't spend $15 on a game he wanted to buy, and it would frustrate him. So we would have disagreements about that.
You told the officer in one of the interviews that he would bull rush you.
Yep.
What would bring on that bull rush or him rushing at you? What would bring that on?
Okay. So there were 3 times that I can remember that we, the bull rushing happened. And again, I would never hit Colt or any of them. So I remember the first one was him and Jenny had gotten into an argument. First, it was just kind of kidding around. And somewhere along the line, I was talking to Debbie in the kitchen that day, and they, brother and sister, were picking on each other. It kind of escalated, and Jenny took off down the hallway, and Colt chased her down there, and he tripped and slammed his head into the door, the linen door, knocked a hole in that door. And then he got up and he was trying to pick the lock and kind of damage Jenny's door. And I went down there and was like, he calmed down, took off after Jenny like a wild man. You're damaging this door. I have to pay for all this. This is just a rental house. And that kind of started he was already worked up kind of thing. I remember walking away down the hallway to the living room. And when I turned around, I could see him coming down the hallway, and he was just pissed. And so he kind of bull rushed me. I turned around, he kind of slammed into me, and I grabbed him and just held him up against the wall. And was to tell him, like, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. He had gotten one of his arms loose and was flailing around. He hit me on the side of the neck, hit me in the side. I got his arms together until he calmed down. Just held him in place. The second time that this had happened, we were having a discussion about he thought he needed to take the Zoloft that his mom had given him, and I disagreed with that. So we had a kind of a heated conversation about yes or no, and I told him I don't want this. We need to go see somebody. This is not like taking aspirin. This is different. He was pissed because he'd been taking it from her for, I don't know, a number of weeks, and he felt like it was helping him and whatnot. Didn't understand why I would not give it to him. So that was the second time that we had that argument. And the third time, it was about moving his bedroom into the laundry room and separating him from his computer to the laundry room. Same type of thing. He would, he never really would challenge me face to face. And in this last episode, I remember like, hey, I want you away from your computer. I just bought him, he had his computer torn apart in his bedroom, and he was pissed because I was making him move and to separate him. He wanted to stay in his little bedroom there. I was trying to create space so he wouldn't be on his computer all night long. But I had bought him a set of tools so he could work on his computer. He's really good at it. And during this argument, after I did the same thing, I could see him coming. You can see him getting worked up. And I just caught him and held him and said, you need to calm down, get him calmed down. Like, I'm gonna let you go. So when you calm down, we can talk about things. I walked back into the kitchen and he had gone into his bedroom, and I bought the wrong tools, as it turns out, for his computer. And when I was walking into the kitchen, I wasn't even looking at him. He had thrown a screwdriver, ricocheted off the door frame and hit me. And that was, that was the 3 bull rush times that I remember that we had. Now we had disagreements and we argued, here and there, about normal things. You hate to say normal when you're talking about your kids raising their voice and whatnot, but the bull rushing and fighting was not something that happened as much as has been portrayed here. If it was a disagreement, it was more kind of the yelling and screaming back and forth.
Did he ever threaten to kill you?
No, he never threatened to kill me. That never face to face, never heard that. None of my children, Jenny or anybody, never said, hey, nobody, Marcy, Debbie, nobody ever said, hey, Colt said he's going to kill you.
Did he ever use the gun to threaten you or any of the children?
Right. So, in these disagreements, this is the thing I need people to understand. The gun was a thing that him and I used to bond with, and I was very clear on the rules, right? No loaded guns in the house ever. And he abided by those rules. He respected the weapon. We didn't have them in a safe. We didn't, have locks on them, as we've all seen here today. But I'm telling you that he had a healthy respect for weapons. They stayed where I told them to stay. And in the heat of the moment, whether it was arguing with me or arguing with his mom, arguing or bull rushing, he never once made a threat to me or his sisters or brother or anybody that I know of going for the gun. He never made that kind of action or movement towards a gun, made a threat, never said anything about a gun. He was pissed about other things, but that gun was understanding we had that what it was for.
Now, was he allowed to have the cartridges in his room?
So the magazines were typically kept in my closet. The ammunition was in there as well. We didn't have stockpiles of ammunition just, piled up in the closet. Typically what would happen, we would buy ammunition if we were going to the range a few days before. We'd either shoot it all or not. Bring back the left, and I would always put it up in the closet there. My clips, magazines for the weapons were up in that closet as well. At some point, I think it was for a birthday, he had got a gift card. Debbie said, hey, I'm going to take him to Amazon to get some stuff for his gun. Colt said, hey, Mammy wanted to ask, could she buy me ammunition? And I'm like, yeah, we're going to, have it. We'll go to the range. I don't know what that time frame was like. I can't sit here today and tell you, yeah, she can buy you the ammunition because we're going to the range the next day. I don't have that time frame. And I said, sure, it's no problem. I did not find out that she had bought him 4 or 5 magazines on that trip to Amazon until after the fact. I saw them in his room, laying on the shelf. They weren't loaded or anything. I'm like, well, where'd you get these magazines? He said, man, we bought them for me. So those magazines, they were empty, but they were in his room.
We saw yesterday a photograph of some Winchester cartridges that apparently were sitting on the shelf of the bed. I can't remember. Was that against the rule for him to do that?
So the rule was guns, ammunition, unloaded guns, and ammunition, everything stayed in the top of that closet. I did have a green ammunition box that it did not have a lock on that box. It was pretty difficult to open that box, but we tried to keep whatever ammo we were shooting or going to shoot or any leftover ammo in that green ammo box.
Was there ammo in that box that was to weapons that you didn't own any longer?
So there, in some of those pictures, I no longer owned several of those firearms. I owned a .308 deer rifle. Didn't have that weapon anymore. I think there was a picture of a 41 mag box of ammunition. I did not own that handgun anymore. And I think there was some 45 caliber ammunition talked about. I did not own a 45 anymore. And this is consistent with the kind of the way we were all brought up with guns. I did it with Mike. I did it with Elite Pond. It was a lot of buying and trading and selling of guns and upgrading, downgrading. It was just kind of something that I've done, my whole life. So yes, there was a lot of ammunition that did not fit any weapon that I had in the house.
Now, we've heard that you allowed him to have unfettered use of that weapon, but it was always in his room. Was it always in his room?
So it wasn't always in his room. And were there times where that rifle was in his room? Yep, there was. And it was just there was never at any point during all of this leading up to what happened, there was never a perceived threat by me with Cole. I never heard or he never spoke to me about doing anything as drastic as he had done. So, typically if the gun was in his room, we were going shooting or had finished shooting, and it may be a few days, a week, whatever, till we get around cleaning it. But we would always sit down in his bedroom or my bedroom or the living room floor, clean the guns, and I would prefer all the guns, told him, stay in my closet up on that top shelf. And that's where they needed to stay.
What guns were on the top shelf?
So we had hit the 6 hour in question that we're talking about here. I also owned an AR so him and I could shoot together. And then there was a shotgun.
Okay. That was the only 3 weapons in the home.
Right. I also had a Glock handgun that was my personal carry that I had on me basically all the time.
And that was in the car.
It was in the center console when I went to talk to law enforcement the day after, but typically it was either on my person or in my book bag when I went to and from work. We'd been robbed through the years 3 or 4 different times for copper of all things. And I'd, through the years I'd go in at crazy times, work night schedules, that sort of thing. So I always tried to keep, a weapon on me.
The state yesterday was pointing out certain days that things were said. Were there many days during the time that Colt was there that everything was smooth? There weren't any problems at all?
Yeah, there were. We've heard all, the last couple of weeks about trouble and issues and everything, but there's a lot of times where, Colt, he was a good kid. He was very respectful to me. I just don't, it wasn't an every single day thing where him and I had issues or bull rushing or the yelling and screaming or whatnot. Colt was he was a very good kid. We talked about a lot. He didn't him and I went to church when it was just him and I originally, almost every Sunday. As the other two kids came up there, he kind of slacked off going to church with us. But he was a good kid. He was a compassionate little kid, and you know, he was really a thoughtful young man. He would help me fold laundry. He would help me cook. I was trying to teach him to cook. It was a little bit of a disaster at first, but you know, he was respectful, and he appreciated all the things that I would try to buy for him when I could. And he really, you know, the bonding part, which started the whole thing of woods and shooting and all that, really, I felt had helped. You know, it helped him and I just, you know, get that father-son bonding that I felt like he was lacking. So, you know, he was a really just a good kid for most of the time.
I need you to pause, Mr. Perry. I think the jury needs a restroom break. All right. We'll be in recess for 10 to 15 minutes. Straight, you can go back to the office. We'll be in recess for 10 to 15